And if they do that, I think we all win, because community, I would argue, is the one thing that no one's trying to solve.
Mm-hmm.
We're trying to solve recruitment. We're trying to solve competition. Tell me, where's community?
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, any one of you, go ahead. Shout out what's the national community for Scholastic right now. Any title, tell me.
Yeah.
Where do I go? How do I meet and hang out?
Of the
How
storm.
does you?
Community, zero.
There's
Yeah.
nothing. It
That
doesn't exist anymore. And it doesn't exist statewide. It doesn't exist school-wide. It doesn't exist region-wide. It doesn't exist nationally. It doesn't exist digitally on Twitch. It doesn't exist digitally on Discord. It doesn't exist through any form of skill-based development. It doesn't exist on any form of, skill-based learning, or just pure socialization and fandom.
mm-hmm.
Huge missed opportunity. You want to take their time and make it more efficient, in my opinion. Tell Riot Scholastic politely to stop what they're doing with competitive, and their integration with LCS should be, Twitch, symposiums and summits and conversations and learning and uh, all sorts of wonderful things, and promoting camps and educational learning activities and RSSA sponsored curriculum. That will move the needle. I don't see any of that.
So Chris, that was pretty much the last topic. You kind of wrapped it in a nice package called community. And I was kind of thinking more from an organizer and a broadcaster point of view around growing fandom. And how do we get fandom around collegiate esports to look more like traditional?
Hello and welcome back to Esports U. My name is Visionary One. Alongside me tonight is Joshi. Joshi, how are you doing today, brother?
I'm doing all right. First time coming in over to Valorant. I'm excited to see that we're actually going to have some great maps for potentially the first time I think I've ever seen. It doesn't feel like VCT plays these at all, but I can't wait to really get into some of the more nitty-gritty of these different maps.
Yeah, especially. It's always exciting. Of course, tonight we are bringing you the NJCAAE, the National Junior College Athletic Association of Esports. We're going to bring you that matchup, of course, in between these two wonderful teams that we have tonight for you, Wallace State and Lackawanna. So definitely some fun names out there. Both these teams are 1-2 in their conference. Both kind of looking to kind of get back on track after a slow start. I'm definitely interested to see what they're going to bring out composition-wise, especially because of the map picks that we currently have. Like you were mentioning, Joshi, there's a lot of maps that don't typically get brought out in college Valorant, and we actually get to see two of them that I haven't seen yet this season, and I've been on the production for 3 days. So I'm definitely excited to see Pearl and Fracture getting brought out.
Yeah, you were talking about it earlier, $15. You were saying that we were going to see Haven, Ascend, and Icebox in that order probably, but we're going to be able to mix it up today, Visionary. And so suddenly, I'm honestly really excited to see when teams, especially a little bit lower on in the standings, oftentimes bring out these different map picks that their opponents aren't likely as familiar with, that they probably haven't developed as many strats for to go for these executions. And it can really allow you to find some of these kind of cheesier wins, get some practice in places where you weren't normally going to be expecting to do it, and use these and refine them so you can take down some of the top teams.
Of course, I think one of those things for me, especially, obviously, we're starting off with Ascent, so we're going to see very default lineups here. That's not going to be much surprises. Of course, you always have the kind of which Sentinel are you going to play on this map, because we've seen some teams like Optic default back to Chamber and actually throw Ye back on the Jet, which is what we're seeing out of Wallace State right now. Is almost the exact same lineup that Optic ran in VCT. On the other side, you do have the Chamber, and it looks like Mystics is also hovering the Jet currently. So it's going to be one of those things where you're going for that aggressive firepower and probably trying to get some opening picks, especially on defense, because you have those get out of jail free cards.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, and we are seeing kind of the difference, right? You are already talking about the Chamber coming through, but the opposite Sentinel, it looks like Wallace State is going to be opting into the Killjoy this time around, making sure that you have a little bit more tools. I do like the KJ a little bit more in terms of like post-planet especially, right? You have those grenades, you have different ways to find information without just throwing your body at the other team. And so this could be a way for Wallace State to try and find some of their smaller advantages. But other than that, as he called out, these compositions are otherwise identical. So there's going to be a lot of focus on trying to exploit the differences between these two characters.
Yeah, and it really just depends on who we're going to see on attack first. Of course, with that jet in that chamber, maybe it's just that pick where Wallace State, they're starting on defense first, and you understand, hey, I would rather have a Killjoy starting out on defense because Ascent is a defender-sided map. So this might be a pick where Lackawanna is just trying to get a few extra rounds on the offensive side, knowing the fact that they have that Killjoy and sites are going to be harder to hit because of it.
Yeah. It's always going to be one of the big things about this because it's so hard to get onto the site that you see just because there's only really one way to do it. The mid sight lines are so long. You sit there over in Cubby, you sit in Market, and it's so difficult to find some opportunities to get in there. And so, we'll kind of see what the different opportunities are. This is Lackawanna's map pick going on to Ascent, going for some of the more default kind of plays. And so if they can find a couple of extra rounds on the attack side, that will really help them, bolster up the way that they do choose to play the defense. But Visionary, I got to admit, this is the first time that I have been on this broadcast. What do you know about these teams?
Unfortunately, don't know much. We know both of them are 1-2 going into this, looking to right their seasons. And I'm going to be honest with you, if I have to take a pick and just kind of see what's going on with these teams and make a prediction, I'm just going with Lackawanna because their name sounds phenomenal, honestly. Like, you can't really beat Lackawanna.
Yeah, pretty darn good name. I do know that Lackawanna coming out from Scranton, Pennsylvania, whereas the Wallace State, those guys are in Huntsville, Alabama as well. So a couple of East Coast teams coming through, but you're already seeing right away Attacker is already moving over towards the B side, creating a little bit of pressure, whereas they are letting Globe sit off on the other side. The Lackawanna on the attack, they're going to be getting a little bit of lurk over towards the A side.
I mean, that's basically Omen's job, right? You basically have global smokes. You might as well play away from your team and see if you can get value somewhere. And we see them heavy pressing mid, and that 0 point comes out immediately to get the suppression to push them out of tree a little bit as this mid hit's going to come through, and it's going to look like a B split to start this off. There's currently 3 members on the A site, so this might be a quick hitter as we see that Killjoy turret. This is where the KJ is set up, but Brick is going to find one, and we're going to see the entry come on. KJ stuck in Boathouse. Let's see what value she can get.
Oh, they do find 2 on the refrags, and Halfdown's already on his way into the market as well. The counter attack is coming in quick. 2 members only left for the attack, and you already see that one of them has found themselves in Boathouse, but here comes the counter lurk from Globe.
Oh, and this timing is impeccable. He finds one. Can he get more here? It's going to be no. Pathodon shutting him down. It's going to be Brick alone in Boathouse, just kind of chilling out here. They're going to rotate back through the spawn side, kind of expecting this stairs lurk to come out to see if they can find one. This is actually going to be excellent positioning right here for WSCC, and Pathodon will find themselves their 3rd kill of the round. They win the pistol. They go up 1-0, and we're going to be seeing a lot of Spectres on the defensive side for round 2.
Yeah, great stuff already coming out from the WSCC squad, right? The rapidity with which they rotated over to the B side, coming in through market, taking total control, even though Globe was able to pick up 1. The fact that there were 2 more people still hiding out in market was something I can't imagine he was really expecting. A Marshall coming out for Pathodon, already 3 frags coming out there. This is looking very similar from both sides. Yet again, you can see that Vague is still playing over towards the A side, but they still got the alarm bot in mid, but already just full setting of showers.
I mean, if you're running on pistol rounds, you might as well just go ahead and run it down. They're already all over the B entrance here. They're going to find a frag there, potentially pick up a Spectre. If they can get this, they might be able to find some value. And actually, that seize is going to be perfect on the backside. 2 Spectres recovered, and it's going to be a 4v3 retake. WSCC has some work cut out for them there. Did you see Vague spam in the box?
Oh, Vague finds 2, Monolith finds another. 1v1 with just a ghost, but passed on. Not going to be letting that stop them. They trade out the Marshall for a Spectre. They will find a 2nd round, and this is looking pretty darn good for Wallace State already, right? We were talking about how it's so difficult to actually take some of these rounds on the attack side. They're holding Lackawanna already on their map pick, and again, the one thing that we got to look at is the fact that now, even though they won the round, they lost so much money off of it. They're going to have to kind of save here, and this could be the way for the attackers to find a 1st round.
And I mean, it has to be, right? Because you did great economic damage in the eco round, right? You took out 4 Spectres out of the hands. The only person that had a different gun was that Marshall that got traded out for the Spectre. So if you're coming in with Phantoms and Vandals on this round, you cannot lose this. It's that simple. We're going to see if they default. They're actually switching over to a little pressure on the A side, but it looks like WSCC might have a little read on this. 3 are pressuring A. Nobody's covering mid at all, but there is going to be a nice little catwalk up here. Going to apply pressure to tree. We're going to see if they can open up this A site that way.
moving in very quickly. They know that their opponents don't have much of anything as the door starts to close. Not going to be letting that happen. We are starting to see a lot of defenders come through. It just goes right on in. Mystic finds the first one. The shotgun. The shorty finds a counter kill, and already the defenders are here.
Yeah, I don't want to age myself, but Shorty's like a melody right there. It's always beautiful to see. I just anytime an Omen rats in their own smoke and is able to pull out a kill with a Shorty, it's just like, you know that they're there, but you don't want to spray because most people bought Vandals. And so you're like, I don't want my bullet tracers to go through. I might get picked off by something else. And unfortunately, it just doesn't look like it's going to happen here. Bozy has a great lurk up the mid there, just wrapping it up. It's going to be 2-1. Like we said, they had to win the round. They only lost one member to that Shorty. So it's looking like their economy is still going to be decent going into this Brick. Probably going to end up buying, or somebody bought for Brick there to kind of clear it out. So that's definitely nice of them. We're going to see what can happen here with one round finally on the books, of course, for LC.
This is the big round, right? This is where we're going to see how many more rounds the defenders will actually be able to rack up on this side. They have the op already coming out for Pathon. He's chilling over here in mid, but he's not going to find any purchase here on screens because they're already looking to move up A relatively quickly. Oh, but they're doing the same catwalk like you were talking about. This is dangerous.
Oh, and the shot does not land for Pathodon. This is going to be dangerous sledding ahead. Only 11 health. Of course, no healer brought out on either side. And Bozy's going to find one on B main as well. That's going to open up the site. The jet dash comes in, and Mystic's going to find one of their own. It's 3v5 now. Of course, the haunt coming out from tree, but Monolith just ratting? No way! Monolith finds 3, and this round has been flipped on its head, and Bozy is the only one available, and they get spotted by the alarm bot.
They know exactly where he is. The crazy wine lurk coming out, finds 2 immediately. The double headshot lining directly up. And now Bozy, the last one alive. They had a good idea where he is. I don't know if the tree door has already been broken down or not, but that's just more information. Is glass still up too?
It doesn't look like it is. It doesn't look like it is.
Oh, it's gone.
No, yeah. But you have to remember that an operator was dropped as well, right? So it's going to be just posted up right here on this corner, and Pathodon is going to be able to find that one. That is easy money. Does not matter if he has 11 health. Doesn't matter if the defender or the offender has Peeker's advantage. You're holding that angle. You best not miss.
That was honestly kind of crazy, right? The first op shot not landing, but then it's Monolith here coming around, spraying 2 people down, the triple headshot, really turning around everything that we were seeing because they were in a 3v5 at that spot. So Monolith coming up big, but the op is still there. Defenders find another round. You see there's a semi-force coming out from a lot of the members right now from Lackawanna. A couple of them still choosing to stick around, and Mystic, he's got the knives. We'll see how much work he can actually do.
Well, Bladestorm's going to get popped here, but not only that, the chamber is only one away from the Tour de Force as well. So this is going to be a semi-eco with a force element to it, of course, because you have those ultimates available to you. But they are reading this mid push pretty darn well, as one's going to come out of the smoke. It's going to be a miss by Pathodon, and an instant dash into market. Mystics is going to find one, and they're trying to put pressure on this KJ again, but it is a very fast rotation over, and there's the operator. They're going to take a fight, and Mystics is going to find a third. You want to talk about an entry? Your duelist is doing work. Globe's going to get a pick. This is a 5v1, and I don't want to talk any kind of mess whatsoever, but it's really difficult to throw around like this, and Mystic's going to find the 4th.
4 kills already coming through for Mystic. He just goes in with no fear. We've been seeing the smoke in mid over and over and over. Globe has thrown it every single round, and this time it's paid off huge. They pick up an operator. They were semi-saving. Again, as you were talking about, they have these knives, which allows them to kind of move in. The Tour de Force is just about ready as well. So it feels as though a huge economic swing coming out from Lackawanna, and if they find a couple more rounds here, it will be even better. But they're moving up A. The mid smoke, they go for it again, will actually shut down Pathon.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see. We're going to see, of course, the 0 point come out this way. Mystic is actually just going to rat in the one-way smoke. Oh, Mystic, you mad lad, going to meet 2 and drop the gun as well. It's a bit unfortunate as Globe actually TPs across and finds the Omen on Omen violence. You definitely love to see that, and they're going to have to give up A site. It's going to be a push through, but they're actually playing it pretty passive, and Pathodon has some very strong map control right now.
Oh, finds one break caught as he tries to rotate back, and this kind of forces them forward. But now it's a 4v3. Defenders are in advantage, but look at the Sentinels on the other side. That could be really big if one of them takes down the other, especially if Chamber picks off the KJ. That is a way for them to go for this quick rotate, but nobody's giving it any purchase yet.
I mean, the defenders are just playing this so well, right? You're not
Yeah.
giving up anything. You're not over aggressing. You're just working off Pathodon's map control right now because you know he has the rotate covered. So that doesn't really matter. At the end of the
They know
day,
they're
and
there.
they're both smarted with that 0 point. They have all the intel they need, minus the chamber, of course. And Pathodon just using this map control to their complete advantage. They're going to have no idea that he is sitting here right now. And the timing is probably going to be impeccable. Couple misses, doesn't seem to matter. He's going to get one. Here's Globe. Oh, Pathodon finds 3 again. And Bozy going to get 1 in the mid lurk at least. It's going to be a 1v3, and this is tough sledding ahead with an operator and a lot of angles to cover.
Yeah, do they want to try and take it off him? They know that they got a lot of angles that he needs to watch and spot him out still again in the mid. He doesn't have time to go for a plant, but at least he can try and hang on to the gun. But Pathodon making him at least a little bit uncomfortable.
He's going to lurk in. I mean, you can play the 4 seconds afterwards as well. Bozy's actually going to find Pathodon right there. Great job by him. Again, just to kind of hold on to this operator. Although it wasn't as important, right? Because you're sitting there and you're looking at it, and he has the tour de force online. So you lose the operator there. It's not a big deal. It's more effective giving it to the other team when you knew they had to save that round. And unfortunately, you lose a pseudo thrifty. The only reason you don't is because you bring all your guns in, so you don't end up spending more than the other team. That brought out the frenzies, and we saw a specter or 2. Nothing really crazy, but you don't want to lose ecos in that situation. And unfortunately, it just all kind of falls apart thanks to Pathodon just taking massive map control there.
Yeah, here we go. Operators going head to head right now. Bozy's sticking around. They can both dash out. He's actually going to win it. Bozy goes down as Pathodon shuts him off there. Another mid smoke comes through at the same time, but this is big. This is so hard now to try and find your way back in. You see KJ is completely locked down the B side, and it's allowing Wallace State to shift everybody right on over towards the A site where all of Lackawanna is setting up.
Yeah, I mean, for Lackawanna, though, like, I understand you lost your chamber early on B, but you can't default for 40 seconds and just sit here after that opening pick happens, because you're giving up all that map control again, because KJ's posted up on B. She's not moving, right? KO has been playing mid quite often, and that means you have 3 people over on A where you're going to. It just doesn't really make a lot of sense. I would like to see re-aggression, maybe a double peek to try to get that operator off an angle. Unfortunately, it looks like they're going to be walking right into it.
Yeah, here it is. Pathodon spends his first bullet to knock that down, but finds Joy Boy immediately after. As they come through the smoke, Globe does take him down, but everybody's on. It's absolute chaos. Globe and Brick find a couple. It's back to a 3v3. Door is closed, and KJ's here.
Oh, Globe? Hey, yo! What a shot right there. Schlim was not expecting that one at all, and it's going to be 2 just kind of posted up in tree. And this time, the glass is not broken. And maybe coordinated that to break the glass along with the shots on the door to try to get him off. But that paranoia is going to give away their position almost immediately. And King T is down. Let's see if he can get any value here. And no, it's going to be Globe with the 3K, possibly getting 4 here if Vig decides to tap this spike.
Finds one through the wall there, but it is going to be Mystic picking up the last one. 3 rounds already coming out for the attacking side, right? Lackawanna doing a pretty decent job thus far. They're still relatively flush, whereas Wallace is going to have to save. And this is going to be one of the better results we've actually been seeing so far. What is this? I haven't seen this before.
You haven't seen what before, sir? Oh,
Omen just jumping up here. Is there something better that allows you to do that you couldn't do from the ground?
I don't think so, unless it makes a one-way lineup easier. That's the only thing I can think of. I can tell you for a fact, my girlfriend mains Omen, and that is her favorite ultimate spot in the world, though, because you can see that A main, and it's just out of range of actually hearing anybody when they're kind of lurking that A main. So it's definitely nice to see. Of course, Chamber popping the tour de force. Pathodon sitting here with a Marshall just kind of pre-firing. That mid smoke by Globe has caused so much pressure because they think they're going mid every round. They don't really get any intel on it because we don't see anybody really peeking tree aggressively either. So they're not able to get a read off the start. And this hard default's kind of just sitting here and nobody's really moving. We're kind of just locked at a stalemate.
Yeah, you have to remember the one time they didn't smoke off mid was the round that Pathodon moved forward, got into the attacker's spawn, and really made life difficult for the other side. And so they haven't made the same mistake. Again, they've made sure every single round that mid-smoke is there. But Bozy is going to find something here. He did lose the op duel in the last round, and this time we see the catwalk once again. Multiple members walking on over towards the A side. This is a little bit closer to what you wanted, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I do like to see the tree pressure, of course, and you know they're on an eco. You have to take it to him this round, and oh my god, it's gonna be the shorty again, and it's not gonna find any value. Luckily enough, there's the pop, there's the jump. Monolith's gonna be able to find one. They delay the plant. Globe's gonna get taken down, or I'm sorry, Globe is gonna take down Schlim as well. He's gonna find himself a second frag. This site is being demolished right now. We're gonna see if they can get any more value out of this.
Yeah, the shorty, I mean, it does a lot of damage, but not quite enough. All of the defenders already taken off. Jet and KJ both moving their way over to heaven here, but they don't have the greatest guns in the world, right? We'll see if the Marshal can find a couple of heads, not finding Brick as they move back and forth, and just ends up getting popped themselves. Globe and Brick holding it steady, and 4-4 already as we move into round 9. I gotta say, for Lackawanna, this is looking pretty darn good. It feels as though, even though they've been a little bit slow in a couple of their rounds, the rounds where they are decisive has been total control, and Globe and Mystic have been doing so much work for them, finding all these entries.
Yeah, and I mean, Mystic is just going in with no fear, and I mean, that's really what you have to ask for your duelists, right? I mean, if you've ever gotten mad and ranked at a lurking Reyna, this is the reason why entering is so effective, because you're just formulatically creating space for your team. It doesn't matter if you die as long as they're there to trade you out and capitalize on that space. And like you said, when Lackawanna is decisive, they're looking extremely strong. It's these default rounds that they kind of stall out that they're getting caught out on. So I'd like to see a little bit more of that aggression. We're seeing another mid hit here as well. And I mean, if you're WSCC, you have to respond, right? And oh my, that is a knife moment. I have done that myself. Mystic gonna get dropped, but Brick is going to get the trade.
Yeah, Schlim finding, I believe, one of their first frags so far in this entire game, but moving over towards B for potentially the first time at Bozy. Does need to be careful as Fade moves out of the A site. But as they move forward, they got a lot of KJ toys to deal with. There is still KJ playing on the actual site itself. Bozy picks off the Lurker, and suddenly this makes it so much easier to take this site.
Yeah, Pathodon has found a ton of value, and the timing is impeccable. Pathodon finds two. King's gonna get the one on site, and bing, bang, boom, the hammer drops. WSCC just finds a way to get value out of the clutches of defeat. It's insane, Yoshi.
It is absolutely nuts, and right now Bozy needs to try and find something, but he doesn't know. Omen is sitting behind him. Finally, Big does find a spot, easy headshot. Bozy has no idea. That is another round for the defenders coming through, and Pathon again, the hero coming through here, Visionary, finding his 13th kill of the game, and it feels like this keeps on happening. Someone on the defenders finds this crazy timing. They're sitting off in his smoke. We saw it coming out from Monolith earlier. This time it's Pathon finding multiple people in the back with no expectations that it's coming.
I'm kind of losing it right now, just on the sheer fact that I don't understand how your timing is so great, right? Like, if you're LC right now, you're literally just sitting here going, we're just getting timing diffs. Like, we have a huge advantage and we just happen to throw it, and there is the entry onto site. This is going to be extremely dangerous. Mystic already behind one. That's definitely massive right there. As we continue to go through, it's going to be a quick plant, and this is where LC has thrived.
Spike planted.
It's going to be good, right? We've been seeing a lot of pressure coming out from Globe, especially in a lot of these post plants, and now incoming over still has access to lockdown. This site is kind of small, and so they're going to be throwing that down, trying to find their way back in. It is 4v3. The two players in heaven already tucking back into the bottom that they can find that small bit of respite that they have as people move off site. Oh, Mystic! It's taken down.
I mean, it was just a double catch right there, as one is actually detained. It's going to be Globe all the way at mid. They do not have the from the shadows as well, so it's going to be tough sledding ahead again. Bozy has to drop that operator. Just going to be another excellent retake by WSCC. Can they get the spray? They get the one off the spike. Is this going to be enough time? I know it's half. It's not. It's going to be a huge clutch by Globe, who is detained. They don't find him. He wraps around and gets the planter with enough time on the clock to buy his team the round. That is clutch as all get out.
Oh no, and you know that's not the defuser's fault there, right? You know that they have to do that. They have to stick it. There's not enough time for somebody else to get on top. And so 5 rounds coming out from Lackawanna yet again. We are tied up on the attacker side. You were talking so much about how this was a defender side map, and now with this eco coming through, they're trying to make sure they have guns for next round, but it looks like it's a fast B hit for the first time this game.
You still have Killjoy to deal with, though, and we haven't really seen them deal with this Killjoy well, especially with the Nano Swarm and the Alarm Bot playing close. They're throwing everything and the kitchen sink at it right now, as of course the main entry already going to get on door. There's the two Nano Swarms just being passed up because of the cage, or I'm sorry, the 0 point able to completely axe that out. Brick is going to find value early, and this is going to be a complete site control once again for LC, and Globe's going to find Pathodon on the flank. That's probably the person you were worried about the most.
Now we got to see if Globe could do anything, as Mystic does end up going down. They just have a couple of SMGs, and it is a 2v3 on the retake. They're trying to smoke off Globe, making sure that they don't have too many angles that they got to try and deal with, but he gives away his position there with the blind. Everybody else in boathouse, so they know there's one person over here, but that's just going to make it take so much more time to actually get to the bomb.
Yeah, it's just a perfect stalling tactic, and they're just kind of just going to let it go. And Globe, oh my, Globe's going to find two here, right? He has to peek this. Oh, they line up for him perfectly. He gets the collateral. I'm just waiting for Globe to peek at that point. I knew he had to. It's going to be 6-5, and it kind of comes back to what we were talking about earlier, right? With LC opting for the chamber, going with more firepower, potentially trying to get more rounds on offense. It seems like it's working out for them. Now, Bozy, only 7-7, but has done their job on the lurk to at least keep the map control and keep people anchored at sites. So it doesn't take that rotate. It takes just a little bit longer, and it's much more difficult to stop, especially when LC are decisive in their quick hitting sites.
I love the times when they actually go for this quick hit, right? The mid smoke is still there. Bozy finds the opening kill through the smoke onto Schlim. They're already starting to move over towards the B side again, this time coming in from mid, and the rotate a little bit slow, but the alarm bot instantly gets faded home to start rotating over.
Yeah, but you love to see the KO flash on the teammate there. That's another ranked moment 2.0, as we're going to see some more action going on right now. Of course, the Killjoy turret has to be dropped, and there's the Nano Swarms being popped. Mystic's actually going to close the door here, and they're just going to rush King on the back of sight. Finds one. Spike is dropped, but it's going to be quickly recovered by Brick, who is going to go for the plant on back of sight. It's going to be a 4v3 retake here for WSCC.
Bozy over in mid might get a wrap here onto Pathodon, and again, that's the player you got to be careful of. And Bozy finds it from a long range. Suddenly the two A defenders coming through. Monolith does find one, but this is still a 2v3, and you know somebody is offsite.
And there is your 3v1 getting dropped to his Monolith is just here. That's a great angle right there by Brick to get the wallbang headshot to finish this half out 7-5. And I mean, honestly, it's LC just really doing the right things on offense here. And the only times they really struggled is when we saw them kind of default and kind of play passive. They kind of got shredded through. They allowed too much map control to be taken by WSCC. Now we're going to see how they handle defense, and I'm definitely curious to see how they operate with having a chamber there instead of having that Killjoy kind of anchor a whole site.
And it's interesting to see the difference already, right? KJ was just playing over towards the B site every single time, but it doesn't look like Lackawanna wants to do the same kind of thing. They got nobody over towards B. They got a couple players in mid. They're confident in their ability to actually try and retake it. And so this stack in the mid, the stack over towards A, could really shut down anything that Wallace State wants to try and get done. Pathodon, the big player who's been playing so far, we'll see if he can find anything on the entry, but oh no, they've already let Bozy get over towards Wine.
This is going to be issues for sure, and they don't clear it with the Prowler as well. Oh, Bozy, you're going to get some money here. Gets one, able to get out. Are they going to be able to find another? No, it's going to be Pathodon with the jumping right click of Destiny, able to pull one out, and the Ghost going to be recovered by Pathodon as well. This is going to be a quick sight hit right here, and the crazy part is LC had this red.
Pathodon?
Oh my. What is this
They had
timing?
the read. They had the read, but Pathodon, Monolith have been doing so much work for their respective teams. Globe finds one more, and Joy Boy, ooh, not going to find his first frag so far in this game. It's a 1v1 for the last kill. Both Omens on it, and Vague is the one who picks up. They find the first round coming through, but the read, the crazy timing coming through from Bozy wasn't enough. If Pathodon finds two people upon heaven, he just waits for the smoke to fall. He gets the multiple headshots coming through, and we're seeing the Ghost really pay off.
I'm flabbergasted right now because Lackawanna, I don't know if this was a hard read and they just went through some VOD reviews or what happened, but they had nobody on B site expecting WSCC to come through and hit the A site, and they're still not able to capitalize on it. Like, that's the thing. You make an insane read to start off the round, and you're not able to capitalize, and it's just going to make it so much harder going in, as of course the pistol round going in favor of WSCC again, and Monolith already finding value with that Spectre. Again, it's just going to be really difficult. It's a quick A hit, and I mean, honestly, the difference so far in the game, Pathodon, you are a rat with that judge, and I love seeing it.
Yeah, just seeing the spray through the smoke is coming up really big right now as we're looking to see another attacker win on this side. Pathodon finds his way through the smoke again, sprays through it, but not going to find anybody just quite yet. And at this point, you know, if you're Lackawanna, you kind of just gotta send it. You gotta do something in order to get a little bit of pressure. Probably not going to find anybody. And as the smoke starts to come through, it is only Joyboy left alive, still trying to find their first frag on the map, and instead just going to be backing out. Maybe they can get a gun off.
And they're not able to. Monolith finds a fourth. Yeah, definitely not this time. You know, it's one of those things. Obviously, it's an anti-eco, but giving up the flawless and not being able to pick off one, that's obviously a little bit difficult, because at this point, Pathodon could be anywhere and everywhere with that judge, and you have to be terrified of where he's going to be lurking at. All I have to say, because his timings this map have just been absolutely asinine. It's been crazy to watch.
Yeah, and Pathodon has been so good so far, and now still got the judge, but this is the big question, right? If you win this bonus round coming out for a Wallace State, it can really change the tide of this map. We were expecting it to be really defender sided, but everybody just trying to find their way on in, and so we see people moving up towards A main. Mystic does need to be a little bit careful, does have the Vandal range advantage, but nobody. Do they start pushing through? They know they're there. Multiple people.
Couldn't spot the 0 point either, so that's going to get them alerted. They're going to burn some utility here as well with that KO molly coming out. Oh, and they read the lurk over towards the B site. It's definitely beautiful. Bosie's able to get out. God, it's so nice being able to be a chamber, be aggressive, and get out after a pick happens. It's just so easy sometimes to be able to let that happen.
They also have a trip set up in the mid as well, so it's very difficult for them to come in to actually make some damage happen in the mid part of the map. The Bulldogs are here, the Spectre is here, and they find anything, right? This is a bonus. They still have guns next round. Will they be able to find anybody this time around as Brick finds another one? It's a 3v5 as they run on Pathodon. You got to find it. Monolith finds one. They close off Market.
Going to be dangerous here. Pathodon just lurking here, got rid of the judge, picked up the Spectre. They're going to be able to find the utility. No, they are not. It's going to be that short range SMG, unfortunately not working out in the favor. Brick is dinked, however, so this might actually be dangerous. Going to pop out, and King finds one, not able to find much more. Mystic is going to pop through at the end there, get the final frag, and it is going to be LC taking down, of course, they're full by round. But a little bit of damage done. They lose 2 rifles, so it's going to be a little bit tough sledding ahead for Joyboy and Brick, as Brick has to go with light shields, and it looks like Joyboy's not going to be buying anything.
Yeah, I mean, Joyboy's having a little bit of a tough time in this map, and so we'll see if they can kind of bring it back a little bit more later on. But look at what we're seeing coming out right now from Wallace State, already moving over towards B, and another great read coming out from Lackawanna. They are completely giving up the A side. If they can find a couple of frags here, that would really make everything that they've done worth it. Mystic. Oh, I thought he went in. I thought he was on the other side of the screens.
Well, that's genius, though. This map control and the ability to flank off of this, potentially, but they have to be calling that this is a full B tilt right now. Bosie's going to find one. Vig's going to get the trade on that. Spam coming everywhere and everything right now. Vig's going to pick off another Globe's going to find one, but get traded out immediately by Monolith. I mean, this site's just a bloodbath right now. We're going to see how LC can come back from this, with one taking CT and the other, of course, going through Market.
What they could do, right? Everybody is playing on site this time. No lurkers that they have to deal with. That's still a lot of utility they have to be careful of, as we see swarm grenades go out, a little bit of smoke to make sure that people are moving all towards over the same spot. But now Monolith is lit. We'll see if we can actually find something. Mystic has been playing quite well, did do a lot of damage previously, but they know exactly where he is now, and as he swings around towards Boathouse, trying to get the spray down, he's going to get caught from the right side, and Vig and Monolith clean it up.
I mean, you can't set up a much better crossfire than that. I'm going to be honest, Joshi. You just can't. You have every single angle to the site covered, and you're just able to close out the round. And this has been back and forth. It has been a roller coaster of emotions in between LC and WSCC right now, because we're seeing great executes. We're seeing a couple throw rounds thrifty-wise. We've seen it all so far. The only thing that we really haven't seen is an ace yet, to be honest with you. I mean, and it wouldn't surprise me if Mystic or Pathodon were able to find one, because we've seen them both pop pretty hard, of course, as well as Monolith with that fade has been insane. So we're going to see what this save round brings once again. It's a bit of feels bad man with the jet knives, but Monolith able to clean it up afterwards.
Yeah, we've seen a couple 4Ks, and now as we start playing towards the mid, this might be kind of the first time, but again, a lot of pressure over towards the attacker spawn as we see Bozy creating a lot of map pressure as well. The B side is a little bit lightly defended, but this is a nightmare right now. If you're going to be on the attacker side, you're kind of bottled up. You don't know where is safe to actually go. You kind of just have to pick your direction and push. You gotta isolate some of these fights and take people down. And right now with KO, the only person playing on the B side, I would love to see them just full send it.
Oh, they do have the one in market, though, that might delay this push. And it's going to be up to Omen to get these smokes out in a timely fashion and allow them to be able to come through. That seize is going to be excellent, though. They're actually not going to find any value out of it. I don't know if that hit a wall or what happened with it, but it looked awfully close. And Brick's going to find one. Joyboy's going to find one on the flank. Here's Brick once again, getting double swung. Brick is going to find the pick. Hey, yo!
At least the bomb goes down. Schlim finds a little bit of something, a little bit of money, but the crazy defense coming out from Glow, Brick, and Joyboy all coming through with a couple of headshots with the pistols up against the full buy coming out from Wallace State. Great stuff from Lackawanna to bring us back to yet again another situation where the game is so even. You saw Pathon, maybe the first time that he needed to find a big kill and failed, ends up going down relatively early on, not getting a whole lot of value off of that ultimate, but it's not over. They still have a lot of guns coming through. Everybody should be ready to go. Everybody's got a rifle this time around. And interestingly enough, Visionary, we haven't really looked at this. Nobody on the side of Lackawanna has been opting defensively. We only saw Bozy doing it on offense.
Yeah, that kind of surprises me a bit. Like, are you waiting for the tour de force to be able to maybe establish economy before you go for that big investment with the operator? Of course, it does cost 4,700 credits.
Yeah.
And it is a big investment, and especially having Mystic down to 600, maybe you want to keep a buy from Mystic, who's been having a good half so far with an early aggressive peak here, trying to find anything on A main and not going to, but Vogue is just sitting back there. And he might get spotted by this. I don't really think it matters, though. This is going to be dangerous, and Mystic can't find the pick, and it's just vague, just literally sitting there, and he's just daring people to come at him while the spike is rushing through mid right now, and there's no chance of that lurk from Chamber coming out as he teleports back to the B site.
Yeah, Brick going to be finding the wrap a little bit. Might have a little bit of a timing here on Vague. Vague did a great job finding that first kill. But Brick, he's making sure that nobody else goes over towards the A side, at least not on his watch. And now everybody in mid, Wallace State pushing up. They shifted off of the mid to B. Instead, they're going mid to A, cat to tree. And Globe's the only one here who can stop them.
At least one is spotted, so they're at least going to get some information on that. As of course, the Prowler is going to spot out Globe. He's got to retreat all the way back to heaven. We're going to see what kind of quick rotates are going to be brought out. No, Globe's just going to wait for the team. Everybody's going to regroup. You're going to have a couple probably flanking through tree, potentially spawn. So that's going to be interesting to see this KO on KO matchup coming up here pretty soon. Globe's going to find one on Pathodon just to kind of open this up. And Globe, I mean, honestly, has really been just the difference in this map. The impact frags out of a controller are just beautiful to see.
Ooh, and Brick's lurk finally pays off. Finds Schlim and everybody coming through. They're just spraying down right over towards Jin. Every single angle taken down. And so far, it's 1v1 Omen on Omen, but Globe comes out again on top. Globe has been doing so much work in these post-plans, Visionary. The number of times he finds these angles, he just knows exactly where to stand. He knows where people are going to be moving, and he swings out, finds another 3K this time around, and holds another round win here for Lackawanna. It's been honestly kind of crazy how well he's been able to move around. He's currently the top frag in the entire game.
I can't be surprised by that. I was mentioning his impact frags, but it seems like every single one of his frags so far has been an impact frag because it typically comes later in the rounds.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw Vague get an early pick there. Of course, a first blood out of an Omen is kind of a rare occurrence occasionally because you need to have your smokes for most of the round, of course. So your controller player being alive is extremely vital. But Globe is just sitting here anchoring a site or rotating to a site and finding value every single time. And that's just something that's really hard to state. Like, we're going to have a quick push over towards the A site once again. We already have the dash up, one just sitting behind Jenny. Might be able to find some value here. And Globe is just going to shred along with Mystic finds two. Pathodon's going to be able to find one, but it doesn't really matter. It's a 1v4.
He's got so many angles he's got to be careful of, right? As the Prowler does find him, he's back behind Jen, not going to find any, and another 3K coming out for Globe. As you said, man, Globe, impact frags, impact player, every single time lining up. And you see, it's not just like he's getting all these frags by himself, right? Also got 10 assists on the board as well, one of the highest still in the game. And finally, we're seeing the defender side of this map really coming through, and so much of it has to do with the fact that they're not going for as the same kind of aggressive defense quite as much, right? The one time we saw Mystic Nyx push forward, he gets cut down over at attacker spawn, but right now, immediately, as soon as I say that, they're going really aggressive here over towards A mid.
Yeah, I mean, they're banking on the fact that it's an eco round, and that flash is going to hit everybody and their dog, and King's going to be the first one to come out of it. Rick's going to get a trade onto Schlim. Globe's already pushed all the way up. No, Globe used the old spot that I mentioned earlier. Let's go.
Let's go. Visionary's girlfriend showing up big in this one, and now Globe picking people off. Another 3K in back-to-back rounds. We'll see if he can find up Pathon as the last one. Pathon needs to isolate it, and it is a 4K. The ult spot, so good, so far back. And I gotta say, Visionary, despite what we've been seeing, the way that Globe was able to use that teleport, use that ult super aggressively right at the beginning of the round, finding them so much success. It feels as though the reads coming out from Lackawanna in a lot of these rounds has been paying off so much. They're playing the map, they're feeling themselves, and when you feel good, you play good. Globe is looking so strong right now as he sets up for another aggressive defense.
But all I have to say is that's a set play, right? Because they wouldn't show that A main aggression if they didn't know that he was going to TP into that exact spot. Because when you're sitting there, you have to realize that you have to make noise for your team because you don't want them to be concerned about an Omen TP. You just want them to be concerned about what's in front of them. And it worked to a T. And I definitely love seeing this. And map control just already being taken all over the place. As you can see, Bozy finding Pathodon. That's going to be the entry down for WSCC. This is going to be tough sledding ahead. Brick's going to trade. Monolith's going to find 2 with a Spectre. That's great value right there. They went shopping at Walmart.
Ooh, and Mystic Nick's finding 2. He was sitting around here for a long time, but defenders find the 13th round, and Globe and Mystic doing some huge work here on Ascent, but that's only a map 1, Visionary. We still got a lot more time left to go, and the next one might be a little bit of my favorite coming through. We're going to see Wallace State's pick Pearl coming up next, and we can see if they can turn around their fortunes a bit.
And I definitely think they can. We saw flashes of brilliance when they were decisive. Unfortunately, when they got to that offense side, you have a KJ, and if you're going to have that KJ, you have to have successful lurks. You have to be able to set up to be able to watch your team's flank and lurk effectively and be able to find your timings and get your kills. And we just didn't see that at all on the offensive side, unfortunately. And, you know, it is tough sledding. It is rough being a KJ on offense, like you mentioned. The post plant, much better than Chambers. The problem is you have to get the spike down first, and they really weren't able to do that. So we're going to be seeing more of this action. Of course, I think I need a little bit of a breather from all the hype action that we saw, of course, in that map number 1. So stick around. Wallace State versus Lackawanna is going to continue right after this break.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Collegiate Esport Commissioners Cup 2022. Once again, I'm still Septulence, but this time I am joined by the CEO of New Street, Eric, who's going to get to tell us about NFTs, which I'm really excited because I told you this before the interview. I know nothing. I'm like a newborn baby about this.
Yeah.
So I would love to hear kind of about what you do, and then we can talk a little bit more about the esports side of things.
Yeah, so absolutely. We'll get into the NFT side in a second. But just to quickly explain what I do,
Yeah, of course.
Eric Witchen, thank you for the intro, CEO of New Street. And New Street is a media and analytics platform for collectors. So you can think about it as like the world of collectibles has grown significantly over the last 5 to 10 years. And what's happened is we've had a lot of marketplaces evolve. So places that are going to sell you things. Like if I want to buy a pair of sneakers, I have to go to no less than 10 to 12 websites in order to figure out the best price. So, you know, the value proposition for us starts with, you know, as a collector, where can I buy these things on the internet and where can I get the best deal possible? And then furthermore, we add media and insights, you know, sort of like a financial technology company would do, but around things that I personally care about a lot more than stocks.
Right.
So that's us.
Absolutely. So looking at it, you know, NFTs being one thing, esports being the other.
Yeah.
Where's the link?
Yeah.
Where's the connection there?
So first off, let's demystify NFTs a little bit.
Oh yes, please.
So first of all, an NFT is the first time in human history that we've been able to prove that something digital is scarce.
Yeah.
You need to take that in for a second. So basically, you know, we've been creating things on the internet and with digital art and otherwise for many, many years. We're buying in-game items, we're doing a bunch of things, and we've been taught that because you can copy and paste those things, they have no value, right? Enter the blockchain, and the blockchain allows us to be able to prove that something digital is truly owned by one particular person.
Sure.
So you can copy and paste that thing as many times as you want,
Is it
but
like
you
a
don't own it.
certificate then?
It's absolutely like a certificate of authenticity, certificate of ownership that could represent a digital asset or a physical asset just as equally.
Right.
There are people playing with this in real estate markets. I mean, so, you know, collectibles, you know, is just one of the areas that this thing is interesting in. But in terms of esports, I think it connects very much to, you know, when you think about all the work that you do as a gamer in these ecosystems, what happens if one day this ecosystem, this company that controls this ecosystem no longer exists? All your in-game assets and all the things that you've worked so hard no longer exist too. And so, of course, you know, the primary use case of these assets in ecosystem are going to be within the ecosystem, maybe forever. But it'd be really nice to be able to pull them out of the ecosystem, own them separately, and so if those companies are foregone, you know, go by the wayside someday, you still have these things to say, hey, I used to play this game, it was a lot of fun, and so that's really where I think the value comes in.
Okay, so that's
preservation of value, so to speak.
Yeah, so that's a great kind of segue into the other part. You've got all these positives, so people that are looking at it, they're kind of shaking their head a little bit. They're like, oh, this is going to be damaging, this can be harmful.
Of course.
What is kind of the counterpoint to that, I guess?
Of course. The counterpoint is that I think the misperception is these NFT games are coming to take gaming away from gamers, or the fun out of games. And the fact of the matter is that's like a lot of the current NFT gaming is more of a replacement for casino gambling than it is for anything else.
Sure.
I mean, these are not meant to be competitive with the games that you guys are playing here, and shouldn't be seen as such. So it's almost like two completely different industries.
Okay.
You know, the graphic engines and all the things that are behind the scenes on these things, they're just not there yet. I mean, if you look at you know, it looks like some of these look like Minecraft 10 years ago.
Right.
But that being said, really, it's the connectivity to economics, to the rest of the web and whatnot that makes a lot of these things really more interesting.
Sure.
And those things haven't even happened yet.
Sure, yeah, absolutely. So it's to kind of pull us away from the e-sport back to the NFT kind of topic. And you and I did discuss this a little bit before the interview, is people are often talking about how NFTs can be damaging or harmful to kind of the real world, literal environment, the environment
definitely,
itself. So
definitely.
what is kind of, for somebody, you know, compared to me who knows nothing, someone who actually knows what's up with NFT?
Hello, and once again, welcome back to Esports U. We are bringing you the NJCAAE. It is a mouthful and a half of an acronym, but of course, the National Junior College Athletic Association of Esports bringing you Wallace State versus Lackawanna. We just saw map 1 happen. Lackawanna making a desirable comeback, gets 7 rounds in the first, shut it down 12-8 is the final score on Ascent. But the most exciting thing about all of this, Joshi, of course, is the fact that we get to see Pearl, my man.
Pearl, my favorite map, right? Especially with the new character coming out in Harbor, we get to see all kinds of crazy things. I wonder if there's actually going to be some play there, but the player that I'm really excited to see this time around is mostly actually going to be Monolith, who is doing a lot of the lurking coming out for the side of Wallace State in this last one. And we'll see what they can actually do this time, because they got a little bit to do. While they still had a great number of frags in that game, they still have to catch up to Globe, and this is their map pick. This is a map that you do not see very often, Visionary, and so I'm expecting to see at least a couple of different strategies coming out from Wallace State that we won't be used to seeing, especially at the highest level.
And it really comes down to one of those things, like bringing up the Sage, right? It makes sense. You can wall off Art, you can wall off B main and get yourself an easy plant. It's just kind of one of those things. I typically prefer to see double controller on Pearl, just because Viper plus another one just gives you so many options on offense and defense as well to kind of just shut things down. It's something that I personally like running. It's just a lot of fun to be able to do that and to be able to cut off B site almost entirely with just one smoke from Omen and a Viper, or an Astra and a Viper as well. But we're looking like we're going to see one controller right now, Astra on one side, Viper on the other. Viper makes a lot of sense to me just because the B site is so large. It's almost like a permanent fixture on defense. You're going to see a lot of Viper on B, or they can also cut off all of A side all the way through doors and mid to B link. So you have options there as well. I typically like seeing it on B site just because you get to cut off that long sight line. The interesting thing to me, again, we're seeing Wallace State, no chamber, the most dominant player in the meta right now, not being run from Wallace State.
Uzi not switching that one up this time, right? He's going to be going right on back to Chamber. Now, Chamber is a little bit interesting because a lot of the angles on this map aren't quite as long, right? The tour de force not necessarily getting the same kind of value as we often see on a lot of other maps, except right here on this B site, right? Where you have that long angle that you can just shoot down. It's incredibly strong to have a Chamber on your team on defense on this side. But as they start moving over towards the middle, right, not necessarily the same number of smokes, Viper can't really control all the different ways to go in through mid on this map in the same way as someone like a Brimstone or an Omen would. And so that can be one of the big ways for Wallace State to try and play with, see if they can cut off a couple different angles and take Lackawanna by surprise.
I mean, honestly, like with that Viper solo composition, you think that their attack would be B site heavy because you can cut off the entire entrance, of course, of B, and then you can just use the poison cloud, of course, on that long cubby, just that little cubby that sits on long where chambers like to hang out because, you know, it's an easy pickings, right? So that's the easiest way to control it. It just really comes down to, are you able to get that value out of it? We're actually going to see Viper, I believe, looks like they put their wall on B already and are probably going to place the poison orb on A. So that actually makes a lot of sense for me. Gives you a little control over both sites without having to be on them. I definitely like the idea.
Yeah, as we see a couple of smokes already coming out immediately. The wall here on the double doors is going to make it a little bit more difficult. A lot of noise being made, and so they have a good idea that there's a ton of people in mid. Mystic goes in, is good for one immediately. Doesn't even take a whole lot of damage. They find another one. Bozy still in mid. There's nowhere for Schlim to go. He should be going down. His break is the one that picks him up, and now Steeler's choice. What side do you want to go to?
Looks like A is the choice right now. Vague's going to find one, get traded out by Mystic, and Brick is just like, I thought that was my headshot, bro. As you see him pause for a minute. Pathodon is just going to get hit by the lurk from Bozy once again, going down into water there. And that is a quick hit from Lackawanna. And you got to remember, this was Wallace State's map pick. So looking at it, losing the pistol that decisively, this might be tough roads ahead.
I love how decisive Lackawanna were in pushing through, right? They see the Sage Bell's like, yeah, you think that's going to stop us? I can't read the sign. We're going to keep on going forward anyway. And now Pathodon going to be the only player playing towards B long. So many people moving over towards A. And this could be another very fast hit. It's going to be very difficult for Pathodon to actually stay alive in this. We'll see how many people he's actually able to get, or if he just goes down immediately as he goes for the spray. Not getting much damage at all. And already we see Lackawanna charging onto the site.
Trying to get on the site, actually already on the site. That's a great dink though coming out from Pathodon, who's literally just sitting here solo right now. He is a man on a mission trying to get more than one, and the running gun from Mystic is going to shut that down almost instantly. Those Astra smokes going to take care of both Heaven and B Link, and so this is going to be a very difficult retake unless we see that flank coming out, which we are right now. I think Viper actually smoked off the chamber trap, so this might be an opportunity here to catch one by surprise, but it's going to be Globe cleaning that one out, and a 5v1 for King T. You got to get some value here. Fortunately, not able to.
That's 2 flawless rounds in a row coming through already for Lackawanna. That's crazy. The amount of money you're still going to be sitting on after this is kind of ridiculous, right? They're going to have to bonus now, but Wallace State, they need to find a round. They aren't able to find anything just quite yet. The defense, it's a little bit harder to come up with strats on defense a lot of the time because, you know, just like when you're playing in chess, white gets to make the first move, and sometimes your opponents, you go for a strat, and they're just not there. And so, Wallace State, they're shifting a little bit over towards mid a little bit more heavily, and instead of trying to push down Pathon, instead they're like, you know, we could probably pick up Schlim. He had a little bit of a rough game 1. Maybe if we just charge on in, we'll get something, but they don't realize they're running into 3 players.
Yeah, but they're not being quiet about it either, so this should be a fairly quick rotation. It's going to be a great haunt up into Art, and Monolith actually going to find Mystic with a double. Oh, Monolith, you are doing work. You have 3. Vague's going to get 1 as well. Globe gets the trade off. We're going to see Bozzy just kind of sitting here, last man alive, not really much to do, and everybody and their dog is peeking this angle.
Yeah, Vague, is picked off right there by Bozy. Is finding something, but he's on literally 1 HP this time around. If you sneeze on him, he'll go down. We'll see if he can find another pick, but not going to do it. Schlim does pick it off, but Monolith, again, Visionary, coming up big in this round, finding 3 kills on the defense. And so far, the Viper, when you actually have to face check it, it's going to be very difficult for them to find anything. But as Mystic jumps in, just seeing how much work Monolith was able to do, gets the 1, instantly swings, picks up 2 more. And if he still had more bullets, he could have even potentially picked up Globe.
Yeah, and not only that, but Vague actually dropped a molly in his smoke as well. So when they went with that aggressive push, everybody was vulnerable. So it's just slim and easy pickings from there. It's not really difficult by any means to get those frags, especially with the rifles that they had. So we're looking at, once again, WSCC able to win the 4th round, and we got King T putting up that wall again in mid, and this time it's not going to be pressed on. I believe we have an operator on the side of LC right now with that chamber. No, we don't. I'm sorry. I am apparently seeing things, which is always beautiful. Brick with the flash. Oh my! How does he find that? That Brick should be dead, and he gets rewarded for a little bit of a wide swing there. You love to see it if you're a fan of LC.
Yeah, that's wild. I mean, he brings it out. It looks like all the bullets ends up hitting onto the Rays instead, but King is spotted out here in the mid, retreats back to B. That means they got to take the long path, and it's Pathon now who's trying to find the counter look. As everybody coming on his side, Brick shoots that down, but Monolith again, good for 2, leaving only Brick alive as he goes back into the middle.
I mean, I'm just hoping the Anchorman prediction comes to life here, and I saw that Brick killed a guy. He was riding on a horse and there were men on fire, and he killed a man with a trident, because that's what we need to see from him right now. Literally in a 1v3 situation. The good news is, however, that he does have a free lurk over to B, but he's going to have to be cautious, check all his angles, and here pretty soon he's going to have to check all of his angles. He decides to try to wrap back towards A, and what a read. What a read by WSCC right now. Nobody has moved. He would have had a free plant to B site. He's walking right back into the grasp of WSCC right now.
Yeah, and he has no time left. He's just kind of got to get on. He recognizes immediately people are still there, and Pathon not finding the initial kill, but just creating enough time. There's no way for a plant to go down. They get the kill, they knock him down, they tie it up 2-2. And again, Visionary, last time was all about Globe, last time was all about Pathon, but so far it's Monolith who's been finding all these frags.
I mean, we commended him on his lurking. This time it's just his anchoring, to be honest with you. It is really just come down to, he is good for 2 anytime that he is there and you're pushing site. That's what it feels like. He's got 5 kills, of course, in 4 rounds, but the last 2 rounds he's had 2 2Ks. So the rounds that they've won have been in direct reference to Monolith's ability to catch frags on site. And right now you're going to see a huge stack towards A, and the only one available on B right now is going to be Jet. This is an interesting proposition, and we see the combo utility trying to break that wall, plus the Astrosuck, plus the fade, a KO. They are just bullying King T right now, but Pathon finds 2 coming to help out, gets the collateral. That is massive.
Huge stuff coming through, right? We see the Sage Wall instantly shot down yet again, and they just put through, but now it's a little bit of a split defense coming through, right? You already see Monolith is here. He's been good for 2 every single time, but doesn't get Globe instantly on the swing, and now the A side's a little bit harder to take.
I mean, it might be, but you still have that Fade utility on Monolith. Still has the C, still has the Nightfall as well. He might commit it here to spot out 2 players. It's going to go down. They're going to find all 3 with that one, actually. That's great value out of the Nightfall. They know exactly where each player is. They know they're lurking mid. They know they're in Art. And Bozzy's actually going to find one lurking up towards B. This is going to put Monolith in a very awkward situation as they decide to haul over to the B site knowing that it's free.
Oh, here's them running through. Might be able to catch Globe as the last player, but he gets one. He gets the bomb down, but Globe not going to let him get through with that one. Bozy gotten a couple on the lurk so far. Vay going to try and pick him off, but I love this hold. Oh!
But not able to find the frag. The plant's going down 23 seconds. There is time left. This is going to be dangerous right here. The peak has to be perfect. There's the Astro. Globe! The thrifty clutch coming out from LC. That is a beautiful shot onto Vague, and it's going to shut it down. The economy is going to be flipped on its head, and right now LC is in a position to take a couple more rounds with the forces coming out right now from WSCC.
Yeah, Pathon investing in the AMP, gets 2 with it, but suddenly, I mean, that's not going to be enough for the amount of money they're actually spending there, and still going to be 1 away from the ult there for Pathon. Looks like he might be trying to push up B in order to contest Bozy for it, get a little bit more control, but Bozy, he's got the tour de force, he's ready to set up, and we'll see if Pathon can get the job done with just a Spectre.
I mean, you might be saving a little bit, but the ult economy definitely favors LC right now as they're sitting on 4 ults with one of them already be committed with that tour de force, and of course, the Jet going to have to be carefully on B long because they do not want to run into that tour de force. It's the most strong angle that that gun could be on this map currently, unless you're on defense. That's a great showstopper to come in, at least get Veg off site. Veg has been a pain, and they're also going to find Shim here. This might be an open A site.
Monolith. Oh, gets one, gets picked off, though. It is a trade 3v2 on the offense, but Pathon instantly evens the odds. But here we go. This is where Bozy comes back from the other side as Joy Boy falls down. Tour de Force finds one. He's still got the AMP, and we'll see what Pathon can actually do. He's got long angles to play, but the bomb is down. Bozy needs to get that if he wants to get anything done.
And he's just going to sit here. He's going to try to play the angles properly. Bozy finds the pick and the clutch. That is massive right there from Bozy. You love to see it. He's basically just playing goalkeeper. He just has to guess the side that Pathodon is going to peek out on. He guesses properly and gets the frag.
Right stuff. Bozy instantly coming back as a bit of a hero, right? It was all about Mystic and Globe in map 1, but now Bozy really coming alive, has the Phantom, and again, we see this strategy coming out from King T quite a bit, right? Going towards the mid, throwing down the wall instantly, but I mean, that's expensive. You gotta spend a lot of money. It's 400 credits every single round in order to get that done, and they're not even going to be going anywhere near B. Near mid, anyway.
Pathodon decides to try to go for that early aggression and not going to find it, and that's a great shout about the economy though, and how much it costs to literally commit a Sage Wall every single round. This is actually a great spot. Pathodon, really? Okay, man, I see you using that Astral Wall to his advantage. You said it was a great wall. They probably didn't mean to use that little sliver open, which allowed the pick onto the spike carrier. It's going to be a 5v4, and Pathodon with knives has been dangerous.
Yeah, that's absolutely great. A little bit of a oversight, but now Bozy is super, super low, and Pathon just needs one knife in order to find anything. The Bladestorm has been doing quite a bit of work, but everybody rotating back on over. We have a 4-on-4 ready to set up for the B side. Globe finds the first one. Bozy is able to swing by, but doesn't get the plant off as Monolith picks him up. And now with no more knives, it's 2v3, but that's just a lot of time burned.
It's a lot of time burned, but they're also only going against 2 classics, so it's going to be hard to find that against, of course, the guns that are available. And you see, I mean, Mystic actually going to drop, and the gun going to be found. This is
30 seconds left.
This might be a timing. This might be beautiful. You just have to make sure that you can get one here. Gonna fake that, dash out, play their life, delay the plant just that much longer. And Astra is basically on 1 HP. As long as they find this pick, they're gonna have a chance. It's gonna be low HP versus low HP. Right click comes in clutch. Pathodon pulls out the 4K. Are you kidding me? These rounds are insane, Josie.
I freaking love watching this so much. The way that Pathon was able to play that, the way that he got through, finds the sliver down there in the Astral Wall, uses the smokes, and then here at the very end, 1 bullet in the Vandal, 3 bullets in the Classic, but it doesn't matter. You only need 1 shot in order to take down Globe. The way that Pathon was able to play that, picking up 4 separate members, brings this game back to a bit of an even spot. The defense has been okay coming up from Wallace State, but if this is the way that Pathon's going to be playing, I'm looking forward so much to their offense.
It's been beautiful to watch, and that wall actually wasn't thrown properly. They almost catch him with, of course, the gravity well. Mystic, oh my, that is a little aggressive there. King's gonna find 2. Brick's gonna find 2 more with the Spectre. They're gonna be able to retrieve 2 rifles. It's 3-4. They're looking towards the A site.
So far, with Monolith already down, he's been the big anchor over here. Schlim needs to be a little bit careful as he holds out an Art. Mows him down even through the Prowler, and Brick, you know, he got 2 before, but he goes down, and now with a couple of flashes still available, he knows a couple people are still around in Art. He's the only person still on the A side, because you're already seeing Pathon move out from B.
Oh yeah, but Pathodon has this flank potentially, and this has huge potential if they're able to pull through it. We're gonna see, of course, they're starting to push up, and they're gonna find, of course, off the C's. It's beautiful right there. Globe probably gonna go for a plant right here. They're gonna plant, and you're gonna see the nice coverage on the backside, making sure that Vague can't find anything here. That Molly not gonna be effective, unfortunately. Globe, oh my! They don't know what's on the flank though. It's gonna be Pathodon in another clutch situation.
Just Joyboy over here in the corner. Pathon versus Joyboy, who's got it. The first dash keeps him out, but a little bit of damage already coming through, and Pathon not going to be good for, as we see Joyboy spray him down. Another round going right on over towards the attacking side, and this has been wild back and forth. We're seeing, it feels as though Lackawanna is more prepared here on Pearl than I think that their opponents were expecting them to. Wallace State, you pick Pearl a lot of the times to throw your opponents off, get them a little bit out of prep, make sure they aren't quite ready, but Lackawanna, they got strats. They've been pushing up. They instantly send it up through mid multiple times. They don't care about the Sage Wall, and even when they do see it come through, they just charge through, they charge around, they go somewhere else. The way that Lackawanna has been playing this is giving them a big advantage.
I think it really comes down to, and obviously we haven't seen Pearl a lot at a high level, so I can't give you a full comment on this, but I really feel like Pearl is a pretty offensive-sided map, and it becomes one of those things and one of those situations where maybe you just want to get defense out of the way and be able to find some frags. And this one, this eco is getting demolished currently, as the A site's just completely overrun, and everybody's going to be taking from Secret right now, and of course Flower. It's going to be difficult that one comes out and just rushes it. Is Mosey going to get caught? No, Mosey's going to find the frag, and that is quick workings. A flawless round coming out from LC, and 3-6 on WSCC's map pick. That is tough to swallow sometimes.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, it is true, right? The Pearl does tend to be a little bit attacker sided, especially if you go fast, because it takes so long to rotate between the two sides. If you got people on B, it takes them easy 15 seconds to get them over towards A, and that's already half of the bomb timer gone once the plant has gone down. And so far, Lackawanna has been doing a fantastic job setting up, and we see a bunch of rifles coming out right now for Wallace State, but notice that Vague is still only on half armor, as we see potential fast hit coming out towards the A site, but it does get spotted out. Multiple Phantoms do shoot out the haunt, and now you know at least 3 people are here, and Vague, even with only half armor, I mean, throwing down the Viper's Nest does mean that it's so much more difficult to push this, because your armor does nothing for you.
Yeah, I mean, it drains. Honestly, it's just gone. So it doesn't seem to matter. They're going to be looking to re-aggress towards mid here. And Pathodon, again, I've commended him so much for his map control. We're going to see him pushing all the way down B, kind of sitting in that cubby out of B spawn. This is going to be so dangerous that they decide to try to push this. I don't think Brick's going to try to spot it out. And Monolith has to be good for one behind this box.
Mystic. Ooh, a bit of a spray. This Prowler is sent out. You get a little bit, but Mystic is going to be able to pick it up, and Pathon picked off as well as he moves too far forward. Suddenly, it is great round for Wallace State is turned instantly by Lackawanna, and the Viper's Nest. Oh, look at that. Bosey's still pushing through it as well. Doesn't even realize that the other Viper is already gone.
And King T, unfortunately, just kind of stuck back here. He's going to get spotted by the Haunt. This is going to... He's just getting bullied by Util at this point. It's going to be Joyboy over there. The heal comes out, and Bosey going to find one on Vague with a wall bang as well, somewhere off of sight and off of screen. 7-3 right now, and I mean... This is Wallace State's map pick, like we were mentioning, and being down this far, I don't think is something they expected, like you said. Now they're going to be forced to save here. Monolith with a hero rifle looking like they're going to buy, and Pathodon does have those that Bladestorm, of course, the jet knives available to them, but they're still just sticking so many people towards A and leaving Pathodon alone on B site. It's kind of an interesting split the way they're doing this.
I mean, in general, this is how I like to see this map play, but it's not working out for them just quite yet. As Pathdon does commit the ultimate, the Blade Storm right over towards B-Long, but Vague, is going to get sprayed down in his own smoke, and suddenly that opens the doors towards the A site. Another Astral Wall is used so that they only have to worry about R, but that's smoked off immediately as well. It's so difficult for Wallace State to get right back onto this map, and so we'll see. Do they actually throw the plant down? The bomb is going through, it's ticking down, and you see as they just pick off member after member, they are just more ready to deal with all of the crazy lurks that Wallace State are supposed to be trying to go for.
Yeah, and I mean, those lurks are nice to hold map control, but you have to realize whenever that's called in, you can't take the same flank path every single time, and I don't know if they're expecting a second one from behind. There might be some value to be found here by Schlim with that Spectre. We're going to see if he can find it. No, it's going to be spotted out.
Oh, but he gets
it's
it.
Gonna be Schlim, gets Globe, gets
It's
another
two.
one. Okay, there's some value coming out, but Bozy going to be able to pick off Monolith on site. And Joy Boy going to use that Prowler to secure the round. It's going to be 8-3. And I mean, the only way WSCC is going to be looking strong for the next round, it's going to be that 9-3 curse.
Yeah, I will see what they can do, right? Maybe you just give this one up for free, but there's still 3 ults available. You still got the Resurrection. You still have the ultimate coming out from KO. And so this can be used to try and slow down some of these plays. But I love the fact that Lackawanna is playing so quickly in these fights, right? They just see the opportunity, they go for it, they don't allow the defenders to rotate at all. But look at this, you have 2 members, both Bozy and Globe, trying to pick off Pathdon as he moves forward.
And a couple of people are going to be spotted off of that haunt to start off the round, and they're actually going to just quick rotate over to B. I love the kind of fake action, especially sending the ultimate, but Pathdon going to be able to find one. Mystics and Vague going to get traded out over on the A side. Bozy not able to find the pick on Pathdon. This is going to be tough sledding right here. The Tour de Force is going to find the value, so they're going to push onto this B side. The Viper Wall still hasn't been committed, so they can do a good job of cutting off the site, and nobody's there currently. This is going to be a hard retake coming out, and Bozy might just be smart to play a long angle and try to let his trip do work.
As long as that trip's up, he knows that he's going to be relatively safe behind him. And so as everybody starts coming back from the defender's spawn, so much utility is already thrown out. You see the KO ultimate is reducing the amount of utility that's available. And Joy Boy picked off by Vague. This looks to be a 4th round coming through for Wallace State, but Bozy still got a Vandal, not going to be good for it at all. Brick goes down as well. And so 9-3 curse isn't there this time, Visionary, but you can't say no to an extra round.
No, you never can, right? I mean, like, we meme about the 9-3 curse being, you know, the one that everyone seems to throw, but 8-4 is a lot more reasonable. So the next focus right here for WSCC is a coordinated attack that grants you the pistol round. That's going to be the most ideal scenario that they could possibly have. You have to have this pistol if you want to start that comeback. You get that momentum, you get that force round, you theoretically get 2, right? So you're going to be sitting at technically a 6-9 score line, no memes intended, and we see where we go from there, but it's a lot closer. But the idea here, win the pistol, be aggressive, be decisive. That's how you look good on Ascent. It's probably how you're going to be good on Pearl as well.
They're already moving forward, right? But they're walking directly into Bozy. He's got the Q, he's got the upgraded pistol, he's got the Super Sheriff ready to go. We'll see how many heads you can actually click here. This is one of the great things about the chamber, right? He moves forward, he can try and take these aggressive angles and then immediately leave, but he's the only person here on the B side. And Wallace State has already got 5 ready to go.
Oh, and they're going to have to swing a few more, and Pathdon actually going to get the Sheriff to get the kill over the Ghost. So we've seen a lot more Ghost play by Chambers ever since the bullets went up in cost. You know, you can only get 4 on the pistol round now if you still want to buy your trip. This is going to be a quick flight coming out from Mystic. King going to throw down the slow. It's not going to matter, though. And there's your flank watch. It's terminated, and they don't know the 2 are coming from that side.
Only saw the 1, and so as everybody starts to come back in, the Astra smoke is going to go down, and Mystic's going to instantly pop one through it. Grenade will create a little bit of space, but not going to be enough. Pathdon finds a 3rd one before we're getting picked off by Globe, and now it's just Vague left to go in a 1v2, trying to take down Joy Boy. Instantly gets popped there as well as the lights light up right now. Looks like Lackawanna is going to take down Wallace State's map pick. They get the pistol. They're already up to 9 rounds, and they're going to be able to bonus their way to 10.
They should be able to, is what we should say.
Should be.
Nothing is guaranteed in Valorant.
Yeah, I mean, we remember the Viper pit in the first one, right, being overused by the A site by Vague. They instantly just ignored it. They find 3 picks on the rest of the map, and suddenly they find themselves in a 5v2. But This is a spot where you got to play fast. Again, you got to look for these fast entrances to make sure you can catch people in rotation immediately afterwards. But a little bit of a different setup already coming out from Lackawanna, right? We saw a 3-1-1 kind of split coming out for Wallace State. This time it's a 2-1-2, which is a little bit more standard.
Yeah, and the 2-1-2 is just safer, right? You know you have the gun advantage, so there's no reason to over-aggress. You're just going to play your long angles and see what you can find. And I mean, I think it's the smart play to make for sure, as we see Chamber over here just sitting there with the headhunter doing exactly that. Fortunately for, of course, WSCC, nobody's actually going to peek that out, so they're actually going to rotate back over towards mid, where, I mean, we have some nice established position, of course, from Vague here, just kind of making sure nobody pushes up too far. Some even better position, of course, from the Rays on the side of LC, going to be sitting there behind that box, just kind of lurking, waiting to hear noise. But so far, it's just been quiet all the way through.
They should be able to hear the trip right on the other side of this, and it looks like that's going to be given passed on. The idea is like, maybe we should try Art instead, but Mystic Nyx is there. It does still have the Spectre as they stand behind the box. The first shot misses, second goes wide, but Vague is good for it, and now you can suddenly find your way onto the A side, but got to be careful over in Link, over in Connector, because we already have Astra coming to make sure that they can try and get at least one as they swing, but not going to do it. Going to go for a late wrap. They have no idea he's here. Can they find anything?
I mean, they're going to use the utility to try to bring it out. There is the gravity well coming out. We're going to see what they can find. Joyboy going to be able to find one. Going to meet two players back in secret, trying to get some value out of that. And here's one. Globe going to find Monolith, who was technically vulnerable from that. The right click plus Pathodon going to do some work here as well. Pathodon's going to get a trade. It's a 1v2. Somebody's already defusing, and it's not planted for them. This is going to be extremely hard to be able to get to. They're not going to have time. It's going to be the round over in favor of LC again. They do lose 3 Spectres, but they do get the round, and I think that's all that matters at this point at 10-4.
The biggest thing right now is you can't afford to lose too many rounds, but here we get the guns, we get all the rifles coming out from the side of Wallace State, and this needs to be where they show us why they picked this map in the first place, right? This is the kind of thing where you oftentimes have somebody who's a really strong lurker playing through, but we haven't necessarily seen that at all. Monolith, who did such a big job in the first half of this map, has kind of fallen off, hasn't necessarily been finding the same kind of frags, and Pathon, while still positive, is still falling behind players like Bozy, like Globe, and you gotta try and do something, and it's so hard. We said Chamber at the very beginning of the game was so good on this long angle, not able to find a kill right there, but you still get the information anyway.
And that information that, you know, it's right now, it's just Pathodon that's started, but you have 4 more people coming down that site, and it definitely has to be heard by Brick, who's going to instantly throw out that molly. Going to just try to delay this push a slight bit, as Mystic Nyx just kind of lurking mid. Shillum is going to actually find Bozzy right here. So the chamber is down. The Viper Wall is committed as well. That should block off enough of the site to get them a free site, and it does. They have to be careful from this one lurk. That's going to be the big key right here if that ghost can find value on the backside.
Right, Mystic spots out Monolith briefly, knows he's looking the other direction, and nobody's watching the flank, and it's going to be an easy double headshot coming out from Mystic. He's going to start throwing out a little bit of utility, and suddenly the attention is split coming out from Lackawanna, but it doesn't matter as they start finding a couple of kills. There's only one person left. Schlim goes down in the smoke, and that's going to be an 11th round coming out from Lackawanna. Wallace State, even with the big flank, not going to be good for it.
I mean, you're on an eco though. You get two guns out of the hands, but it doesn't matter because they won their bonus. So they're going to be buying up all the way. You lose your gun round, and now you're on a save on a 4-11. This is just, it's rough. I'm not going to put it any other way.
Yeah.
It's rough. It's tough sledding ahead. It's name any kind of cliche phrase from the 90s at this point. It's just going to be difficult to kind of come back. We have seen Thrifties coming out on both sides, of course, in the past on that first map of Ascent. I think it's going to be a little bit more difficult on Pearl to be able to pull out those Thrifties just because you have to deal with so many angles. It makes it just a little bit harder as Pathodon's going to get some chip damage off that grenade early, and Ballsy is just spraying down, but Shillum going to have a great swing down to 5 HP, but I don't think they care. They're going to have a rifle down at least to stay on.
Yeah, Pathon picks up Globe as well in the mid. Suddenly that creates a little bit more space. They find another rifle. So this is potentially a big opportunity to start chaining together a couple of rounds, and now what do we got here? Throwing out the Prowler. Joey Boy does dissuade Pathon for a moment, but he's still got to come onto the side. They still just looking to get the rounds. They have the money to buy again, even if this one doesn't go well.
I mean, buying again, it's going to be nice. And you have that lurk coming out late, and it's actually going to be watched this time. They're able to shut that one down as Joy Boy has to deal, of course, with Jet. They're going to be able to mark one down on low HP, just trying to spam that classic. Joy Boy is going to find one, going to find two, and now this round might be flipped on its head. Joy Boy has an opportunity here. The Monolith going to lurk from below back into the spawn and be able to find the frag. That's definitely gorgeous. WSCC pulls this to 5-11 and keeps themselves off match point.
Yeah, and they keep themselves in a spot where they can continue to buy all these rifles, right? Keeping enough members alive and grabbing a couple rifles off the ground as well. This gives them a little bit of an opportunity, and they're already setting up towards B. Is Boise going to come back? He's a little bit late. This looks like a full ace stack coming out from the side of Lackawanna, and Boise just want to get rushed down because he's rocking the op.
Yeah, kind of a hero buy here. I'm kind of confused by it, honestly. You're 2 away from the Tour de Force. I'd rather just kind of prioritize, if you're going to stack that heavy towards A, maybe try to prioritize the orb and see what you can get that way. If you get an extra, a headhunter frag, potentially you have, your Tour de Force this round. But you know what? They invested it. That's their cause. That's their decision. We're going to see how it pays out for them.
The fast rotate also coming off the A site, right? They know that they're eco. They know that if they want to get anything, they got to be fast about getting people on over here. And so we'll see what kind of damage the op can actually do, what Bozy can find in these longer angles on this B side. But already Brick finds one before he dies.
Yeah, and we're just seeing trades all over the place right now. It's going to be 3v1. Wait, what happened to the entirety of the rushdown on site? This op buy is looking genius now, as Vague sitting here with a Vandal versus an op and 2 guns that, his teammates dropped trying to aggress towards site. It just comes down to one of those things where Bozy is just going to have this angle, and Vague has to hit the shot of their lives to be able to get this one away. Bozy's not able to find the first one, not able to find the second one, but the counter strafe is effective. Bozy's going to be picked down. That's going to be the operator down as well. Here's the Astra smoke coming out. He's going to have to play around this, and they have to know that he is. 2 people should be watching this angle, looking to find one. There's the Astra. The double swing is going to be successful, and LC is on match point.
Nice attempt coming through from Vague, right? As you said, they know he's got to try and do it. They can't afford to give over any rounds at this point, and at least for a Wallace State, they can mostly buy, right? Schlim will be on some kind of Bulldog, maybe a Spectre if he chooses to go for something a little bit more close range. But no, Officer, Half Armor, and Vandal. And as you called out, right, the op that we were a little bit surprised about is going to be paying off right now. You got so much damage that you can do. You still have so much money, and with 1 round to go, look at this. A little bit more aggressive defense as we see a bit of an A push coming out from Wallace State.
Yeah, Wallace State kind of just hard defaulting right now. You're going to see a little lurk, of course, by Pantheon trying to go through mid right now. We're going to see what Mystics can find here, just playing behind this box. A little bit of a 50-50. Reminds me of kind of the fracture angle. And oh my, everybody has been dropped. 3 get executed simultaneously. King at least finds one to turn this into a 4v2. You still do have the Nightfall here to potentially run onto site and try to cause some havoc, but this is going to be very, very difficult to accomplish.
Yeah, King T, not particularly close to the ultimate either, as Monolith finds another one. They went huge in the first couple of rounds on this map. There's a Nightfall like you called out, but it looks like it's going to at least be considered instantly pushed off, as they do end up finding Astra in the mid. But King, he needs to find a kill and this orb if he wants to actually find a res off and bring them back into this round. It's not impossible. It's just really tough for them to do anything, because all the sites, all the different places that they can go are currently locked down by Lackawanna.
Yeah, and you're about to be pushing into a chamber operator onto B site. I don't think, obviously you think they've rotated by now, but this is not the move. He's going to pull away, but he's going to find it. Brings out the Tour de Force just for a little bit faster firing gun. There's the wall. Bozzy finds the pick, and that is it. We're going to have Lackawanna go 2-0 against Wallace State Community College. And man, what a map. Wallace State picks Pearl, potentially thinks they have the idea to go ahead and throw off, because we haven't really seen a lot of it played. Going to end up being, of course, in favor of Lackawanna. I definitely liked what I saw there. I think choosing Viper as a solo controller on Pearl kind of might have been the death of them.
I think there's a couple of things I could have done, right? It definitely felt as though we were seeing Lackawanna just being more aggressive, more willing to pull the trigger on a lot of these things. And their entry fraggers in particular were doing a fantastic job. Mystic on the Jet and Ascent, and then on the Rays here on Pearl, doing fantastic work. And Bozy also coming alive. They had a decent game on Ascent the first time around, but this time just locking down the B site so heavily. The long angles with the op, with the Tour de Force, with the Headhunter. There is no way people to really challenge him. And it kind of forced a very different play style coming out from Wallace State that maybe they weren't ready to execute.
Yeah, I mean, Pathodon was the only one that was positive for WSCC. Unfortunately, going 17-14 that game. So Pathodon did have some good lurks. Kind of got a little over aggressive with the flanks and got caught out a couple times. I think that's something that could have swung rounds if maybe he was a little bit more patient. There's no reason to rag on him though, because at the end of the day, it just really looked like LC was the much better prepared team on both maps today. And when you have that preparation, when you have everything and you have that execution coming through, obviously clutches from Globe on Ascent were insane. The man was just making impact frags all over the place. And it really just comes down to, I don't want to say it was a team diff, but it was really just a prep diff, because it really looked like LC was just ready for everything WSCC threw at them.
Yeah, and so now with Lackawanna coming through, I mean, they're going to be improving to 2-2 in their division, slowly trying to work their way back up towards the top of the table, and they still have opportunities to look for playoffs, whereas Wallace State, you're going to have to go back to the drawing board a little bit, look for more opportunities to take things down, and it is a big opportunity, right? I don't know about you, how much you had an opportunity to play collegiate back in your days, but I never had an opportunity to do this. I'm just so excited that all these players still have an opportunity to just kind of explore their dreams. And I know so many people who went to college look as this opportunity to maybe it's simply just that they need to realize, man, I really love Valorant. Let's see if we can take this a little bit farther.
I mean, shout out to Esports U for putting this on for them as well to get their games casted, because at the end of the day, the kids are much more of a benefactor than we are, and I definitely appreciate them for doing that. Completely agree with you, and you're 100% right. We did not have these opportunities in college. So it's definitely great to see kids getting to do what they love and be a part of something in college, outside of fraternities or other organizations. You get to do esports, and I think that's dope. With that being said, though, I think we're going to give ourselves a small little break here. We should be coming back, of course, with an interview from one of the players from Lackawanna College. We're going to have that right after this.
Stance on that.
Yeah, so absolutely. So it's one of the most strongest negatives about NFTs right now is the carbon footprint that that these blockchains leave. And just to get not too technical, but just to talk really quickly through it, there's these things that essentially are used to confirm transactions. It's called a consensus mechanism. Okay. Essentially, it's how do you prove that the ledger is accurate?
That it happened,
right? And so Bitcoin and Ethereum currently use this thing called proof of work. Okay. And that uses a lot of energy, tons of energy. I mean, energy of small countries. So I do agree that on a per user basis, the electricity that's being used right now by the network is absolutely higher than it should be. That being said, Ethereum in particular is going through a change this year that's going to reduce the emissions by something like 99.5%.
Wow.
So it's really like, it's kind of like one of those things that is a current problem, but that problem gets solved really quickly. Right. And I sometimes question the areas that these narratives come from. Because when you think about it, right, like negative narratives tend to come from industries that don't want something to succeed. And you look at the things like crypto industries or whatnot. And there's a lot of industries that stand to lose if crypto wins. So I'll just leave it at that. But there's a lot of false narratives being perpetuated, especially around the environment. And the fact of the matter is whereas they are currently concerns, they very quickly become non-concerns. Sure. And a lot of actually the current blockchains that are being used actually already uses consensus mechanism. Okay. So really take very, very, very little power.
Yeah, so I guess the question is, are you afraid that even after they fix this, the 99% goes on, are you afraid that's going to damage the longevity of this idea, of this concept?
I think that it has the potential to, right? Sure. Because we're still in the early adoption phase. Right. And so anytime you get a narrative as strong, especially environmental ones, which I am very attuned with, environmental concerns, it alienates a large group of people. So there are groups of people, that like lobbyists for all intents and purposes that are taking the counterpoint and are essentially lobbying for the crypto industry. So lobbyists everywhere, basically. Yeah.
And I guess, so we've covered the NFT portion, we've covered a little bit of the gamer portion, but a gamer watching this, somebody gaming.
Absolutely.
Where's the benefit for them? What's the benefit of kind of the gaming NFT?
Absolutely. So I would say right now, very little. I'll be honest with you. Sure. But it's coming. And where it's coming is in the ability to own these in-game items and digital objects that you worked so hard to collect, that commemorate things that you've done, things that you've won. I mean, it connects to a lot of different things, particular in esports, but also just in everyday life.
Yeah.
Ticketing for events is there's a lot of ticketing vendors that are moving to this as some way to keep these tickets immortalized in your wallet forever. Once in a while I'll find a little piece of paper that reminds me that I went to a concert in 1987, but generally speaking, that I don't find those that often.
Yeah, absolutely.
So there's a lot of really cool things, and I think that a lot of people get sort of any nascent industry is going to have cash grabs and scams.
Right.
The internet had that in '99 and 2000 as well, but here we are. So, that's kind of how I think about things.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, hey, thank you so much for your time.
Absolutely.
I know that I have learned a lot. I hope people watching have learned a lot as well, but I really appreciate all that.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
First, can you just tell me a little bit about yourself?
Hi, so my name is Caitlin. I'm a part of Farmingdale State College's esports club. I am captain of the Valorant Green team. I am a second semester sophomore at Farmingdale State College, and I'm 19 years old.
Okay, do you like Farmingdale so far?
Yeah, it's really great. The program I'm in is very specialized, and it's not offered that often in the East Coast, so it's pretty nice. I enjoy it.
And what's your major?
My major is aerospace professional pilot degree.
Oh, wow, that's really cool.
Thank you.
So, is this your first time on an esports team?
No, so I've been a part of the Valorant team for 2 semesters, and this is my third semester, and it's my first time ever being a captain.
Okay, oh, that's awesome. Can you tell me a little bit about what it's like being a captain?
So a lot of times I'm organizing the team, making sure everyone is properly set for upcoming games, um, getting scrims for our team, and kind of just making sure everyone is there, present, and possible, and able to play the games that we're gonna, you know, be participating in. We're participating in 2 leagues this semester, so it's kind of hectic.
Oh, gosh, yeah, definitely. I can see that. How is it different for you as a player versus as a captain? Do you feel a lot of responsibility?
I basically have the responsibility of choosing who, really plays, what type of characters everyone's playing, and what positions and roles we are all doing, as well as being there not only as a team member, but also being seen as in a leadership role and having that sort of respect there, and being able to delegate everyone's role in the team. So it's definitely a lot more different, and my voice is most definitely heard. So I like it. I like being a captain.
Yeah, that's really good. What games do you play, or what is your main game? I know you mentioned Valorant.
Right. So I play Valorant, but I started off with Counter-Strike, and I really always have been interested in FPSs. So that background has always been there. So my transfer onto Valorant was pretty easy.
That's cool. What have you done to improve yourself in game over time?
So one thing, for my teams especially, I have open communication where we're able to really give our constructive criticism without taking offense. And me as a captain, especially it being my first semester, I find it really important that everyone is able to come to me and communicate like, "Hey, Kate, I don't know how I feel about doing this," or "I want my voice to be heard about this specific thing." And just basically taking into consideration everyone's voice and having that open line of communication is really helpful, and that's something I find really important.
Okay. Do you carry that strategy into your everyday life as well, would you say?
Yeah, communication is really important to me, especially in aviation with crew members. You're always trying to communicate properly and efficiently to get the assigned goal completed, and that works in video games as well as in aviation. So I feel like it transfers very well, and I put my 100% effort in everything I do. I put 100% in the team, the
Hello and welcome back to Esports U. I'm Visionary One. Alongside me to catch that excellent match was Joshi, and man, we saw some excellent execution on Pearl. A much closer map on Ascent, which we kind of expect, right, with the way the map lays out. Any kind of final thoughts that you have to, of course, wrap up this before, of course, we bring on the beautiful Globe to kind of talk with him about the match?
I just felt like Lackawanna were feeling good on the day, right? You feel good, you shoot good, you play good, and that's definitely what we saw quite a bit throughout the day. They obviously did a ton of prep, but I always know when I'm on a team and people start popping off, you just get your blood flowing, and I love to see it at this level of play.
I certainly do. And I mean, you talk about getting that blood flowing. We're going to bring in Globe, of course, one of the members of Lackawanna. Globe, how are you doing tonight, man?
I'm doing good, feeling good. How are we?
Doing great. Well, love to have you here, Glow. But before we even got into it, we were kind of speculating that Pearl was going to be a map that you guys might be a little bit less familiar with because it was Wallace State's pick here. What kind of prep have you guys actually put into this map?
For Pearl, 0. That was our that Pearl was our first time playing Pearl as a team.
So just
Wow.
that beautiful ranked experience, right?
Yep. Just us going into ranked, us having great communication throughout the whole thing. Like, we got it done.
Yeah,
Uh,
you were talking a bit about a couple of the players you wanted to shout out, right? The way that Bozy was holding down B Long every single time. A ton of great play from some of your utility players like Brick and Joyboy. What really are you excited to do about like playing with these guys for the rest of the season?
We had a little bit of a rough start. We came in today wanting to win, and we pulled it off. And now we know the feeling. Now it's just momentum throughout the rest of the season.
Y'all definitely looked like y'all had that chemistry going today. I have to ask you though, Globe, because you did top frag on Omen as a controller in map number 1. I know you were feeling yourself a bit. Is there like your timing was impeccable though? Were you just able to find those impact frags just by, pure game sense? What was going through your mind when you're sitting there trading out those really mostly 2v1s at the very end of sight to be sure that you secured either the spike or were able to get the defuse?
We have a lot of practice time on Ascent, so we have a lot of plays and a lot of things that we study other plays, other teams, so we know what happens on Ascent with certain team comps, and we really just I feel like I had good reads on them throughout Ascent.
Certainly did. But I am a little bit curious as well, all right? Lackawanna College is something that I haven't necessarily been seeing with, a large, rich history to it. What can you tell us about the program that you guys have built up at your college?
This program is awesome.
That's
I'm
it.
not,
It's just awesome. It's great.
it's awesome.
That is
It's a great program.
It definitely seems like they're putting yourselves in a position to succeed. Of course, with that 2-0 tonight, you bring yourselves up to 500, and things are looking up on this season for y'all. Globe, I'm going to leave you with this, man. You have the floor. Any shout outs? You want to plug your Twitter? You want to say hi to your mom? Any of that's available right now, man. Go right ahead.
All right. What's up, Mom? I know she's watching. I know she is. And my Twitter, GlobeVal_.
All right, there you go. Thanks so much, Globe. Congratulations on the win today. We wish you a whole lot more throughout the rest of the season. We'll go ahead and let you go get some dinner. Make sure you can get some of that practice and fodder viewing before you guys have to play your next match.
Yes, thank you guys for having me.
Thank you, Globe. Appreciate you, man. Well,
Thanks.
I mean, we saw a wonderful matchup, of course, 2-0 for LC versus WSCC. Joshi, it's been a phenomenal time getting to cast with you, brother. I'm just going to go ahead and let you take the floor, let you kind of throw out the final thoughts of what we saw today. Of course, any shout outs that you personally have as well. Know this was your first time casting Valorant and you crushed it, my man. It was a pleasure getting to cast with you.
Appreciate it, Visionary. I mean, again, shout outs to all the schools that are playing, right? We had Lackawanna and Wallace State Community College coming out today, showcasing what they're able to do. It's always awesome having an opportunity to support the high school and collegiate scene. And of course, shout outs to Esports U for allowing us to do all this cool stuff that we've been doing. The producers have been fantastic today. Colton and Cool Scoots doing some great work for us behind the scenes. So thanks so much for having me.
Yeah, there were some phenomenal replays that we got to see as well in the background. So definitely appreciate Esports U and giving us the opportunity to lift these kids up and let them actually do esports, get their games casted, and really just build towards something. So we definitely appreciate all the opportunities that Esports U has. Also, of course, have to give a shout out to the NJCAAE for bringing on that, and the National Junior College Athletic Association being allowed to even expand this to junior college esports as well. It's not just big four schools, those powerhouse conferences that have esports programs. This is a growing thing and it's going to continue to grow. And we love to see it grow. And obviously, thank you to all the viewers for stopping by and watching us tonight. Now, of course, after this, we're going to have another matchup coming up to you at 9 Eastern. It's going to be the East Coast Conference, the ECC. It's going to be New York Tech Yellow versus Farmingdale State White. You're going to be seeing Laird and Hale Monkey Man on that broadcast, so be sure to stick around. We're going to be taking a break. They're going to be coming in right around 9 o'clock. So stick around. More Valorant's yet to come. Thank you so much and have a good night.
Hey guys, KTAD here, and just like that, another season of ECAAE Esports regular season play has come to a close. Over the last 8 weeks, we saw a crazy amount of hype competition from some of the best collegiate esports has to offer, and as usual, you guys have me one last time to break it all down and to show you guys what we thought were some of the top plays this week. And honestly, guys, I don't have much more to say. Just check it out because I think we've got some really incredible clips here. Let's take a look. In our opening clip, it's Professor Dementium with a straight boot off the stage to kick things off for Bloomfield.
Got himself one. Kick back off stage though. But the air dodge is going to be that Bowser. He'll do it again, and he'll also bring himself that down smash so he gets quickly back before that Falcon's is able to take any sort of advantage. But well, you're gone. The spikes come through. It's a clean kick to wrap things up, and well, he's got one. He's got one stock for his troubles.
Up next, the duo of Donkers and Robeast have some things to say with this beautiful 1-2 combo to close the door on Albany.
Hit the intersection and go straight up in the air for Robeast, who's going to work Central Missouri into the offense. Flip reset's a good one. The pass down to Donkers, and he finds the net. A 3-goal deficit in Game 3.
I gotta say, Curtis, it seems like after these two teams came out of Game 2, right? Again.
In our next play, who needs to be able to see your enemy when you can just take a educated guess?
Great 1-for-1 over towards Catwalk. There's still more where that came from. Iranium is next up, and he will take a couple too many fights. Solsta as well is going to be able to take a couple of fights, winning them both. It's a 1v3, and Novacorium won't be able to do anything. Johnson, Wales.
At number 5, it's Saltonics with this huge flank onto Cole College to secure Temple of Anubis for his team.
Right now, it's got to be just destroying it straight up. Maybe with the Coalescence, maybe the Supercharger, but that Retire could just immediately rip through.
Here's that Riptire. It does move Joker, but it could have been a catastrophic play. Now Nightbolt is pulled all the way off the point, and that's an easy one. Tonic's coming in with the triple off of that crucial rocket barrage, and that is all of them off the point.
Now it's time to Joker just to get the touch onto the point. Tracer.
Coming back to the Bloomfield versus Keen matchup, it was a clutch finish from Zenipu as he finishes off Brandon without dropping a single stock.
No, one more lease on life. Lease on life indeed for Brandon. Looking to hold the ledge, but a recovery from Zenipu. He says second time's the charm. He'll send him to the moon, and once again, Zenipu will not drop a stock.
Blast packing our way into the number 2 spot though. It's a 4K from Butter to cement the lead for Providence College.
Back roads around the high ground to try and avoid that as much as possible.
Oh my absolute days! Here was me looking for that Transcendence to counteract the grab, and no, it was just a big fat go button. In comes the pulse bomb, down goes SUNY Poly Wildcats.
Phil, I can't remember the last time I've seen...
Blast packing our way into the number 2 spot though. It's a 4K from Butter to cement the lead for Providence College.
Not much more. That tap can go a long way in the latter half, right? Now Retna bringing out that Stimmy, trying to get the opportunity to move the team in forward. Okay, there's that showstopper I was thinking about. It looks like D-Nuns is going to have that show stopped. Sal, not particularly far behind, a 4v2. But really starting to wake up here on the race.
Yeah, wow, so impressive. And 4K there, just going straight through the entire team like a bulldozer. Will not stop until all are taken down.
And in our top play from the last week of regular season play, it is a nail-biter last-second goal that will keep you guessing until the very end.
Leaves their own open. A little bit of high pass. You angle it in, but it's just off the top of the goalpost.
Top of the goalpost coming in deep. Matrix able to find something here. The demolition comes through. 7 seconds left for a true game win, but in overtime, feeling incredibly likely. But tied out of a wide open goal. No! No! Orbital, the waffle iron has been flipped, and Farmingdale finds themselves up 4-3. 2 seconds left on the clock. The only hope for Louisville to win this out is with a kickoff goal. They cannot make a single mistake, or they will.
And with that, I mean, what more do you guys want me to say? It was a crazy week to wrap things up, but it's really just been a crazy season overall with the addition of Division A and what I personally think is some of the most competitive action here in collegiate esports. I mean, what a season, and there's only much more to come. With the playoffs starting on April 4th, you guys can expect to see a lot more action that will continue all throughout the month, and that will wrap up on the week of April 25th. Now, if you guys want to stay up to date on all of that, make sure you follow us on Twitter at ECAC_esports, or follow us on Twitch at twitch.tv/ECAC_esports. Mondays and Tuesdays, matches will be lighting off at 8 p.m. Eastern. On Wednesdays, it is going to be the doubleheader of Rocket League and Overwatch at 7 p.m. Eastern. So make sure you guys are tuned in. And as for me and the rest of the crew behind the scenes that works on not only just the production, but these highlight videos for you guys, we just want to say thank you for joining us for what has been another incredible season. And we look forward to so much more that we're going to bring you guys in the next school year, in the fall and the spring and beyond. We've got a lot of great things coming, so stick around, don't go anywhere. Come back right here to this channel, to this Twitter, to this Twitch, to this YouTube, wherever it is you see this. Stay tuned because even more is on the way. Thank you guys once again. I've been KTAD. It's been a wonderful season, and we'll see you next time.
That's so cute. UCF, and it's really cute. So I'm gonna move down here. How do we feel? The odds for UCF? What are we thinking?
They got it. No, we got this. We got it. We got it.
Go Knights, charge on.
100%. My friend Nick is behind you. He's gonna record it. Don't look at him. You'll ruin the shot. Don't look at him. Don't look at him. Come on. Oh, let's go! Let's go! My smile's probably really creepy. I was just being weird. Oh, I love being in the shadows, though. Big shout out to the shadows. We could interview Dilly just because I think he's handsome. You weren't supposed to hear it.
Here's the thing about the event. I'm the greatest that's ever lived.
Literally true. I know him.
I think everyone knows that. I think everyone's aware of that.
Hey, do you have a VIP access badge on?
I actually have an all access.
Oh, an all access. I thought it said VIP access.
And that's only available for the best.
That's true. He's right. That's a main stage TO right there.
If this goes live, I'm suing everybody.
It's all right. A video of me, the first clip is me saying, don't put that in. And then it was the first, cut the cameras. Oh, you're recording already? Great. So this is this is Bay State versus UCF. I believe something that we saw yesterday on day one of the tournament, but instead we're going to have that run back here. I think they're fighting for a spot in Grand Finals. Anarchy, one of the best Greninja players in the United States, currently struggling against a Terry. Terry notorious for that DLC privilege, being a very strong character with some very strong abilities. Greninja Not so much, considered one of the weaker characters in the game. A Falco player, one of the best in the United States, and he just got spiked by a Terry. Same Terry that took out Anarchy literally minutes ago. UCF still up by 2 stocks. This guy is looking to rip this team apart single-handedly. That is, I mean, nuts, to say the very least. Absolutely absurd. That was a disgusting spike. I cannot believe that happened. Will you hold the microphone so I can sign this? Sorry.
For context, he's got a fan. He's actually signing something. He's so excited.
What was it like to not hear my voice for 2 minutes? For 30 seconds, maybe. What was it like? Probably bliss. I was signing a mouse pad, which is really cool. I've never done that before. Nobody's ever asked me for a signature, so I'm going to start blushing, but I'm really excited about that. And then he wants a picture. Can you take a picture of us? I said, is it bad? She went, no. I'm going to go ahead and take that as a yes. Turns out I can't tie a tie sitting down. What do you think is the appropriate face-to-screen ratio for a Valorant player?
Face to screen, like how close I sit?
Yeah, like how close should a player sit?
Personally, I play really, really close. I think it depends on your eyesight, but for me, I like playing close because it helps me focus on my crosshair.
Is the value of sitting close, the crosshair being the only thing in your line of sight?
Yeah, that's pretty much the main benefit of it.
It's so funny how close some of these guys sit. Oh my goodness. What do you think is the healthy face-to-screen distance for a Valorant player?
I think it's all kind of personal preference. I guess I would consider myself like pretty close when I play because I like to like zone in on my crosshair.
It is the second person to say that. It's all about the crosshair. And then what's up with the horizontal keyboard?
I don't know, like it just kind of fits like the form when I'm close to monitor. Like I don't know, it might sound cringy, but I like to like be one with my gun, you know?
No, bro, I feel it. I feel it absolutely. What is going on, everybody? I am here with some UCF fans. How are we feeling about UCF? Let's go! Let's go! We've got a bunch of UCF fans in the crowd right now. UCF, they are up by a single game. They're looking to find their third and possibly final, secure a spot moving forward. Things looking great for them against Northwood here today. This guy's playing Minecraft right now. He keeps double building instead of placing the dirt. Pressure's on, man. Everybody's watching. Just kidding. Just me. Cameraman's not over here. Just kidding. He's behind you. There's actually always cameras on you if I'm around. Do you double build all of those? No excuses, bro. Your college esports Minecraft team absolutely rolled. L after L here. Let's hope UCF has a little better luck on stage, huh? What is going on, everybody? I am Septilence. I have the honor of welcoming you to the Collegiate Esport Commissioners Cup here in Atlanta, Georgia. All right, that was good. That was good. Good content, good content.
My name is Dusty. I'm 24 years old, and this is my first year at Bay State College and first year towards my bachelor's there. But I've been going to college for a few years now, or several years now.
Cool. What are you studying?
Right now, I am studying human resource management in
Nice.
business. Yeah.
Do you like Bay State so far?
Yes. Yeah. It's been pretty good so far. It's only been one quarter, but I like it so far. So
Where are you from?
I'm from SoCal. I'm doing it remotely from Southern California.
So what games do you play? What's your main game?
My main game is Smash Brothers, and that's what I compete in. So Super Smash Brothers Ultimate.
Okay. What character do you like?
Wii Fit Trainer is my main character.
So how has it been being part of a collegiate team at Bay State? Have you been on a collegiate team before?
I've been on teams before. I don't know if I've been on a collegiate team before. I think this is my first collegiate team, but it is really nice, and the teammates are really supportive, and I've met some cool people, so that's nice. But I definitely do have experience like with teams, so it's nothing like super new, but it's always good to be in a team, have that support.
A fresh team. Yeah, that's cool. So how long have you been playing Smash?
I've been playing Smash for about like 7-ish years now. Well, I've kind of played it since I was like really young, but like competitively, I've played it like 7 years. I played since the release of Smash 4, which was the previous Smash game, and now I've played into Ultimate, so quite a while.
What has been your proudest moment since playing Smash?
That's hard to say because I've honestly had a lot of good moments. It's just I feel like every other week or every other month I have a new moment where I'm like, wow, that's the best I've ever played, which feels good and makes it, I keep going for stuff like that. But every time I play a tournament set and it feels really good and I feel like I'm playing the best I've ever played. Probably each of those consecutive moments. I just had a tournament a couple weekends ago in Las Vegas where I placed ninth out of nearly 400, I think, and I think that was one of the best I've ever played, and that felt really good. So that was a really big accomplishment for me.
So you would definitely say over the past 7 years, you said that you've grown a lot in the game?
Yeah, I think I've grown a lot in the game, and I think I've also grown a lot just as a person too. Just like competition in general, there's a lot of learning, and there's a lot of a lot of ways to approach it. I've learned how to teach other people as well because I do coaching as well, stuff like that. Um, so I've learned a lot through Smash. Yeah.
How long have you been doing the coaching part?
Coaching, I've been doing maybe a year and a half ish, maybe almost 2 years. I'm actually not sure on the number. I think a year-ish, year and a half is probably closer to the right one. But yeah, that's been a lot of fun too. It's really interesting because it gives you a different perspective on the game, and not only are you helping other people, but you kind of help yourself in a way too because you can kind of see things from a different perspective, So.
How would you describe yourself? Do you like competing more or playing for fun or?
I'm definitely more of a competitor. Ever since I was young, like I remember playing like board games um with like friends or something. I think I was waiting for them to play, and I think some of them were playing like just like house rules or whatever, and I was like really, really young, and it like made me upset. I'm like, you guys aren't playing it the right way or whatever. But like I've always been a competitor, but at the same time, like you have to have fun because if you're only a competitor and you're only competing and it's all seriousness, like it's there's like a limit to that. So like you have to have fun. So definitely both, but I definitely lean towards the competitive sides of things. So I like optimizing things and seeing the best thing you can do because it all started out with uh it all started out with it just being fun because when I was younger, I played different games and I originally just played them for fun and I played them all the time, but I played them so often and I got so good at them to the point where uh, it just started to naturally lean into the competitive side of things. And I was so good to the point where I was like, oh, okay, what can I do to make myself like better and how can I see this as like something I can improve at? So it kind of made like a transition a little bit, but so it's both.
If you were to give someone advice who may be looking into joining an esports team but they're kind of on the fence, what would you tell them?
My advice would be to really like think over what they're looking for like in not only in the collegiate esports team but in school as well and like see like exactly does this line up with what they really want and just to figure out what they really want and if it's going to be a good decision from like a scholarly standpoint and from like a financial standpoint because there's a lot of things to consider. Like I thought it over a lot before I realized, okay, yes, this is a really good decision, I should go for this. So that's something that should be considered, and also like the time frame as well, because if you commit yourself to a collegiate team, it could potentially be a long time. um, so just consider it and think through like all your options, and don't ever make it like don't ever make a decision just off like an emotional reaction or anything like that. Just like think it through, I guess.
So for you personally, how many hours do you think you game a week?
That's a good question. It's actually way less than it used to be, but before I would be putting in probably several hours a day into Smash. About a year ago, I was like really, really grinding it and put a lot of effort into it. But lately, like my priorities have shifted just a little bit, just because there's other things I need to focus on. Like I started working again recently and stuff like that. So it's taken a little bit of a backseat, but it's always something I focus on. So like even though I'm not necessarily playing all the time right now, I still try to get at least 30 to 60 minutes in a day. But I've been really busy lately, so it hasn't been looking like that lately. But if I'm not doing that, then there's still other stuff that kind of goes into it. Like I do a lot of research on mentality stuff and like stuff like meditation and stuff. So if I'm not gaming or whatever, there's still other things that I feel like is going towards my improvement at the game.
Could you expand a little bit on like meditating and how that helps you?
Yeah, so with a game like Smash, it can be like really volatile, and one of the reasons why I pursued Smash is because well, I've always liked it since a young age, but also it's always been like really challenging. Like Smash 4 came out, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna start competing with Smash 4, and I started playing it. For whatever reason, when I started playing it, like I realized that I was getting kind of like I was getting like frustrated, like I was like kind of getting a little bit angry, and like I anger is something I don't really feel very often. So it was kind of like a challenge for me. I'm like, okay, this is really challenging. This game is really hard. I want to figure out how to do this. Like I want to challenge myself. And that was a lot of reason why I did that in Smash. Just like some other things like it can be comparable to kind of like chess and tennis in a way with like mentality aspects. And I used to play tennis in high school, and I was never really like super good at it, but I was like I was really into it whenever I was playing for some reason. And there was a lot of frustration in that too back in high school when I played. So it was figuring out how to manage that frustration and how to like get it under control and actually channel it into something useful. Because one of my goals is always to be like, I want to be like a calm and collected person when I play. I like, even though I'm an emotional person, I can be an emotional person because I'm passionate and I care a lot about it. But that's kind of where the meditation comes in, because it lets you kind of be more like at one with yourself and your emotions and how you feel, and stuff like that. And also just kind of eases your mind a bit, and it can really help in those situations. Like if you practice meditation and then you're in game and you're playing, and there's a situation where it's like super high tense situation, it can kind of give yourself the advantage, because you might be a lot more calm than your opponent if you do practice stuff like meditation. And it just has a bunch of other benefits as well, because with something like Smash, I try to be like the best I can be in game and like out of game. I think there's a lot of factors that go into it, and I feel like if I improve everything that I can to the best of my ability, then it gives me like the highest chances to win, like in the game.
I know you speak about frustration and anger, but what about nerves? Like, do you get nervous?
Every now and then I definitely do get a little bit nervous. A lot of the things like a lot of the my nerves I kind of quell at this point, because I've been playing for like so long, where it's like if I go to a tournament, and I sit down, it's just me in the game, like it's just me in the match, and that's the goal, and it's just trying to learn and just play what's in front of me. But sometimes there are a little bit of nerves, like for example in Vegas, because I'm not very often playing on like big stages. Sometimes it's smaller tournaments, and at Vegas it was a bigger stage and there was a lot more people watching, so it was a bit more of a unique situation that I wasn't always in, and there was a little bit of nerves there, although it was a bit under control. But um, I think I definitely have the nerves mostly under control. And if there's a new situation like the stage one, I feel like just having more experience with that kind of stuff kind of help quells it. And also it's just because there's also other methods too, like telling yourself like, uh, like self-affirming stuff. This is what I do. I'm just gonna go up there and play the game and do my best. And telling yourself that kind of stuff helps with nerves a lot too. So.
As a coach, do you tell those things to the people that you're coaching as well when they're nervous?
Yeah, I try a lot to practice what I preach, and I do in my coaching. There's a lot of mentality coaching too, because uh, I feel like not a lot of I feel like it's a really interesting part of the game and just a part of life too. And I feel like it's not something people focus on a lot with coaching. I feel like a lot of coaching, they're focusing on technical aspects, in-game aspects. Like what can you do in this situation that can be better. But sometimes like mentality comes first, and they're not going to be able to make those steps and make those leaps without like making a change in their mentality first, or at least trying to make an improvement somewhere there. And there's a lot of different like perspectives for it, but yeah.
I really admire your mindset. That's really cool. A lot of the
Thank
gamers
you.
that I've talked to are like aggressive. It's
Thank you.
really cool to hear that. Switching gears a little bit, how do you feel about the CECC? What do you think about it? And do you think your team will go to Atlanta?
So far, I think it's been good. It's been fun, and I do think there's a very high chance we would go to Atlanta. With my mentality, like I was talking about before, sometimes I just go into it and I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna do my best and I'm gonna play, and that's really what comes down to it. But I am really confident in our team's ability. I think we have a really good set of guys that put a lot of work into it. So I'm very confident that we would likely go to Atlanta. But if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. Then I just go from there.
Well, those are all the questions I had. So, is there anything else that you want the world to know about you, or anything that you would like to end with?
I don't know, for anyone watching, like try to find like a balance like in life, and try to find like who you are truly, and like follow that passion. Because just for like reference, I worked somewhere for 3 years, and then I felt like I wasn't being called to work there anymore, and like Smash was something I always cared about and always wanted to do. So I quit work, and with the money I had saved up, I pursued Smash for like a year and a half, and like that phase just kind of ended. And I don't regret it. I don't regret it at all. Like I wasn't like making a lot of money through it, but it was something I was passionate about, and something I wanted to do. And I'm really glad that I did it, and I hope that other people can consider like following their passions like that, but also with proceeding like with caution, doing what is available to them, and just finding like who they are and what makes them happy, I guess.
Thank you so much again for your time and doing this interview with me. I really appreciate it.
Okay, thank you for having me.
Is that we don't have these preconceived notions, and we're willing to listen to our membership and read the room, read college athletics and how it's connected and how it's not, and take what we have expertise in championships, but also throw out some of the other stuff. I remember when we first started, there were some conferences were applying their amateurism rules to all of their esports competitors, and I think we knew enough to know that no, that's not going to work in an esports culture. It's got to be very different. And by the way, the NCAA was going in a different direction. You could see that Train had already left the station on that, and so it's an incredibly dynamic area and ever changing, and will continue to change. And just as we didn't know when we started what it's going to be looking like, I think similarly we still don't know what it's going to be in another 5 years. I know enough to know that all of us are still going to have a thriving esports program that's doing a real good service for our members and for our competitors. But we still don't know necessarily what some of that is going to look like, and that's pretty cool about it all. Let me ask you this, because you all are used to dealing with your athletic directors, and each of them are dealing with what's in front of them in their athletic departments. My guess is at least some of your schools are that this is not necessarily operating within the athletic department. And can you talk about how you navigate that in a conference office, and maybe the best way to handle that, or do you have preferences? Do you try to steer them one way or the other? And just talk a little bit about that, if you don't mind.
Sure. The majority of our schools are not under the athletics umbrella. We have one institution that perhaps by next year will be under the auspices of athletics, but most of them are in other departments across campus. Right. One of the things that has helped us is that we have support from the president's office. And so in order to participate in Mountain West events, you have to have an adult non-student administrator that oversees that, the eSport program. And that's where we get assistance with, eligibility checks and, please complete your roster, things like that. I don't know in the future, and it depends on, who's.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome back to Esports U for some more Valorant action tonight. My name is Laird. I'm joined by Hale, Monkey Man. How you doing tonight, brother?
You know what? We're having a lot of good times. We've seen some great matches. And, of course, this Boomer is here for the late night hours as we're going to have a big battle on the East Coast. Laird, I couldn't pick anyone else to be able to do it with. Actually, I can't pick my co-caster, but I would definitely pick you if I had the availability to do so.
Appreciate it. I can't make that call yet, but we're going to see how tonight goes, and I'll get you posted. But tonight we do have a Battle of New York. We got the New York Tech Cy Bears going up against the Farmingdale Rams in this one. So the Cy Bears are currently at the top of the conference right now, 2-0. And then Farmingdale is 1-1. So they're looking to take a bit of a foothold in the conference over top of the Cy Bears this evening.
Yeah, that would be big. I mean, of course, you're going to be going through your rounds of this entire group. And so it's Utica that's owning that 3-0. And after a bit of a bye, the Cy Bears are trying to be able to rack and stack and get all the way up there. Maybe have a couple of undefeateds that will run it down for who's going to be able to top this group. But Farmingdale into that 1-1. We get to see if they can bring that heat into these bands and into the picks. We do have a fan favorite, pretty much the one that you're going to see all the time unless it's banned away. Ascent will be played first first, and it's going to be the Rams that have actually picked defense on this one. They want to play from behind those falling doors. Thereafter, we're at least going to be able to get to Fracture as well. One of my favorites. I don't know if you're a fan of it, Laird. I mean, when we
I'm
go
a Breach
between these
man. Of course I like it.
Okay, just look, we're suddenly kindred spirits. It is his playground. Okay, like it's perfect.
I would be pretty darn surprised if one of the teams didn't insta pick Fracture and then didn't bring the Breach with them. So,
Yeah,
and then
that's a crime in like 3 states, probably.
Well, if New York's not one of those states, then they might be okay, but we'll see. And then the decider map will be Icebox, should we make it that far. But I think this one's going to be pretty tense. I'm really excited to see who's going to come out on top of this one. And Side Bears undefeated right now, probably hoping to keep that streak alive. But Farmingdale, again, scrappy, young, they're going to be trying to keep the pressure up as well.
Yeah, this one's going to be about how you want to execute going out and taking over mid. I mean, when we look at Ascent and we look at how some of this dynamic will change, I'm not exactly sure on the esports U set when it comes to new agents, how much longer we get for everyone to be able to try it out. Harbor may be able to maybe switch up the meta. Everyone's already looked at him and said, oh, water is really cool. We've got the fire, we got the water. If a steam mechanic between Phoenix and Harbor doesn't come about, I will be disappointed in you, Riot. But for right now, it's all about how you just really control entry into site. This one really is about execution as you work through those choke points. And I mean, one of my favorite ones is honestly B. You can be able to work that dynamically, getting through marketplace, being able to take through that. And if you can turn these into thoroughfares to move to either side, especially if you control the mid.
Right. And I think the fact that you can angle his water wall on Harbor, if we see Harbor tonight, would be a really big deal on Ascent, because you could just walk through market on mid, like to shoot through it or just walk through it, and you get a little bit of a slowness debuff. It's real difficult to deal with Harbor. Harbor, the one thing that sets him apart from the other controllers is he doesn't have any non-controller util. And that's one of the things I've heard a lot of the pros complain about, because obviously Brim and Viper, you got mollies, you have a blind on the Omen, and Harbor is just mostly all walls and such. So I've heard a little bit of complaints about that. So he might just be the only strictly controller character we have in the game, which is going to be a little bit interesting to see where he comes in the meta.
Yeah, for right now, he won't be involved tonight, but, a bit of a controller purist, if you will. He slows everyone down, but we're not going to slow down any further as we're about to be getting into the match. And I want to see how maybe the chamber mid battles do come about. Will we see kind of a dual operator kind of situation? Do they try to actuate onto site? Maybe some killjoys. There was a crazy match through the first, 4 rounds or such. I got to see 2 lockdowns because they said, get Killjoy these ult orbs and be able to open up some space by just pulling it down. But we go to our agent picks. Eventually we're gonna have enough agents where this will also be called agent bans. But for right now, they're just gonna be able to pick them out.
Yeah, so already going to be seeing a Jet and a Chamber insta-locked. I'm not surprised there. Jet is very good on this map, and then Chamber, well, he's pretty much good on most of the maps in the game at this point. KO is picked as well, and then presumably we will be seeing the Fade come in. Now, Fade is one of the better initiators in the game at this point, so wouldn't be surprised to see her picked, but nothing locked on the side of New York Tech just yet. They're still trying to figure out what comp they want to go for here.
Yeah, and I will be kind of excited to see that Killjoy in lieu of a Chamber, because then they may be throwing that Excicerare is going to pick that up with that Jet instead. Got to see them play, got to honestly see this entire Side Bears squad play before. They're very good at executing. You're going to be able to see some just good initiative out of Excicerare, but I mean that wombo combo of Fade and of KO, it's the no fun police, and then you become deaf, you become suppressed, you become just locked in the corner. If you are hanging out in hell on site A, then you're gonna have a bad time, especially if you don't have a sight line into Archway. Now, one of the key concepts that I've seen out of those is, hey, I get deaf and I get suppressed, but I wait and I make sure to lunge into the action instead of waiting for it to come to me. And we will be seeing these get locked in here momentarily. It will be a Killjoy. We get an Omen a piece, a Jet a piece, KOs across the board. The key concept and difference here is the Sentinels.
Absolutely. Yep. Same exact comps coming in from both teams, minus the Sentinel, like you were talking about before. So there is going to be a bit of a difference here. Now, Killjoy does kind of struggle in the offensive department just a little bit because, most of her util will be seen on the defensive side. Obviously, that turret's really impactful, as well as the swamp grenades. But Lockdown's going to be pretty strong on offense should she get there, because it is really good at forcing the defenders off site where they are safest. And, might force a couple retake situations as well. This will be interesting because I think it's particularly good on the B push as well.
Yeah, that is going to be, I think, a boon to this squad on the Cybears. They're going to try and really execute when it comes to working around that kind of ult and for either entry or retake, which I think they're a little bit stronger. You have the anti-lurk with that trademark coming out of Chamber, so he's a little bit tricky. And of course, I mean, Chamber is just a hungry sentinel, just a kind of a wannabe duelist with slower legs, no blinds. They can't really dash in, but they have that firepower. So as long as everyone is hitting on Kuso from the side of FSC, then maybe they'll be able to get something even bigger. But it's going to be NYIT, FSC, you see me. We go into the first 100 seconds of play.
Yep, and already there will be some fade util on the ground. Bit of a split push coming in here. Neither side knows exactly where they want to go, but it does seem like there is a flank already up. But yep, that's going to get picked up on pretty quickly, and already the kills are flying out here. FSC with a even game now. However, that fade is taking a little bit of abuse at the moment.
It is within the capacity of a Ram to be aggressive and to be ornery, and they're already trying to be able to do that. The 0.9 finds at least one. It's going to be just a hopping, jumping, skipping shot off of that pistol. You get a great 3K. Visor just trying to be able to run it down, and, I did like that defensive flank that came straight through a main, but now it's a 1-on-2. Not a lot of health for Fireblaze. That door goes through. They were hoping to be able to step in, so they're kind of locked down and have to go the long way.
Yeah, or, they are going to be in a rough position right here. I mean, have to come down the stairs. So realistically, it seems like NY Tech knows exactly where they want to be coming from, but they smoked that out. So, they can go from a different direction if they want to.
Yeah, you can find this off angle. 0.9 is trying to identify if they're coming through B main. Didn't quite catch them, so timing on that util use may be able to get them. Flash is utilized, and so all these angles are looking towards stairs. This could be a drop-off. Can they be a quick headshot? Now the health differential is not really that big of a deal. Holding it tight, you do have bomb. That's a teleport.
Yes!
Fireblaze is able to find him off of the hunt. The TP was cool, but it wasn't cool enough to run away from Casper, so the clutch up happens, and it'll be the Rams that take it first.
Dude, that was such a smart usage of util too from Fireblaze, because you either definitely revealed that the Omen was waiting back in Boathouse. I mean, just look at this. They sneak up, focusing on one area a little bit too hard. But, they got the blind. When you're blinded there by Omen util, you're not supposed to be able to see him when he teleports or hear him. And the fact that Fireblaze was able to get the haunt down to mark him was so beneficial. It allowed them to single-handedly win that round for their team.
Now, did it ping him before he got to TP, and that was just a holdover after he got TP'd and marked? Or was that a scene from the opposite side door? That's my big question for that, because it seemed like he was just about to shadow step over next to that box.
Yeah. Fireblaze right now holding down this corner. No pushes to A. It seems like a lot of pushes towards Market. Bit of a split push on B. Nice couple angles. Fireblaze is going to retreat. Got the dog. Okay, they get one. He's going to peek blinded. Okay, that's two for Fireblaze, another for Van. Getting a judge through smokes. Looking for more, however, they will get shot through their own smoke there too. With a ghost coming in. I don't know how to pronounce it, but it will be the Jet. Okay, Jet on Jet action there. Yep, bit of a flank with that Frenzy. So Ethan still hanging on to their life here. However, they are in a bit of a precarious position, and they are just going to take one. They are going to fall.
That was a bit of a rundown. You play as a group, especially when you've lost round number 1, to kind of say, all right, we're low pistol. We're going to make sure that we try and just either ruin this bonus or otherwise. But when everyone is literally running through smoke and just trying to bring a swarm of bullets, not really be able to just kind of run away with anything. So defenders are able to survive the onslaught. It almost seemed like a zombie horde. World War Z would be comparable to what they really did with those pistols. But off of that round, we go into rifles on the side of the Cybears. And so, you're looking at a traditional outcome if they're able to make this firepower hit. But look at the dash through off that tailwind, trying to make the judge get some hits and some work. The timing, they see their feet, so they got one weight on the way back.
Dude, Sin with an excellent teleport there. I believe Jet heard it, but just pushed a little bit too overzealously. Speaking of overzealous pushes, Vin gets one, but not quite going to pick up Infinity Prime. And now there is a lone chamber trying to find a push onto A, but it will be New York Tech with the plant here.
Seen Infinity Prime. He's his captain of the squad. Sin is a pop-off artist, so you're going to see that wombo combo a lot. You actually do see Kuso, who recognizes that there is one swarm grenade down, another one here as they will hear him out, and they will light it up, delay them, using good utility to keep them locked inside of Garden. There is one in Hell in Visor, and they're going to hold that angle in this 4-on-1. You got a nice rifle, maybe for the upgrade, but too much damage. Swarm grenade goes off, and that's just going to get them either way. So it is the Side Bears that get their first round.
Excellent play there. So, that was on the bonus round for FSCW. So, if they played the util game right, they should be coming in with a pretty good loadout, and a couple of them do. But they keep an eye out on Isaac. They are rocking an operator here, the lone operator right now this match. So, pretty interesting game. A couple light shields coming in. That might be something to keep an eye out for as well.
And the good news is, operator don't care about nothing. Light shield, no shield, big shield, but it's on the side that has those light shields. They're going to try and find some level of worth over into tiles, which is where everyone has lined up. But the dark cover will go through. Do they take just a spam shot? No. In fact, everyone is going to be pushing them away, so they will renegotiate and resituate over into Garden, looking to really kind of take over mid if the Side Bears can value it. You have 3, basically, looking at 2 Marketplace. This is going to be about timing. A nice little jiggle peek as Sin will back up, says, hey, put the 0-point knife down. It does get destroyed, but that doesn't happen fast enough, and we're going to start seeing this start to lean over to A.
Yeah, we really do see a lot of mid pushing here from this NY team, and you know what? They're doing a pretty good job of not losing too many of their players whenever they go for it. However, Isaac is firmly entrenched there, going to catch the peek, going to whiff. However, they need to reposition. 2 smokes coming in, so they have a good opportunity to back up. 3 smokes. Wow, that tree, man, it's not breathing so well.
Yeah, no, it's full-on pollution, so you better be ready to try and get maybe a breath of fresh air. That's going to be a knife that gets used, but Exciser is able to drop 1, and a wallbang takes rid of Isaac, so there is an operator. If they're able to upgrade off of this plant, that will be down. They have 4 on point. Hanging out in Hell, 5 in total as 1 is out in mid with that Killjoy. Just trying to see if anyone's coming from a long flank. The 2 go into Heaven. Mango maybe trying to be able to upgrade their fruit levels if they can, but maybe this will be a save. You see them walking out, walking away. Yeah, they're going to save what they got because they were able to buy up into this one, and this will even us up through the first 4, 2 apiece. They're going to try and hang on to these rifles.
Yeah, I'm just going to hang out on B. And now, if you want to go for it, NY has an opportunity to prowl a little bit and try to get their prey. However, will not find it. Vin is trying to cover this angle. Hang on, we might see an Omen duel before this is over. Probably not, though, after that smoke. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, no. Maybe spam fire? Vin versus Sin? Are you in? Are you out? Bunny? Not happening.
I'm in,
okay,
but,
cool.
The match is not going to happen, so nobody is going to win right there. It is 2 apiece there.
Like it.
After the first initial couple rounds being won by FSCW, completely stopped by the Side Bears from NY Tech.
Look at this. Look at this ult economy right now. 4 agents on the side of Side Bears are about to activate theirs. I'm not exactly sure if they can all do it at the same time. You do have a couple of ult orbs that could prioritize, but you got a couple on the other side. One, the most valuable being that Blade Storm out of Isaac. They may prioritize going out to get it. You see Isaac actually primed to step out, maybe get that orb, but I think everyone is ready for them to do that. Dark Cover goes down. They're going to aim for the Blade Storm because they did not buy a rifle up into it. Prowler is able to identify Sin on the back end, and they'll be playing off this hero moment, and the paranoia will not catch them coming out.
I do like that smoke to allow Isaac to get access to these knives, though. Really good, smart heads-up plays there coming in from the defensive FSCW team. So they have a weapon. They have a one-tap insta-kill that is not affected by your movement sway at all. So those things are perfectly accurate.
Yeah, and you get to float around. It's like it's like the neon overcharge, but actually, useful. Well, I can't hit headshots, so it wouldn't be useful for me. But for them, they're able to just at least have some level of firepower, especially because they're on a save. Everyone's on a Congo.
3 body drops or 3 body shots anywhere.
That's true.
Really useful.
you're assuming I can hit anything. That's the big part here. So
Oh, sorry,
yeah.
I forgot old man aim.
Yeah, true. Yeah, we do Atari sticks out here. If it's not a stick, we ain't sticking. And dropping one, trying to be able to get that haunt. They identify some. That's gonna be a spray down through dark cover as they're gonna be looking into garden. As a couple moved as well as Vin is pushed away. Plant will go down. It's been a favorable spot for them to put it on this site here on A, and now it's gonna have to be a retake at a low firepower differential. But you have a Vandal in one hand, you got a Bladestorm in another. You got the Headhunter for Kuso. They're gonna try and fly over the top, but they are shut down and have to drop down.
Yep. Right now, Kuso's going to go ahead and grab one of those Phantoms. Nice skin on it. So very shiny stuff. Ethan with a flank. Nice trigger discipline to only fire on one. However, that's a good trade for them, and the numbers advantage is still in favor of New York Tech. They didn't see someone in the smoke, though. Vizor's going to flank. Excellent play there from Vizor. And you know what? Good trigger discipline there as well. It seems like NY Tech is really solid on these flanks.
I was hoping Ethan would be able to get that 2K coming into that garden flank. It's just they expected that first kill to happen straight off the pop on the back of Mango's skull, but apparently that toaster is made of something different. Was able to get Kuso, couldn't quite get Mango in the swing, and then you had Vizor, who just was unchecked. When that dark cover goes down, it is so tricky because they were trying to clear out hell, and then they went into a handbasket and were served on a silver platter for Vizor to be able to take. You have 4 ults, the 4 that I've recommended and talked about before, available to the Cybears. They could be able to steamroll some of this for Site A again. They've really gone default, played to their strength. They've got a lot to work with for either of these sides at this point.
Right now, again, that mid push actually pushed up really far near market, but Isaac's waiting for somebody. Didn't see Sin right there. Sin just walks right past him, 2 in market. Ethan's now going to be trying to push that main a little bit. And with a nice teleport here on site. Couple smokes up, gonna help out a little bit. However, Kuso with a nice pick on Ziclair. I'm just gonna say it like that.
That's fine.
Yeah.
It's a tough name. I asked them before. I think it's Excicerare, and I think I'm making up most of that. I don't know.
Excicer. Well, you know, there are a few syllables in it. I will say. Vizor again on the flank. Nice T1 picked off here. Has a blind on Kuso. Yep, doesn't need it. Again, man. The Bears are so good at putting up a guise of a lead. Every single time they get 1 or 2 frags, and then they know they're clean to push in at any given moment.
And you're going to see a timeout after the first 6 rounds. The first half of the first half. Some might call it the first quarter, but we're not guaranteed 24 rounds. The first half is, in fact, coming to a timeout. So you got to think, okay, we still have 4 ults if you're on the Cybears. If you're on the opposite side for the Rams, haven't exactly had a great time. You're talking about playing from ahead. They get a couple of kills and they just play from great angles and they just know how to execute getting onto site. It feels like the Cybears are just a little bit more practiced and ready and have a game plan when it comes to Ascent.
True. And another thing is we really haven't seen that many close matches between these two teams. It's pretty much been blowouts predominantly on either side, which has allowed the Bears to hold on to their very, very strong economy for the majority of this match. So even when there's an opportunity for a buy here from FSCW, they're not able to go very far with it because they're just getting outclassed by all these rifles on the other side. They're only taking out 1 or 2 players from the Cybears per round. And, the Bears' momentum is just rolling. They have 4 straight victories under their belt right now.
Yeah, this is a matter of who dominates mid, who's able to really dictate via a lot of this good smoke control in which Sin is leading. And, being able to find utility off that haunt and off the 0-point knife, double initiator on this site. Really, really good for being able to give you a lot of extra intel, especially because there's some tricky movements through this door play. But look at this one. It's going to be half shields across the board. You have a couple that are looking in mid. In fact, it's a triplicate. They may just scream on out, but they could get found out here in tiles. Prowler's able to get at least one, and they can't get that one done. Fireblaze takes out Vizor. This one is going very, very quickly. A quick trade, another duel. They're traded out immediately because of 2-on-1 in just a matter of about 8 to 10 seconds.
Well, seen a lot of close matches just yet, but I have to eat my words on this one because FSCW with a very aggressive push was able to get a couple of frags out here. Now, Kuso's going to have to push up to Heaven, Infinity Prime, and I believe Vin are going to be waiting on site. Actually, no, that was Sin. And yep, he's going to get picked off. It is a 1v1 right now, my friend.
Be able to get him. Nightfall gets expended. Prowler is going to be able to blind him. That intel does come forward. Another Prowler will come out as well because they have another string to them. They know they basically trade sides. It did come out. So they can wait. The decay will run away and their shield will come back. The deafness no longer in effect, but they will be able to at least fake it. So now this bomb timing has to be apparent, and they will lose that duel. Infinity Prime,
I love the patience.
captain of that squad. It was constantly Kuso looking at where they once were. The Nightfall, the Prowler, great cover to allow them to reposition.
Yeah, excellent. I'm really surprised that we didn't see a push off of that Prowler off of the Nightfall as well, because both of those combo into allowing Fade to get a lot of really easy kills. But I mean, that's helped out in the economy game just a little bit. But again, they're playing on pennies right now. Kuso will be having their op, so that's a good opportunity for them, as well as they have a couple of extra ults with Vin, and I believe that will be an ult for them coming in from the KO as well. But it'll be interesting. We're seeing a lot of aggressive defensive pushes here, nearly getting one, but Isaac is suppressed with 10 health left in mid.
See, this is the Rams trying to dictate not just what is being executed, but the pace of play, putting pressure right up the gut against the Cyberbears. Look how they've been able to kind of really push them away. Owning mid is king of the castle and making everyone dirty rascals. You have a one-way by Vin, holding long on A, seeing Isaac trip all the way up, seeing they get around behind him. But look at this drag. You actually have the Killjoy all the way back in spawn, and that's actually a great split grouping, because if they get found out, you can counter the counter on this flank. So it could work out. The Prowler does get it situated. Vin is going to have to escape. Dark cover comes through, and they actually will have a 0-point knife. No teleport to occur. They're going to break this door, make it a little bit more difficult to come through. Kuso gets 2 off of that tour de force, and this becomes a 3-on-3 after Sin eliminates Mango.
And yeah, we were talking about this before the match even started. This offensive Killjoy just to force the opposing team off the site. And yep, Sin is right there catching him in the crossfire. It is a 1v3 here going on to A. And it actually looks like there's going to be a bit of a rotation coming out as well.
Yeah, they were able to kind of boot scoop boogie themselves off site. Fireblaze recognizing that they got to be able to bring this fight to them. I think that door went down. So Infinity Prime is looking to start this plant. Well, the door is still open. Yeah, so they actually are just looking to come through, which will help them out. But look at this off angle. Ethan is all the way on B main. So as they hear the haunt getting thrown, they may start looking at Marketplace because they know they're not with them. They're either right across from them or to their right angle. Do they keep that rifle? Do they continue? This has been a stellar run, and they're able to get that with one. Fireblaze just can't find any way to get in there for free.
6 straight rounds for the Cybears. They've been getting a little bit closer of late. They're being forced to rebuy, but considering the fact that they've been winning so frequently, really a small price to pay, honestly.
Oh, yeah. Rare is, rarely going to have to ever use that Bladestorm, at least right now. They are so rich, make me into a sugar baby, and they could buy me meals for a week. And these guys are still going to be able to buy themselves rifles for a long, long time, maybe for the remainder of this first half, first 8. Or what was it? 75% quick mass. That's for you college kids. That's what's been won right now by NYIT, and they still are making for that challenge out of mid. And the aggressive pushes that we've seen out of the Rams has been their strength, but it's not going to be the strength as the Doppelganger Syndrome is able to get rid of Isaac.
Excellent play there. Yep. Gets a little bit of a tap on the chamber as well. And right now, Fireblaze still holding that angle. A couple angles being held on A, but it looks like B will be where the main force of the push is coming from. KO's got the angle locked down pretty hard. Low rotation over to A for Kuso. Mango is going to pop that one. Recognizes that there will be 2 people coming on to B. He's going to call for help soon. But it looks like the Cybears are going to back off a little bit here. They got to hustle up because that clock is not infinite. Yeah, they're running quite low.
They're looking at maybe a 35 to 30 second execute mark. Vin has actually hung himself out over into Wine. Will they be expecting this one? They take long enough to get over there. If he has too much of a gun point peek, you see them both look in that direction. They know they're there. They understand. Thank you, observers, for being able to give us our laser sights because they are expecting it. You at least have the one. They find anyone with that 0-point knife. Now they've decided to ignore it. They're going to get onto site. And now from opposite end, the spike goes down. Great discipline. You talked about it before. Excicerare will drop. And this may be one that the Cybears actually do drop in totality. 5 seconds remaining. They're not going to have enough time to plant. So they're going to try and hold on to these rifles.
Yep. But not going to happen. And the Cybears finally fall with a really blistering 6-round victory, but it will be FSCW, the Rams, starting to claw their way back into this thing. The Cyber's going to be calling a timeout this time now.
You know what? I understand that because they had so much momentum and they were just doing so well. They're like, okay, let's go until we lose. All right, cool. Let's talk about it. So they get caught out. I feel like they knew based on timing that they had been not pushing on A for long enough that maybe someone has snuck over to wine. But because they never peeked out and they just waited, they're like, all right, we got to get on site. And then, yeah, like you said, it's just an excellent moment for Vin to be able to pop out, at least get one, ruin that rotation upwards. And then because of the dark cover, there was really no way out for Infinity Prime to do anything.
Right. And, I'm sure a lot of people will be like, well, if they were going to come out of wine, they would have done it by now. They clearly hear us throwing util. But no, that's the Vin difference, man. Vin's just hanging out there, just like, I'm just going to wait until you feel like you're safe, and I'm going to snatch this victory away from you, almost single-handedly.
You think we can call it the Vendetta? Yeah.
Ooh, I quite like that.
Okay, not quite. Okay, all right, cool. All right, maybe. All right, we'll patent it later.
You expect me to not like it, but I'm about it, my
Okay,
friend.
all right, cool. You know what? I appreciate. All right, most people are like, "Come on, monkey, stop." But you know what? You're good. See, we're breach mains out here. That's for all you people that aren't breach mains. You should be a breach main. But what we're looking right now, we have
Don't be a breach main. He's good on only a couple maps.
He's amazing. We got no commands that I want to see get utilized in this round. We haven't really seen a lot of those. We get a Blaze Storm, and that's going to happen. Take down one, but from opposite angle, Infinity Prime is able to trade.
Yep, way to take him out there. And it, definitely looks like this defense is starting to push up a little bit too hard. And the Cybears, despite taking that time out, are clearly not ready for it.
No, this has been Rams's execution level. When they get aggressive, when they run straight up the mid into Archway and just say, you know what, we're going to dominate, we're going to take over these attacking favored angles, especially out of tiles, then they win. They straight up surprise the Cybears. But at this moment, you have one with Visor hanging out from long point all the way into spawn, and then Sen, who will be sighted out. He's going to try and get in there and at least work some of that magic. Paranoia, but it is just a spray down. Mango saw him, and it's a couple of Omens doing some firing, but it will be Vin that comes out the better of it. KO's dropping them left and right. So that's the last couple for FSC.
Good stuff there. And FSCW is starting to stabilize quite a lot, and they're getting some momentum right now too. And with momentum comes confidence, my friend. Clearly, Isaac's feeling it with that op too. I think they're in a very, very good position right now. And, there's no one particularly winning the Econ war right now. But Kuso and Ven do have quite a lot of extra spare change, should they need it.
The good news, like what was kind of seen before, is that Cybears, even if they end up losing this round, they have enough to buy into the next because they were able to build up such an early economy. But that timeout and that latter win to be able to give the Rams a chance actually has been able to now slowly snowball. We'll have a hill to continue to roll down on. They want to be able to get on site. So they're going to try and push him away. There's going to be a spray through as Sin was able to get rid of Mango. The no command does come out. You have one in hell. Do they expect it? They have two in hell. They're trying to be able to peek out, but Sin is able to find them. The door coming down and just can't quite execute. Now, ownage of the site goes to the Cybears. This is looking more like those 6 rounds that they took before.
Yeah, but they're going really slow. It looks like Kuso's a little bit hung up on Ethan in mid right now, but Ethan's actually going to try to rotate around, cover tree as well as they can. Isaac trying to find a way onto point. Kuso coming through tree, it looks like. And they're going to go down and try to deal with Ethan. They recognize Ethan has to come from this angle.
Teleport's ready.
So they recognize, yep, right there. Going to put some shots on the window, but Ethan with that trigger discipline is not going to push anything. Isaac will get called out on Heaven. Kuso, the last man standing, but he's got to watch his back, and there it is again. Gonna be Infinity Prime picking this one up with an Ethan assist.
Kuso trying to drift his way towards the door, but unlike a good old car, he's unable to have eyes in the back of his head or a rear view mirror, so he never knew when he's going to see Ethan coming up to put some bullets in there to maybe make some new eye holes. But that's just good news. I mean, for the Cybears, they're able to slow the roll of the Rams. That really did have a stake in maybe turning this into a possible 6-6. At best, it'll be a 7-5. And that's also great communication because they're like, all right, he shot the door. Door's not down. Didn't hear the audible of the door breaking. Operator online. Does visor go down? 0-point knife. Won't be able to recognize him as his shots. And so this is, again, the defense trying to be owned up on mid. Vin already pushing well up And you see kind of they're waiting on it from the side of the Side Bears as they hold back onto main A.
Right now, Vin still covering that angle. I feel like they recognize how much the Cybers liked mid, and they decided to crash down like a wave on it and said, you know, if you want to peek this, it ain't going to be for free anymore. Yep, nice little jiggle there for Infinity Prime, recognizing that, okay, Isaac does have an op. We need to deal with that. And an offensive Killjoy ult's going to be coming in again. It looks like it will clear up B a little bit, but it looks like Kuso's just going to try to stick it out, try to get a pick if they can.
Yeah, they could either hold themselves as bait.
Okay.
Yeah, they do TP out, but they're going to actually TP and play as bait from that backside alleyway corner, if I'm correct. It does look like, yes. So they got one player detained. They're trying to see if they can be able to get anyone going, but no. It's still a 5-on-5. Looking on this run. Nice angle. Rare is able to back up. They have a Blaze Storm if they want to use it. Got a Vandal in hand. They actually do get dropped by Mango, who just waited for the footsteps. They're moving swift and smooth, but even Wind has to stop somewhere. A nice pickup by Infinity Prime against Vin outside of Wine. It's a 3-man push. They hold this angle as well, and the no command will still be active, but it's right now Mango that's down, and they cannot take out the remaining 2.
So, way to stabilize here on the last part of the round here for the defender side. There will be a bit of a switch coming up here now as NYTech will be switching onto defense. I believe. Wait, no, am I crazy?
Equal opposite. Bears on defense.
No, I'm not. I'm not crazy. I miscounted. This is the last round. This is the last round.
Yeah. Well, wait. No, this is first round, right? No. Yes. First round.
What?
What?
Anyway. So yeah. Anyway, I believe the. Wait, no, I am crazy. This is.
Yeah. See, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. Look, it's nearly 10 o'clock on the East Coast. All right, people got to get their homework done. Everyone's got to have some extra, like, Capri Suns, and I believe in all of that. Will we see an aggressive
energy drink of choice?
Of course. I mean, a quick squeeze. You drink like 3 or 4 ounces very fast. Boom, done.
But make sure you respect that pouch, baby.
Respect it! Respect that pouch! And of course, we get to see how the utility of Ethan on defense will come into big play as you already get the bot able to see 1. And it's become a numbers game. Big paranoia. Now they're going to start pressing away. Isaac is going to try and spray through, but it's Ethan gets rid of Fireblaze. So it's not as good of ownership on the attacking half of the Rams, at least right now.
Right. Well, they're going to figure it out in just a moment. Again, you see what teams could do after they lose their first initial rounds, if that 6 straight victories for the Cybears is any indication. But right now, Zerare, I'm going to say, is trying to find the way onto the point to get a little bit of a back cap. Vin will be planting. There is a slight numbers advantage that has been completely taken care of by Sin. Mango is down. Couple picks with this Ghost, and Zerare is going to get another one. Not going to trade on to Isaac, though, but Sin will pick that one up, and it is Kuso desperately trying to see if they can win this round 1 for their team.
And Kuso has no Headhunter bullets. They're not going to be able to get there in time. They're going to have to spam through that dark cover. There's just not enough distance, time, or effort that can be expended. In fact, they will drop to Sen, who gets a 3K, and that'll be a good defensive retake by the side of the Cybears. It's an opening pistol round, so they may be able to take the first 2. But I wonder if they're going to take, if any of their execution practice for Ascent is to be as aggressive as the Rams were. Even off the rip, round number 1, when we had, I believe it was Fireblaze leading the charge straight up main around to flank into mid. They were very aggressive about these points of attack.
Yeah, man. But hey, speaking of aggressive, we do see an Ares being held by Infinity Prime right now. Oh, and Zerare did have a Marshall. However, they're going to get picked off by the Headhunter from Kuso. So, a sniper will become the sniped here.
It's enemy at the gates situation, and everyone's going to start to back up because the defense is down from 1. You do have good control by Visor, who will be able to utilize this fragment if they can. They recognize that the Prowler is able to sight them out. They're in garden. No one's going to go and tackle him because he does have the weapon differential in their favor. So Sen is going to go up top into Heaven, trying to be able to spray away through the wall. But it's control of both garden and Heaven now from the low side looking up. And look at this. Kuso is actually making sure that there is no weird flank coming out from mid. And it's going to be just Visor who's still trying to be able to find them. And they recognize there's 2 out there. A little undercut flash, undertoss flash. And now it's a numbers game all over the site. Quick tag. Ethan's able to find Isaac as well. Kuso's still hiding in that corner. They know where they are.
Yeah, dude. And Kuso, a little worse for wear, is going to get picked up. Sin's going for the defuse, and they are going to get it. The Cybears will hold yet again on their bye round. So they have a bonus round. They have 3 people who are still going to be holding on to their econ from the last match, but we are presumably going to be seeing rifles come out from this FSCW team. They are down 4 right now, so they definitely need a pop right here if they want to get the ball rolling.
They would love to replicate what the Cybears did after that magical, like, oh, we get 2, but you get 6. They would love to be able to get some of that going. I don't think, based on, well, I mean, sometimes I think, but I don't believe that sometimes what the Cybears are doing can be done as well. They just, like you had mentioned before, winning those one-on-one first point of contact fights. And you're gonna see this be a rifle game from distance. I wanna see how the Rams will be able to take it. They're gonna run it down catwalk. I like this play, because they're just gonna, I mean, it's kind of telegraphed off that dark cover in mid. Kuso trying to be able to get this turn, and they do. Exacerate gets a little bit too aggressive.
Yep, and peeks out a little bit too much, but they do have a team there ready to go in the other direction. Visor's going to get a nice flash. Going to grab 1 with a barrel stuff, but not going to get 2. Fireblaze is going to put him to bed real quick. And yep, another strong push. 3 straight plants here coming in from the Rams. And it is 1 man standing. It is Sin, who's trying to push from mid, but too much on this buy round. And Fireblaze and the rest of his team will be winning this one.
You know, at 6-9 so far, looking good for the Rams. They're able to do what is expected outside of those first 3 rounds. And so now I need to see if a true rifle round rings pleasant for the Rams and they begin maybe a streak to be able to put NYIT on notice. But right now, NYIT does have that 3-round buffer if they want to hang on to it. We do have a Nightfall in favor of Fireblaze if they want to be able to retake or maybe push everyone away. That could be a little bit trickier. But you have the lockdown by Ethan that could also retake or at least repel. I want to see how that maybe gets expended. And they're hanging out right now backside B on the CT side. So let's see how this default pans out. And hanging out on the opposite side of boxes is Kuso on main 8, looking for anyone to come up. No one's coming, man. Everyone's away from you.
Yeah, a couple Prowlers being tossed out here. Isaac's going to take a little bit of damage. You know, both Jets are actually a little worse for wear. 1 tap each, probably. But Vin and Kuso are going to be pushing onto A here. Pretty much uncontested, and it does look like they are going to be having a little bit of a hardship from Heaven, as well as a split push coming in from Tree as well. But another plant coming in for the Rams.
They've been able to get that bomb down. This is about how they hang on to it. A nice flicking down by Sin. Gonna TP away outside of Jenny. And they may actually go for a very aggressive sudden hold to be able to get to that bomb, but no ninja defuse is going to occur. A 2v3 right now. Kind of 2.5. Well, you know, 2 now, because Isaac, you could have just kind of spit at him and it would have been able to take him down. The bomb is right now in a point where their time is against them. Can they be able to drop onto site? Ethan actually gets executed. That's Kuso. Comes up with a 2K when they needed him most. This is a streak right now beginning for the Rams.
It could have played that clock a little bit better on the lockdown, but that's a wasted ult. A really, really good stoppage here for this Rams team. And you know what? I'm not going to say the 6 is coming, but they do have better util and they do have better econ right now.
Oh, yeah.
I wouldn't be shocked to see this one go the distance.
I could see the Cybears being able to win this in a thrifty as long as they're hitting shots on these sheriffs. But with the way this has been painted and with how well Rams have been able to find some good momentum here on our first map, it's looking like they're going to be able to take it, especially with the Nightfall, able to side everyone out. Now you start pressing up. It's a parade of death. Everyone's suppressed. Do they move through? Is there enough utility? Maybe some swarm grenades to be able to deny them. You don't get the toaster bath on that lane, and now everyone's able to press up. You get rid of 1 Infinity Prime drops. That is a massive value. Sin is able to make the flick. They could be able to upgrade, but they can't do from the grave. Plant will go down. That is a 5th in a row. Able to get to site, no problem, and even more so when Mango's hitting these shots.
Yeah, and that's the problem here. The Rams do have way better guns at this point, so I mean, I don't want to be that guy, because you know you can win with the Eagles for sure, but definitely did not have the odds in their favor, and that's going to be another one falling by the wayside for the Cybears. They do have a bit of a similar set of econ right now, a bunch of Vandals and a Phantom. You know, same thing on the other side too. Full armor. This will be full force for both teams. I do want to point out that after winning that round, Mango did waste a flash, so they had to buy another one. That wasn't very smart. I'm just going to call it out there like it is. If there's something you want to improve on, don't use your expensive util before the round's over.
Look, he's a bit bougie, all right? When you want to have some of that attitude, then you buy those expensive things. Oh, but Vin is being caught out. Put your hands on your rifle, not together like you're about to clap, because you just got a round of applause from Ethan with a bullet in the face. So that's a good start for the Cybears to reassert some better overall control. Isaac trying to be able to work against Sin, who in fact takes his own bit of chip damage. So everyone's running away right now from the Rams. They're looking a little bit worse off, but still got time. It's just about how they can be able to execute. It does seem like they're going to lean onto B, especially because they put that early pressure around A. Look at this fanned spread for retake from the side of the Cybears.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of similar pushes from them. You know, a lot of aggressive holds to the middle, and then just fading out going A after they realize they've routed their opponents. However, their opponents are coming down a little bit quickly. This angle is not going to get covered well enough. Sin is going to hit Isaac through wall. Sin right now looking for something, but it will be Kuso on the flick off of Market. 3v3 in this situation right now, but a lot more healthy on that side of the Cyber. Kuso's going to hang out in this pocket. Visor looking for something here.
He's able to get one off the swarm grenade, and then Ethan is immediately traded out. It's a 2v2. Can't quite see nothing when you're blind. 9 HP in a dream is like Zycer Rare. Mango trying to be able to get rid of one. It's Toaster v Toaster. BattleBots, it's in action, and Mango. Where was this guy the first half? I think he was starting to really warm up, but he's on fire right now to make it 9-9, and you see the timeout for the Cybears.
Just like my central processing unit, man, he just needs a little bit of love to get going. As soon as you give him some time and you don't be too harsh on him, he becomes a diamond. He was bottom fragging for quite a while on the offensive side of things for FSCW, but right now he's feeling a lot better about himself. And 14-12, second place on the team. Not doing too bad. A lot of assists as well. Doing great stuff for these Rams players.
Yeah, and this is a squad that is going to be fairly rich. They're going to be able to exist with their current rifles, and you're probably going to see maybe another sort of low buy into maybe a full save to play for next from NYIT. They could be able to get some good movements, but then that next round will be very pivotal about if they are not successful, then they would be in a bad situation on those double-digit rounds. One of these squads into this next one will be the first to 10. This game went from being a dominant shutout to a showcase of streaks on the attacking half for both teams. The Rams never say die. Look at this ult economy. You got From the Shadows on both just to be able to renegotiate the map. You have a couple of Blade Storms. Don't see that getting used by Isaac. It will by Zycer Rare. And then Fire, or rather, that Tour de Force still in the back pocket of Kuso. They can save themselves forever. They can buy for the remainder of this half. And they're in a great position right now.
They are. And just Stingers and Deagles from the other team. So gonna be a tight one. Now, if I am the Cybears, you got to try to play flank here, because there's no way that you win in a head-on-head match. You know, maybe Zerarare can do so, but in this situation, when you have, you know, this low numbers as well as this low amount of money, it's gonna be really difficult for you to do anything. Nice blind angle there on Zerarare. However, they will get suppressed, so they do have to resort back to their classic. Sin trying to hold heaven, doing a good job of it. Shooting through the smokes right now, and it looks like the Rams are firmly pressed on A. They do have the plant down. Every single one of them is on A, except for, I believe that means Blaze Fire coming out off site.
You see a Haunt come through that dark cover just to see what they can find. And Paranoia does pop out at Isaac to see who will drop. They, in fact, drop their opposite gang.
Oh my God!
Woo! 3K, Isaac, cool. As soon as everyone pressed onto site, it was a waterfall of bodies, just like the good song says. Let those bodies hit the floor. And they're able to make the knock on the door with a 10-9, finally getting their first lead of this series.
Look at this. Yep, they all came heaven. Yo, one down. Boom, another one. Boom, another one. Boom, boom. Oh my gosh. Quick succession. Tactical execution. This Rams team, the second they hit the ball and they got it rolling, they have not been able to be stopped just yet. And, you know, as the great great Newton once said, an object in motion will stay in motion unless acted upon by that outside force. Right now, the Bears got to be that outside force. They are looking a little desperate in this situation, though, because their opponents are 3 rounds away from a victory here.
ECC, that outside force for them through Isaac was the bullet that went through and in and out of their chest cavity, able to make sure that they are gone. So a key weapon for the Rams is put into the spawn sector. They're going to have to be looked at later. Vin trying to be able to jiggle peek against Infinity Prime. Prowler will at least identify Vin, so they're making some comms. Be able to see, all right, where will we rotate over to? They've been able to play at a deficit and do it very well. Visor, they're actually having to spray down just to see if they can identify where that alarm bot is. It is taken out. Dark cover is going to aim to slow them down. But if you do that, you want someone up coming north side of a marketplace. That won't happen, but you have someone off angle, maybe putting shots on to see if anyone's away from that. Visor behind this paper-thin wall, tiny little bricks. Will they expect this flash? Trying to be able to play from that tight corner, and they are found by Mango battle bots, and it's Mango that's just been the bigger, badder bot.
And Rock'em Sock'em all over this place right now. Fireblaze gonna take one as well. These Rams, they are up 4-2 right now with another pick from Fireblaze onto Sin. Mango in a good situation right now, but they got to get this plant down. They burnt a lot of time. However, the point is completely uncontested. And right now, it seems like these Bears are just going to save. They do have an operator, so it is not difficult to see why. And, yep, on the other side of things, everyone just firmly entrenched at Boathouse. I don't think they're going to be moving from their position except to escape the blast of that bomb.
It's really unfortunate. It's both a boon and a bane to get an op, because it does one of two things. One, you're able to pop off with it, get some good kills, really stagnate an early attack and force it to be just renegotiated by the Rams. But also, it becomes a heavy weight in your hands. You know how expensive that was. You cannot replicate that going to the next round, especially given what we are looking at this second half, really in a tidal force in favor of the Rams. So they hide away from it, can't even think to be able to go and take them on. So Cybears in their caves will hibernate going into our 21st round. And I mean, what a comeback that we've really been able to see. It is, again, 6 in a row, but this is where even the Cybears early on stumbled on their attack.
Yeah, I know. And, you know, Monkey, I feel like we just kind of paid that lip service, but I'm going to be honest again. 6 straight wins, 6 straight round wins to answer the 6 straight round wins that the Bears put on them earlier. Massive ult economy, a ton of momentum, really good econ for all their players, and they just haven't even needed to use ults. They've been winning these things flat out.
Shooter's going to shoot, play's going to play, and these Rams have been able to come out and say they're going to win the day on this attack. They've been really able to just tell the Cybears, hey, this is what's happening. You're going to have to deal with it. They've been pretty patient about it. Oh, and of course, Isaac waiting out ECC, who turned the corner, trying to see if they can find anything. As soon as they did, well, they found their obituary being read out in front of them. Oh, what a flick! No. Isaac is just going to put Sin on his back like that in a snap.
I believe that's an operator on the ground right now, too. Yeah, I believe ECC was holding on to one of those last round. So no one's going to pick it up yet from this offensive Rams team. However, they're going to be on site, pretty much uncontested at this point. Yep, they're going to try to slam the door in Visor's face. Visor's going to pop out a little bit, but Isaac will pick him up. 3 for Isaac right now, trying to go for the full send and not going to find the ace because Ethan's waiting right there for that cover. That's good util or econ for his team. Infinity Prime's going to be coming through the other way as the Rams get the plant down.
Oh, Kuso's going to ruin this. He's going to get right behind him. But they did kill. Okay, that's actually fantastic. Making sure that utility is still up. That saved Infinity Prime's life and maybe this ability to retake. They were actually going to send that one after Kuso on that Prowler. See if they can get themselves a streamline in onto main site. But they're picked up by Vin. Maybe on the flick, holding back sight. And now, all of a sudden, it's been a grinder. So maybe it's not been sudden, but it's been a marathon. Through the first 21, we're finally at match point, and it is ult galore on the side of the Rams.
Yep, the only one missing is Fireblaze, but then again, don't sleep too hard on the ult economy or the Cybears as well. They do have 3, however, only 2 of them are going to be able to help withstand a push, as Sins is pretty much just use it if you want to, or just, you know, get a little bit of a disruption on the map. But outside of that, it doesn't really do all too much. And yep. Probably coming through. Shot, nice little one-way. Nightfall's going to come out a little bit early there, I believe, from the Cybears. So it might have been a bit of desperation on the play.
I mean, when you see this kind of economy and you see the confidence that the Rams have really been able to bring, they looked like they were trying to bring that Nightfall onto an aggressive push. Oh, a headshot. Kuso found Sin, found two. Gets rid of an Infinity Prime. You're not allowed to exist in mid. You're allowed to exist in the ground. That's Isaac that comes up from behind Excicerare. This defense is falling apart. They baited you up. It was just Farmingdale farming your brains. Able to at least get one, but it traded. It's a 3K for Kuso. And it's all of, yeah, they can get it up. So they're going to have a full 5 set, and it's all up to Ethan to somehow ace it out.
I mean, if anyone can do it, it is Ethan. But, I mean, in this economy, I don't know how much of an opportunity that is. Ethan's going to try to work around Tree, but they will not be uncontested. The Nightfall's going to come in just to put a little bit of extra damage on him. Going to open up the door, which is not something you see very often. Isaac right now is going to seal the deal. A flawless victory on the 8 straight rounds, by the way, chat, coming in from FSCW. What a first map between both these competitors.
Dominant as they were able to just get it back. A 7-5 into the first half turns into the first couple going over to the Side Bears, but NYIT wasn't ready for an even greater wave and streak of success for Farmingdale to really just bring it to them. They started their defense by being aggressive, keeping track and keeping in lockstep with the Side Bears as they came off point. A very kind of hard thing to absorb early on, but then as their attack was able to execute, they played cool, calm, and collected, never let a numbers issue play against them, and they just took that ladder 8 and just took it all away, able to go 13-9 and in map number 1.
They turned that numbers issue into a skill issue in their favor. So that's a big deal. Round 1, which looked completely airtight from the Side Bears after that, initial 6-round sweep that they went on. FSCW said, I'll see you and I'll raise you as well. So get a little bit of extra damage on the board. So the mental for the Side Bears can't feel too good right now as we go into map 2, which will be Fractured.
Yeah, that one is going to be a big deal. We're going to be going to a break, though. Before you guys feel a little bit fractured, make sure you grab a snack of water and, of course, join us as we continue with a little bit more Valorant here for the ECC. It's going to be the Rams and, man, I forgot their name. The Side Bears. How could I forget them? We'll be back with them right after this.
Chairs, whether or not more esports teams will go under the umbrella of athletics. And I'm kind of indifferent in terms of whether it should, because I don't want esports to go down the road that some conventional sports have gone down with the NCAA. So we have a unique opportunity to kind of craft esports in a way that fits what esports is, as opposed to trying to fit it into a conventional athletics box, so to speak.
Right.
I think the success of our program and getting participation is exactly that. The fact that we're not tying it in necessarily to athletics and NCAA eligibility. Like Carolyn, we probably have 3 or 4 schools that are under athletics. And I know it puts them in a difficult position sometimes trying to make some decisions. I got a request recently to consider allowing part-time students to participate during this year, because some schools struggle sometimes to fill out all the games that they want to play with us, and we held off on that for now. We defer to the institution and say, what's your policy for those that are under student development or activities? What's your policy for allowing students to participate? And if you certify that they're eligible under your current policies, then that's good for us. I also think, and I was part of some of the conversations early on with the NCAA years ago about the NCAA getting involved as a Division II representative, and I was crossing my fingers that wouldn't happen, just because I think this needs time to grow, and expand.
Can I ask Rob a question, because you mentioned part-time enrollment, and one of the things that we've done here is that as a conference, we've just set eligibility standards, full-time enrollment, making progress towards your degree as the institution defines it. Are you guys doing something like that as well? Because we've gotten that part-time enrollment question and we've said no.
Yeah, no, I don't think we've gotten that far down the line, Carolyn, to ask for that. I think we kind of put it on the institution, But we do say that the student has to be a full-time. Now, they could be a full-time grad student, but they have to be full-time as from what the institution decides.
Yeah, our eligibility requirements are just as simple as can be. You have to be a full-time student in good standing.
Yes.
And after that, and that's about it. Now I think we wanted as few impediments to getting this thing rolling as possible in the outset. I do think as schools get more competitive, they will start to distrust one another, and that's why we have this 500-page NCAA manual, because schools distrust one another. But we're not there yet. Right now there's still a collective. Let's move this forward, and the fact that the NCAA is not administering it, I think, is really helpful to the growth of it all. And yes, we allow grad students. We don't even have a 4 or 5 year clock. If you are full-time enrolled for 10 years in good standing, you can do. And why not? Why would we not say that that's okay? Now, eventually, like I said, we may change our minds if the schools require it. They say, no, this is crazy. Look what they're doing over there. We don't like, but I think we're still a long way from that. Alex, do you have anything?
Yeah, I mean, I echo everything that really Carolyn has said. You're gonna have to forgive me. What was the original question? It's been a minute. I know. I'm sorry.
Well, just kind of what you set out to do, and then what maybe the realities of it all.
And there's so many other jobs as well that
That's
can
right.
translate out of this experience in esports. The only path is not just as a player. I think all of us are representative of jobs in esports, but it mirrors traditional sports in pretty much the same way. You've got, broadcasters, you've got production people, you've got marketing and sales, and now NIL and things like that. But really, esports is kind of a great accelerator for a lot of new businesses that are coming up in the metaverse and Web3, and there's a lot of new technology that is going to be needed. And so these STEM students that are also esports athletes are really the future workforce and leaders of tomorrow. And us, as well as all of our brand partners that we work with, really recognize this. And I think that's really, a key driver of why brands are in this space. They want to be part of building that future workforce and leadership and shaping it and supporting it. So, yeah, it's been a very interesting space to watch.
And we offer such a big, we offer such a big counterpart to traditional sports also, because it's a counterpart, but it's also the same, is what I'm trying to say. Because when you're traditional sports and they're done after their 2-a-day workout and they're done after their practice scrim, they're coming home to play Call of Duty and relax and put their feet up and get a drink and play video games. It grows their brain, problem-solving skills, and their hand-eye coordination while they're home. Hand-eye coordination, if you're a football player, massive skill. So it helps build those things while they're off the field. And then for us, vice versa, if you're an esports athlete, one of the errors I had growing up when I was competing in esports is that I was not active enough. I played sports, I competed a little bit, but I wasn't active enough truly when I look at it. So that's one area that esports players can learn from in terms of activity and physical and the marrying of both. People say, oh, sports and esports, video games. Not really. We're just kind of the tech industry's competitive form of competition, as to where traditional sports are more physical, hands-on. So I believe in the marrying of these two sectors and that they actually live together while also being counterparts.
Well, I think then to speak to something about marrying, right, from traditional to esports, that to me speaks to this whole new thing, at least again from you guys, right? You guys have more traditional sports background, right? Paul, Lee, Mike, and all of that. But I think let's talk NIL then, because I think that's something that I think is really interesting, that at least when I heard about it, right, of what we're trying to do with, esports athletes, schools, programs in general, because it wasn't something you would think normally, right? You could understand, right, football player on the field, star quarterback, it makes sense, right? The guy is somebody that everybody knows on campus, whether you're on the team, off the team, or you're just going to the school, it makes sense. But I think, nowadays it's not as common, or people don't think that they could be somebody that their name is out there, right? Or that they're known, right? As we're growing the space, as we're putting this together, it almost feels really interesting that, your star entry in Valorant, or your star forward on Rocket League, right? Whatever the case might be, now they can have NIL deals. It's a thing out there, and I think, I don't know, maybe Mike, you want to start off, but
I think thank you for teeing that up. So I was talking for too long. I forgot to bring NIL into the mix. So it's a common occurrence, occupational hazard. So I would say that so NIL for I'm sure most of you watching understand what it is, but NIL stands for name, image, and likeness. Name, image, and likeness, that term has been utilized to describe the transition of traditional student athletes, NCAA athletes, and their ability to monetize their name, image, and likeness. It went live July 1st, 2021, and it has continued over the course of the last nearly 14 months now. It's an interesting term because it's been co-opted to describe the NCAA's approach to student athletes being able to make endorsement money or be able to monetize any part of their name, image, and likeness, but it's been around forever, right? We've had athletes endorsing brands for over 100 years. Babe Ruth of the New York Yankees was endorsing brands 100 years ago, and it has continued onward from baseball cards all the way through now, where we have lots of different integrations of how influencers can monetize their followings. So what I would say on the traditional side is it's still a very young space. There are a lot of stories out there regarding NIL that tend to focus on the negative, or how out of control, I put in air quotes, it has gotten. But there is still a burgeoning marketplace for many more student athletes that are involved. About 17% of NCAA athletes are currently involved in NIL, but 65% more than that want to get involved and are curious how to get started. On the flip side, brands are challenged with a few different things in the space. There are 10,000 professional athletes in the United States. Once July 1st, 2021 hit, and you dump every NCAA athlete into that space, that's another 500,000. So brands that maybe didn't have a dedicated athlete strategy when there were 10,000 now have 500,000 plus that 10,000 to figure out how to activate who they are. That's a lot. I understand brands' hesitancy in some instances, but I can tell you that companies like us are on a daily basis educating brands and student athletes as to the software you can use, the types of activations you can get involved in, and how to utilize your followings, or if you don't have to or want to be a social media star, other ways in which you can monetize it. Now, I know I described that under the umbrella of the NCAA, but I see it as being no different in esports. I think there are massive opportunities for people with followings to be able to use that and connect with brands. I think a company like us can help you to do that. And then beyond that, we can make sure that those transactions are safe for you. I think there are opportunities, not just at the individual competitor level, but at the program level to have a sponsorship go to that. I'm sure some of you out there listening and watching already have deals like that in place, but I think we can continue to enhance, augment those deals and make them more comprehensive and make them, first of all, I think product deals are perfectly fine, but I think we can get beyond that and grow some of these deals to a greater extent. Paulie, thoughts on that?
Yeah, what you said is right. So I'll put it in for layman's terms here for just the esports players, because I talk to so many of our athletes that compete in our CECC series that are currently still in college. And basically what when Mike Blewett says NIL, what he's referring to is just very simple. If a brand or any sort of anyone wants to use your school's name or your brand or anything with you, there is a deal for you that can be put in place, whether it's product deal, whether it's a paid endorsement. You can, whether you're a macro influencer or whether you're a micro influencer, you can be paid for your services. So most of the people, when I talk to them, most of the, I won't say people, college athletes, they are, intimidated by the word. They don't really know what it means. They've never done anything with it before. And that's what it means. Any single time a brand or anyone at all wants to use your name or do a deal with you or do some sort of activation with you or your school, that's basically what the layman's terms, the NIL meaning comes from. And it's evolving in this space. There are so many brands that want to associate with micro and macro influencers. and just get people involved with their products or their services. So all of you, collegiate athletes out there that are competing in esports, not only are we trying to broker those deals, but also keep your eyes, ears open, and don't be shy or scared to take these deals, because that's what I've heard the most, is that most of the time they're just scared to take them. They don't know what they are. They don't know if they're locking themselves into some agreement or terms that they're like going to give their name away or something too. So this is a really important space, and it's how you're all going to physically make money and build your brands along with company brands. So it's really important to learn. And my advice is to just get your feet wet. Don't worry about shying away. Read the contracts and take some of these deals, because growing your own brand is the future of what our industry is going to be, in my opinion.
Exactly. And if you follow in the pro space, you'll see that the pro teams are not only focusing on competitive play, but a lot of them are focusing on their brand and their cultural importance in the space. And so, one of the things that we do also is help athletes build their brand, build their following. And that's part of what Paulie and Kyler are doing on their side when we do this behind the scenes training. And so, building your brand, this is the creator economy.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome back to Esports U here on our Twitch page. And we are going to be getting right back into where we left off with the Rams after a stunning comeback on map 1 Ascent, kind of taking the fight to the New York Tech Cybears after they were up by a significant margin. I'm Laird. This is Hail Monkey Man to my right. How you doing, my friend?
You know what? It is beyond 10 o'clock on the East Coast, and these kids have been able to extend themselves into a game number 2. It's the battle for New York, and so far, it's a never say die mentality that will bring us to this second map. We go from the quintessential map that everyone must know how to play to the one that everyone for the longest time would in fact try to just auto-quit from. It is Fracture. So you and I were talking about how this map needs a little bit of breach, and already Fireblaze lining that one up, and Sin locking it in. I gotta tell you, last time I saw Cybears on this particular map with Sin popped off.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. So yeah, it's not really uncommon to see a lot of initiators also have a pocket Omen, because Omen's just a really good controller to have. So I wouldn't be surprised if they do actually main the initiator role. They just, don't really do super hot on maps where breach isn't strong. But I'm interested to see this at least. We did have double Rays getting locked in here. And actually, it looks like Mango is hovering Harbor, but I don't think he's actually legal for conference play yet, if I heard you correctly. Okay.
Yeah, he was just floating them. He was just doing the tease that they often like to see.
He's like, I wish, but you're not going to get it.
Just asking the producer if they can use them. But for right now, it's looking like we're going to have a full-on mirror composition coming into here.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah. So this is going to be execution at its finest. We had a difference of a Sentinel going into Ascent. Now it's a difference of nothing except who's going to be able to be playing better with them. So, who can be able to use this double initiator? Who can just be able to pop off with the duel with Rays? Kuso actually has flipped over. They were basically a duelist before as a Hungry Chamber, but that's gone over to Mango now. So that's a little bit different. I like seeing the versatility of role sets here.
I also think it's kind of cute in a sense where it's like we got to take turns on the chamber, all right? Because it's just so much fun. I got to, let my friend play it this time around. But anyway, we are here on Fracture. Again, this is I feel like Breach kind of defines this map, and he's not really a character who has that many good stages going for him. So I'd be very surprised, like I said, if we didn't see one locked in here. And you know what we get to? And what do you think about the mirror composition here, Monkey? Because honestly, not something I've had the privilege of experiencing just yet.
It's really, when you're talking about your economy, your gun, your buy-ups into your util, who's just using them more creatively, I suppose. And then also, who's just able to execute when it comes to a straight-up point of contact fight, like your gunfights. We started seeing Mango pop off, and of course, Kuso becoming a little bit more clever on positioning. So who wants to be able to get in a little bit better? And of course, if you guys at home, or even yourself, have not seen the changes that have happened to this map, I think they've been for the better.
I agree.
People are people are actually using Dish for once. When you go to arcade, it's a little bit better to hide out into that little kind of cove on the outside. So I do like the changes that have come up, and already we get some pressure in the early paint shells. We're able to fend them off for right now. And again, this is a flip-flop of size as NYIT comes in on the attack.
Yes, and they're going to have to fade back a little bit, but a couple of them are taking the rope right now to rendezvous with the rest of their team who are hanging out at Dish right now. So I like that this changes. It's a lot easier to make that jump now. It's also a lot easier to stave off opponents from that angle. But right now, it will be a back rotation over to B as well, with a lone Brimstone being the one to hold it off. And those two on A are just a distraction right now, as we see the Brimstone coming around from New York Tech. But it will be Mango drawing first blood.
And that this is actually a great cerebral play. They're able to gun down Isaac, who has also traded out roles, no longer on that particular duelist from distance, trying to hold it down on main B. And I do like the distraction. You take ropes, you go around, you thinking maybe they're all going to be able to just rendezvous a Dish, but no, they actually come in through arcade, hang on to them long enough. Mango's able to use that frenzy, get rid of Exciser Rare, and that's a trade out. And Fireblaze is able to find Infinity Prime. The defuse coming through Ethan. They got to be able to get there. Pros don't fake. They, in fact, stick. Gets one from distance. They're going to be able to get this one, make the turn. Maybe a shot through box, right-click hero in a dream. Will this duel ever end? It ends with a timer.
Hey, man, the refs had to hold them back on that one. So, it's actually going to be the Rams winning this one first. And, we've seen this before. Whoever wins the first round is able to usually win the second one, but in the long run, that might not be for the better if the pattern holds.
It's very true. And we've also seen now NYIT attack twice in a row to start off a map. So if we do go to the decider of Icebox, they have actually chosen to defend. So that'll be a change of, I guess, patterns. But this is a burst onto the site. You have this cartwheel of death. That is Cybears trying to be able to roll it up because they did not buy. You have to have firepower and surplus. They actually have two in sewer. And right now from distance, Fireblaze is able to hang onto that corner as they're looking for the plant on main. Fireblaze, they're going to continue to deny them with that Aftershock mowing through. They get a second one on Ethan. This is just good control off that breach, using Util to its finest.
Yep, gonna go for a flash there as well, but it is gonna help Isaac pick up that kill. And yep, that is going to be the Rams grabbing this one again, but again, a Pyrrhic victory. They did lose two of their fellow compatriots. We are gonna need to rebuy, but nearly already at the alt for Fireblaze. So seems like this is the initiator they're a little bit more comfortable on, having a good old time on the point right now, but interesting that they let Fireblaze go for the full defuse as opposed to the partial one and just letting Isaac pick it up so they can get a little bit of extra ult. But, maybe they weren't thinking about it. Maybe they just wanted to have a little bit of horsing around time. But this will be the time of the day. We are going to see some assault rifles coming in from the opposing team. So let's see what the Rams will do to hold them off on this one.
Yeah, thus far, the Rams have really absorbed the movements of the Cybears and been able to really kind of either retake or just be a nuisance on site. I mean, you had Fireblaze just hanging out right side or outside of B main and kind of play with that plant. Kuso, they're going to actually run up and down outside of Arcade. They're going to play in the numbers game, maybe able to just pincer this one. Infinity Prime caught out all five, running it north side as two will drop already. Trying to slow down the Cybears has been tough. They don't guess where the bomb is, but the bomb is going to be facing this wave of bodies coming out of Dish.
That's so big, too, picking up those kills, because now the defenders actually have a little bit of gun variety, too. However, yeah, they have rifles now, and that's particularly scary. However, yeah, it's going to be the Rams winning that one because of a picked-up Phantom on the hands of Vin. So, like I was saying, man, yeah, dying with rifles on your buy round, not great.
No, not at all, especially because able to take advantage of the remake, redo, really, of that Dish just composition. You get it into a single lane, but it's much more drop protective. It used to be, all right, send a body through. It used to be literally like World War I. Get up from the trenches, see if you can be able to just take that assault fire, and then maybe you absorb enough bullets to let those coming through be able to survive. Instead, you have some extra cover, and in fact, there will be more put down as those paint shells are able to go down. Kuso is on a blind, trying to be able to make up for lost time with Vin. The Prowler will blind them out. The Honk goes down to see what they can find through that darkness, but it's now a trade away. Cybears are finding tough scenes right now, especially with just everyone hurt to even be able to get onto site, and they're caught between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, they're holding this angle right now, and frankly, yeah, it's gonna get walked up on by Isaac, who is going to clear the way, and you know, he's got a little revolver to his help as well. So Vin and Isaac still holding strong. Vin has not died in the past couple rounds, but you know, making their presence known, a number of assists on their hand, but again, staying alive, that's how you don't lose.
Yeah, that, you know, staying alive, getting more kills than your opponent, and generally, I guess for this game, instead of just getting more points than them, you have to put a bomb down. Maybe somewhere. We do have the capability for the Cybears for everyone to get their ult in this particular round, as you do have the orbital strike and the showstopper to get things actuated. But we already have a rolling thunder that could get used up. Kuso's going to bring out the thunder and the rain. There'll be a little bit of pain they throw. No way. Okay, Excicerate does get traded out. I thought Kuso was about to gun him down off of that whiff.
Dude, Exicerare's patience on that was a little ill-advised, but you got Mango with an operator right now waiting for Sin. Sin, you see him moving his arms around. You see he was looking for something, but he peeked while he was changing his guns, and yep, FSCW still with a numbers advantage. However, backside B is ripe for the taking.
Oh, Vin from up top.
Oh no, he's taking the rope.
Slow down the rope. He was going slow. Thought they'll never see me. Well, they saw me. Oh no! And so Isaac will try to press up. This is a very good way to be able to take on a Nightfall, and they get a 3K off of it. Isaac is a killer, even if they're not on a duelist. That's how you tackle a Nightfall, and you get a 4K on it. Get rid of Visor, get 5 in a row. What was a sheepish showcase in map number 1 for the Rams? They are all large horns, and that draws a timeout out of the Cybears.
Man, that was such a sick play right at the end there. You know what she says whenever she drops the Nightfall? Face your fears. What better way to face your fears but than by taking it head on, just like a Ram would? What a I mean, that was such a sick play there right at the very end to get the W for their team and still maintain this excellent economy. Mango with an operator, Vin trying to figure out if they want to buy or not. But, I mean, still, it's putting the Cybers in a bit of a bind here, despite the fact that we are on Fracture.
Make sure you write that joke down like somewhere. I don't care if it's like a virtual or physical notepad, and save that for when you cast bind.
Because it's funnier when it's off the dome.
I mean, well, true. Well, hey, you can write it on your dome as well. No judgment. All right, you can look it in the mirror, try to be able to decipher what it is. But right now, deciphering for the Cybears is they're going to figure out if they can just stymie this defense out of the Rams. Farmingdale is looking so strong. Haven't even had to use much more than the Nightfall. Oh, actually, no, the Nightfall was used against them. As you have Isaac with maybe a plant denial on that orbital strike. They do have a retake capability with both that as well as the rolling thunder. But it's 4 ults ready to go. You have pretty much everything available. You will see Visor pick up that tour de force. Maybe an orbital strike will be able to open up some space, and another showstopper now with Excicerare in hand. But look at this lean. Everyone over to B, as you actually see the Rams just kind of posting up. They're going to save a lot of extra weapons in this round.
Yeah, I quite like that too. Also, I would like to point out real quick, Monkey, it's been 13 rounds since the Rams have lost.
Yeah.
So that's
good.
a full game straight that they've won. I would just like to point that out real quick.
It's statisticians they'll lift their pencils, they'll look at each other, they're gonna look at you, and they're gonna nod. Like, that is true. But
finally, a play coming out.
Yeah, they're
Mango
finally
picks
able
up Visor.
Oh goodness! So you have sight, but for how long?
Yeah, and you do have a numbers disadvantage too, with the brunt of the Rams' defense coming to crash down hard through main. It will be met with some resistance though. It is a 3-on-3 right now. Kuso's gonna grab 2, 3, nearly gets 4, but Excicerare with 3 of their own. Both of the Rays is fragging out right now, but Mango on the diffusion right now. Here's a showstopper coming in. Gonna go for the peak, but it's gonna get sniped out of it. Oh, and that's a great way to waste an ult, but that's a great way for the Rams to hold strong, winning yet another round on this one.
You saw the spray down collat on that Vandal coming off of Kuso, and then I thought, oh, it's over. Exicero says, I can do you one better with a semi-automatic weapon on this Sheriff. Gets a collat, throws it down, puts a showstopper on their shoulder and says, let's drop a beat. And then all of a sudden, Mango turns and says, cool, let's drop this flick on your face. And he's able to get them even off of the blast pack turn. That was ridiculous. That was great. And that's 6 in a row.
Yep, that was a super fun round too, though. And he's gonna get hit by a little bit of util. The dog and the slam are coming through, but he's gonna have a nice teleport to get out of dodge. And now he's got some assistance here with a couple of players coming over from B to help out. The B squadron still hanging out there in sewers. They really like that position right now, but yeah, it's still going to be another A push coming in from the Cybears. However, C-San going to go for the ult. Oh, he is going to have to move, though, as the Aftershock comes through.
That was a great response to recognizing where they were. Fireblaze is actually going to be looking to rotate, but they will find at least a Brim in front of them, and they will be able to get that trade. And so far, first contact has not been favorable to the Cybears. A plant goes down. It's a 1v5. Aftershock's going to force him out. Prowler, you have a tiny little Prowler, Shadow Beast, versus a big Explodey Boy. Who's going to win? Well, Explodey Boy all day off of the Aftershock. That's 7. Fast math, how many do they have? What was it, 8? So it's 15 in a row between the second half of the first map and the first half of this one. Just if you're the Rams, you're feeling great.
I mean, I would be too. You got 4 ults, looking to get a 5th one here too. You have some excellent economy and an operator, and your top fragger has the op. And on top of that, I don't know, it's 15 straight rounds. Cybears have looked in shambles, haven't even been particularly close in the past couple rounds either. So they're working really hard for this, but at some point you got to realize that their mental is definitely shattered right now.
That's when you come down to coaching in your program and how well you can be able to operate with this one. But a fault line does come out. They're trying to be able to cover their steps by pulling out the orbital strike. Doesn't find any big value, but Visor's able to get a headshot onto Mango. Mango, one of their biggest thriller killers on the side of the Rams. So for the first time in a while, a numbers advantage does exist for the Cybears. And Visor's able to find another, get rid of Isaac. So now Dish is free, A is free. Will they be able to rotate? Yes, they do. And that leaves all the Rams holed up on B.
The Opper's down too. That's another big thing. And then you have someone waiting in sewers for this rotation, which will come through. And it is going to be the Rays. So you do have the offensive win. However, going to get 2 times. So definitely not out of this one yet are the Rams. It is the 3v4, but it is about even ult economy. 2 initiators on one side, 1 initiator and a controller on the other. But nice pick. Hang on, Fireblaze gets 1, but Visor's going to take him out. Okay. Visor nearly done for there. Oh, there is a man waiting in the smoke, but he will get picked. Here comes the orbital strike and the showstopper. They are going to trade out. Kuso is going to get 2 there and win the day for the Rams. So I said, they weren't even close, but that one was a little bit scary, but they had to burn pretty much all of their ults to get that one done.
Pretty sure whoever died to the showstopper, I think it was the Brimstone up there. I think they caught that showstopper to the chest. So Ethan's going to be examining themselves, see if there isn't a giant hole in their stomach. Luckily, we have science on our side, and everyone comes back to life. So you're all green out there, guys. But talking about green, it is the Farmingdale Rams that are 8-0 on this map, trying to straight sweep it. If they can do it through the last 4 and force this one to just be 1 round remaining before they knock out the Cybears for the night.
Hey man, you told me to say something earlier, that all green comment. I'm definitely using that one later as well. But gonna be a fast push coming here onto A. Only 2 people on A, and it will be Isaac as well as, I believe. Oh, there's an orbital strike coming down too. Oh, yep, gets called out by that gunplay. So another situation where the Rams are down a man with Sin planting, and yeah, I would take it a little bit slow here if I were the Rams. They've fixed.
Well, you have good util, kind of a nice toss, but that fade route trying to be able to wombo combo with this one. You have a Molly that's going to get dropped and is going to knock each other out. That is a great pickup by Ethan. So the first time in a while, they're getting the numbers game, but as a pickup by Fireblaze, they do have the Rolling Thunder. They're going to get a little extra damage across as the fire nips at their toes, but they could roll their way onto site. Do they want to expend it? This is going to be a crossfire lane from outside a main. Does Fireblaze even risk it for the biscuit? They're actually just try and swing it. They get one. Why not? Oh, they can't get the other one. So
okay.
the Cybears finally pick one up. Finally.
Good stuff, Cybears, but it only took 16 rounds to get there. And they also have to deal with a little bit of econ yet again. But still going to be rocking ARs. Will this team coming in for the Rams? And yeah, I think Mango's going to go for the ult op. They do pick up a shorty for this one as well. So in case they get any close range encounters. But this is interesting. Visor's actually going to be going for their op as well.
Okay, so we're going to be just seeing who can have big usage of these tour de forces. Will they be staring at each other from downtown, B main, and outside of arcade? Do a couple of large bullets in the shape of gold energy. Drop a body like it's hot. Playing it slow, no longer. Isaac will be able to get rid of Excisorare. That's a great trade of lethality. Isaac trying to be able to draw out anyone that's prowling around that top side. You do have the Fade that's going to roll out in a way, and this becomes at least a look in from mid over to A. Mango gets rid of Sin on a nice pop shot, and this becomes a 2-on-5 in a hurry. Make it just it's so tough for the Cybears to get onto these sites in the first place, especially with limited numbers.
They have an iron tight hold on this one, do the Rams, and they are very unwilling to let anything get up here. But again, a lot of patience here from both teams. Neither one of them wants to overextend themselves because they know those angles are covered. Does look like Visor is coming through sewers right now with that operator, so they will find something. Actually, I think they're just holding, trying to see if anyone will push, but the only one who's pushing is it's going to be the Breach heading over to B, or A rather.
This is the tightest ADS I've seen in a while. They have 30 seconds to be able to get this bomb on site. They are committing to B. You have a 3-set holding every possible angle on A. The bomb is down.
That's pretty much now.
Yeah, that's pretty much done. Visor has a sniper that will disappear. This operator is worth nothing except to be able to get some kills. So try and go ruin something. They're going to look at this duel. Oh, they can't quite be able to get it. Big TP away. They at least get rid of one. Fireblaze, 360 no scope. They go for the knife fight. Knife fight.
Oh, it will be Mango.
I've never seen a Mango that dangerous, but you know what Mango is tonight, as it was a full-on knife fight between Visor and Mango. That's a good, respectful display. I love it.
I respect it. The second he noticed it as well, he was like, "Oh, baby, you messed up, baby." Yes, dodging around. Yep, gets the second one in, and yeah.
Beautiful. Oh, picture perfect. That's what you love to see. A French Revolution going on between the two chambers right in the middle on B site. So if the Tour de Force can't hit, they will with their just beautiful curved knives. So through the first 10, 90% are being held by the Rams, and it seems like they're going to continue to hold that momentum, especially because they ruin them on their own spawn.
Dude, and right now Jose's holding the wrong, or Kuso rather, he's holding the wrong corner. Fireblaze is going to pick up Sin. Isaiah is going to get rid of Kuso though. Short toss on the paint shell, however, it's going to be a fade back. And we do see yet another, for another instance, our main man Visor alone in the world.
Bomb right under the feet of Mango. It's a little bit unfair. You only have a headhunter. Fireblaze is able to get rid of him from distance. Double digits already in the first half. So much money. They can buy whatever they want. They could be able to buy an operator, throw it on the ground, buy another operator if they really feel like it, just to be able to flex, put one under each arm, become the human man cannon. But
I'm sure Breach would love to do that.
That'd be crazy, right? Just shove it into your robot arms and just like helicopter onto site with just dueling just ops. But you do have this ult economy that does favor the Cybears, but you gotta use them.
Definitely, man. So Cybears now are going to be trying to push A, but I like this 4-man stack coming off B. Yep, all these ults are being dropped right now. You said use the ults, but I mean, no one's here. They're hitting nobody.
Oh no, that's A little bit rough. Exaiserera will be hanging out inside that corner just around where Mango may be able to come out. You have a shorty. Will they find him short side right? Will they get found out? Oh, the Haunt is there. They're able to drop on top of him, so that's a nice trade. And the attackers are able to turn this into a 2-on-2. Not a lot remaining, especially because you have one from up in rafters. The showstopper finds another, and that's defense coming in hot and ready. 2 rounds away, a key pistol win, and this one could be done in a moment's notice as we flip halves.
But then again, the damage has kind of been done here. Now, again, we have seen long stretches of victories for both these teams. I believe FSCW had, 11 plus 8. That's 19 straight round wins. So it's not outside of the realm of possibility for the Cybears to do the same. However, they can't drop 2 rounds. They need to do this like right now. They can't lose anything, or they're in a really precarious situation going forward.
Yeah, this if they do that, they're dropped harder than my father did when I was younger. So we're gonna see if this one becomes any level of execution that the Rams can be able to, well, rather that the Cybears can be able to bring to this fight. You have everyone identified going outside of A main, everyone hanging out on that spawn side. They're going to rotate away, going over onto the ropes, and they're going to expeditiously move, but they leave one behind, maybe as a bit of a lurk, just...
Oh, they're going to come back!
They said, nah, we like it over here, actually. We'll come. No big deal.
The scout came over from the Cybears team, but unfortunately, not in that situation. Okay, a nice little bit of spraying coming down here. Gonna get a nice trade. But more damage has been done to the Rams than has been done to their counterparts on the other side of things.
If now that renegotiation, they hit the ropes twice. Trying to be able to find that flex if they can. Rams gonna be ready. They're gonna pop up the flash, Fireblaze, see if they can get ready for it. Will they be able to put an aftershock through that tight corner? They actually get rid of the box just in case they're nearby. The flash goes the wrong direction. You do have a couple from tight hold. That's in hallway. Will this be a successful hold for the Cybears? You got 1.5 people basically off of that rip of HP. Kuso gets onto site. They may be able to get at least a bomb down. Opposite angle. Mango with this tight corner. Oh, can't quite get it though. The defense will hold. We'll be able to be strong about it. So, hey, that's promise.
This is how it starts, man. I'm just saying. So this will be their bye round. You know, and they're going to be able to get Spectres up for most of their players. I don't know if Visor's looking for it just yet, but they are going to go for a Bulldog. Okay, so good bit of a range game to help them out too here. And he is just going to be patrolling that back line. You see him there at the top of your screen on that map. Actually, that is Mango, I believe, coming in from top side.
So Visor picked that weapon because you get that triple tap and be able to play it off of it pretty well as it having basically the built, you know, it's an assault rifle, built-in spray. And Visor will use it to full effect to be able to get rid of Mango. So the chamber duel ends without knives, ends with bullets like true gentlemen. So this push, it's stymied from off the rip. You do have just pistols in hand. Crying Cat, Ven, I understand. I feel that in my soul. And so this bomb held default as they're trying to see if anyone will overcommit from the Cybears.
Right, but right now they're just holding angles. You have the gun advantage, so yeah, why not? And they're going to get another one, too. All right, New York Tech still in a good position right now, but it is going to be FSCW pushing onto A here. Landing around the wrong corner. Nobody's home yet again. Pulled that out of the Cybears book.
Isaac all the way on the back end. They're able to upgrade their weapon to be able to grab a Spectre. But look at this crush onto site. Ethan be able to get a Spectre. They take care of Ven from A main. Spray down. Another Sin is able to find Isaac, and that is everyone gone. The defense will hold for the Cybears. Great renegotiation. They come out of mid to say, all right, we'll flex over. We get that early kill, and then we get ourselves a second. So that is the first 2 rounds. They cannot allow this to streak, but this, like you said earlier, damage has been done. It's really hard, even with the first early rounds of a half, to say, all right, yeah, we are definitely back in this. They're here for now, but we're about to see rifles. And
yes.
And Rams are ready.
First real test, and you actually see Visor going for the desperation buy on that Guardian. So, yep, everyone has Spectres. Sin did pick up the Mango Bulldog. Or, no, sorry, Visor's Bulldog, and now he has a Guardian. So this will be fun. And right now, rifles are going to be the deciding factor in this one.
Oh, your first point of contact.
Excited Rare, too far up. Oh no! This is where it all goes downhill for the Side Bears. A little bit too much aggression on this defense. Visor gets one. Start to stabilize a little bit.
I like aggressive pushes, but you got to be able to get ready for it. You can't just kind of walk in like a dead zombie, and Flash will be able to push away one from mid. They're just full control, 3-on-3 right now. Visor's able to make sure that desperation push or for that buy into a Guardian, which, by the way, is not desperate. I like Guardians, but maybe, you know, better players don't. Isaac and the gang on the Rams, they got to hang on to this for a long time to get to match points. But otherwise, the Side Bears have a chance to be able to get back onto site. They just have to do so with good util use.
Yep, Isaac will get bit by that dog, you know, get a restraining order on that one. But Kusa's going to get a nice pickup. The Rams starting to clamp down a little bit, and clamp down they do. 12-3 match point for the Rams. And, you know, I gotta correct myself on something. The only reason I called the Guardian a desperation buy is, well, look at this econ right now.
Well, true. Okay, yeah.
I mean,
I understood. Yeah, because that zeroed out their bank account.
Right.
I thought
However,
I thought you were also hating on the Guardian. You know.
No. It's a fine gun, especially if you have a good aim, like Visor Clear does. But speaking of good aim, while they don't have money, they do have an operator coming into play here soon.
That's going to be used to full effect. If that doesn't get kills, if they do not make that maxed out, they're going to be blasted out. They, in fact, do not connect. They renegotiate. The Haunts trying to be able to identify them from up above rope. Nice little spray. And it's Fireblaze that does get rid of Visor. So that's an L for the defense. No more Tour de Force. It is a Tour in force coming out for the Rams. The Nightfall identifies, and the Prowler will be going out, trying to identify and deny Infinity Prime. Plant will be occurring. Rams are aiming to hold. It's a 4-on-1. It is not quite done, but Infinity Prime is in a bad situation. They get caught on the opposite station, and that'll be a 13-3 go 2-0 for Farmingdale.
What a victory lap for this Rams team. They played incredibly well all the way through that one. And, you know, they were off to a really rough start on Ascent. You know, I wouldn't blame anyone for thinking that the Side Bears were going to end up washing this one. But then something that just clicked with this team, and they were able to win 19 straight rounds in order to seal their victory here today. So, 2 maps straight, they are going to come out on top of this one, snapping the undefeated streak of the Side Bears and putting themselves up at 2-1 in conference play.
So, able to make these two tied in the same group, showing there's just enough competition between these two wild animals. But the Rams, a little bit burlier, a little bit sturdier, able to outlast the Side Bears. I hope you guys are able to last with us just for a few extra minutes. We're going to be taking it to a short break, looking for an interview from Farmingdale, as we'll be back right after this.
And everybody can be anything they want to be. And so we just really want to be the conduit that supports that across the board.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think so. With that said, thank you everyone for, I think, great insights in terms of, for any of you that were watching this and maybe had questions about, you know, what is Esports U, what is CSMG, who are they, what are they doing, what are our plans, right? Well, you know, we know we kind of tried to make a bigger splash in the spring, and we're excited to bring more stuff with you guys for the next year. But I think maybe as we close out here, I know we're slowly approaching on time then, but maybe let's go around the room with everyone here of just what's one thing that we're all excited for this next upcoming year. I know we touched on our plans and a lot of things, but if anyone had to speak, if you had to speak to just one thing of just what has you excited for us as a company, for us as the collegiate or college esports space, right? What's one thing that has all of you guys excited? And maybe we'll start with Mike, since our traditional sports guy, and we'll let Mike speak first.
Sure. So I would say many things on the traditional side, but I'll focus on esports. And I'd say the thing that I'm most excited about going forward is after yet another year of us doing a round of events, I'm excited that more schools will understand exactly what we're doing with our regional events and culminating in CECC and getting more schools involved. I think schools will be more excited to compete in our events because we've established it over the course of a year, and I welcome any and all conversations with getting people involved.
I think for me, I'm most excited about like the schools and conferences. Mike, that's amazing. And that's so exciting. I'm also excited about the brands that we're starting to be able to get involved in this. In our Commissioner's Cup in last May, we had over 14 brands, blue chip brands participating in our event. Barbasol, Microsoft, CDW, Morgan Stanley, New Street, Air Force. And so I think brands are really starting to get excited about being involved in college esports, and we're offering them a platform that not only gives them, a big event, a big yearly event, but also regular daily programming where they can have exposure in front of this audience. That they want to build affinity for with their brand. So I'm super excited about seeing the brands get on board and help grow the space along with us. A rising tide lifts all boats. And I think that's probably one of our mottos here at CSMG and Esports U. We're growing our brand, but at the same time, we're also really growing the college esports space as a whole. And that's our goal, for it to be a healthy ecosystem for all parties involved.
Yeah, I agree there. And I guess for me, obviously always, seeing the collegiate esports space elevate, coming from competing, this didn't exist when I was competing. And just to see it now in literally within the last 5 years, probably really come to fruition and start just blossomed out of nowhere, and now becoming a space and seeing everyone, schools, players, productions, companies all elevate together has been really, really nice to see. But if I was the most excited for one thing, it would probably be the city where we're going to land for CC23. I'm really excited to know where we're going to be. There's a lot of great cities. I mean, I personally would love for it to come to New York, despite whether we got a positive bid or not. I want it to come to New York, but I just think the atmosphere in New York when you throw an event here is just super magical, especially in the summertime. But either way, I'm really excited to see where it lands. Tons of great cities, tons of great opportunities, and who knows? And I think that's going to be the most exciting process for me.
Absolutely. I won't speak to anything. I think I'm filling Paulie's job in this one because Paulie's more a panelist than this one. So, normally Paul's the host, and I don't know. I think me personally, I'll just say something real quick. I'm just excited to keep telling your stories. If you're a student, if you're a program, let me know. Let us, reach out to us. We just ultimately, at the end of the day, we want to tell your story. And I think that's what has me most excited, because now I think we're getting to a point where people know us. I hope you guys trust us, and and we just want to keep expanding and growing the space. So with that, Paulie, I won't make you do the weird thing where you got to toss to yourself, unless you want to do that. I don't know. Actually, you might have a way of doing this.
All right.
Let's test it. Yeah. Okay.
All right,
How do you want to throw yourself here?
You might as well test it. Well, that's going to conclude here the future of collegiate with CSMG and Esports U. Thank you so much to Angela, Mike Blewett, and Kyler Tandle for hosting our panel. And now back to myself for the day 3 of the CSMG Coaches and Director Summit 2022.
My name's Jacob. I'm 21, and it's my first year in this school. I already been to community college for the last 2 years, but I transferred here. It's a whole new program.
What made you transfer?
I wanted to do something different. I already have an associate's degree in business administration, and I wanted to come to this school and do audio production, just like music engineering stuff.
So what do you want to do with that?
The main goal is to work in like music studios and like help with like the music creation process. Anywhere kind of in the audio recording realm is fine with me.
And do you have a go-to genre of music that you like?
I don't know. It's all over the place, to be honest.
Yeah, no judgment.
It's all over the place.
So how do you like the program that you're in now? Do you like your school?
Yes, I really do like this school, and with this whole esport thing, I think it just made it a little bit better because like it's it's new, you know. It's you don't do it. Not everyone has it, and it's
Mhm.
something that I'm very interested in and have been interested in for a while.
You didn't have esports at your old school?
I want to say there was a club, but I didn't know anything of it.
This is your first time being part of a collegiate esports team then?
Yes.
And how do you like it? Like how do you feel about it?
I love it, to be honest. Growing up, I played baseball through senior year of my high school. I wasn't like doing anything traditional sport wise in college. It wasn't until this year that I was like, oh, because like I saw it, like I saw like a poster hanging up. I was like, oh, esports, let's just go do it. I really like it though. Something cool, something new. My friends like it, so I'm like, cool.
What are your games that you play?
I play Valorant for the school. On like the side, I've been playing Fortnite recently, and I play Osu sometimes.
So how does it feel being a part of the team? Do you like your team?
Yes, I do. I pretty much made friends with all of them. Obviously, I have met them. Since a lot of things have been remote recently, I still have met them, and they're very nice kids. Our arena is being built at the moment. The Valorant team should be getting in there first, so I'm very excited to play in there.
What do you do to improve yourself in game? And do you take that strategy into your everyday life as well?
For in-game, I try and play every day. That's kind of like the one thing I try to do. Even if I have like a little burnout from it, maybe from like the previous day, I still try to get on and do something. Of course, you watch YouTube. There's a millions of things that you can watch on YouTube. I like to watch different content creators in that niche just to like inspire me to play a little bit more, you know. Do I carry it into my everyday life? I do. I'm very into like music production. There's a lot of things you can do like the same thing. You do it every day. You watch YouTube in that niche. You take things you learn and you apply it. There's a lot of similarities of things like if you want to do something, you very much have to dive deep into that niche of things you want to do.
If you had to guess or just kind of spitball here, how many hours a week do you think you spend gaming?
Honestly, I've never thought about it. I'm on my computer almost every day. It's up there. It's up there. It's up there. Between playing with friends and kind of just doing stuff by myself, it's up there.
You spoke about burnout when it comes to playing, and you play every day. What do you do to kind of get yourself back into the zone, or what do you do when you're experiencing burnout?
It kind of goes back to like watching content creators, like the people I watch on YouTube. I'll see if they post anything new, or I'll just watch whatever they have, and I'll get inspired to do it, and I'll just be like, all right, time to hop on. Even if I don't. Not feeling it, I'll try to do something.
Would you say that there's anyone on your team that really stands out to you or kind of motivates you to play?
Yes. One kid on our team, his name's Alex. He is Diamond 2. Diamond 1 or Diamond 2 in Valorant. So he's up there. He only really plays with us. He plays on his own, but he plays with us during games and sometimes afterwards. Trying to be at his level, I think, would be the goal. So it kind of like inspires you to kind of like keep going. Anyone really that's higher ranked than you kind of inspires you to like, all right, you want to push yourself to be where they are. And that's kind of what I've been doing recently. There are people like that.
For you, since this is your first time being on a collegiate team, do you have any advice to people who may be looking to join a team or aren't sure if they should or not?
I say just go for it. When I saw the poster in the school, I was like, maybe they have like, Valorant team, whatever. At the time, I kind of doubted my ability, right? I kind of doubted my ability because like I was a low rank. I know I could hold my own in the game, but I didn't know how I would like compare. But I think you just have to go for it because if you don't, how would you know if you don't go for it?
Would you say that the people on your team helped you out?
Yeah, for sure. I think people who are higher ranked than you are like they teach you. You obviously learn on your own, but there's a lot of things that you can get taught from your teammates and just how they play.
Well, thank you so much for taking the time to do this with me. I really appreciate it.
I can't say that. I'll get in trouble. There's one for each game, so teams this weekend. Somebody's going to have to explain to TSA why they're coming home with an extra trophy. Fine. We're fine. This is going to be great. Why is everybody staring at me? I'm not even doing anything yet. Is it because I'm in a suit? It looks nice. It's new. I'm stressing. It's all right. We win these. We absolutely win these. I've never seen us lose these. I love him. I don't remember his name. What is going on, everybody? And oh, we're ready? I'll start over. Okay. What's going on, everybody? We are here at the Collegiate Esport Commissioners Cup 2022 in Atlanta, Georgia. The players are just now entering the arena for day one. A lot of them had the opportunity to be here yesterday to get jerseys, to get familiar with the area, and to get to know one another. But today, the friendly gloves have to come off, and they are all here. Earlier, I was talking to these guys. This mannequin, when they didn't have anything else set up, I could see it from all the way down there, and I thought it was a person. And I stood there for like 5 minutes, and I was like, why is he standing like that? And I thought it was like a smooth criminal. I thought somebody was giving us like a Michael Jackson impression, and then it was a mannequin. I was really embarrassed to admit that. Oh my God, that's a lot of people. Hold on, let's go over this window. Let's go over this window. It just keeps going. There's so many people outside. There are so many people outside. We're gonna interview people when they come in. I don't really want to go outside. It looks like it's gonna rain, and this suit is new. So, oh, there's Doc Haskell. Hi, Doc. How are you? He brings a full notebook with him and like writes notes down. It was pretty insane. He had it yesterday. He's gonna be coming through this metal detector right here. I don't know his name though, but I recognize his hair.
Jen.
You're Jen. All right, we're gonna interview Jen, who's supporting Kennesaw. I'm gonna ask you like a couple of very simple questions. Okay.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome back to the Esports U post-game show. And, you know, we're going to be getting into the interview in just a second. I'm Laird. This is Hail Monkey Man. And we have witnessed ourselves an amazing set here. But we're going to be taking a close look at the match itself through the lens of the man behind this dominating team. This is Lemon Boy, the head coach of the FSCW Valorant team. How are you doing tonight, brother?
I'm fantastic, guys. How are you guys?
Wow, they ask us things back in the interview. I feel great. Thank you for asking. Oh my gosh.
I got it. You know, you guys are casting, you guys are talking like the whole time. It's a lot. Like I couldn't do it. So,
I mean,
well, I mean, I'm sure you did the harder of the work for us tonight. But let's just get into this thing. Hard hitting question number one right off the bat, dude. You guys were down a lot in that first map on Ascent. What did you tell your team to revitalize them and send them on the warpath the way you did?
honestly, sometimes the best thing for these guys is just to tell, like just let them talk about their reads, talk about what they've like information they've gained off their team. I think like like that side for Ascent for us is always difficult. I think you know, playing attack for us, it just like across the board has always been like kind of a W. I mean, like we're a really aggressive team. You know, we kind of have like that optic strat where we just kind of like hold W and you know, we don't let off. You know, we try to apply as much pressure. I mean, I think you guys saw our mid play where we were just really hyper aggressive on mid on defense. Like that's kind of how we operate. You know, if any teams are trying to read us, like that's how we play. But you know, but overall, no, I don't know. I mean, I let my guys rock. You know, I give them what they need. You know, I listen to them. I hear, you know, I hear them. Yo, by the way, I just want to give a quick shout out to ex Icereair, the captain for NYIT, and their coach Prenez, dude. Awesome, like so cool playing them. I always love playing NYIT. We've been playing them for years. So
nice.
Hey, so it was great to be able to see you guys. You know what? I was thinking that you guys were doing the optic strat. I was like, man, they're going up mid like immediately, especially because you guys ran down A on that flank outside of the back north side of mid. So that was great to see just how it executed. But speaking of op play, I mean, first off, what do you think about when two chambers ended up tearing each other apart on a knife fight outside of their tour de forces on site B?
That's Mango, dude. Yeah, that guy is great. Like he's actually kind of going on a streak right now. That's I think like his second or third knife in leagues this semester, and we're only in October. CVAL hasn't even started, so can't wait for that. Yeah, he's gonna be going crazy. We actually we just got a knife on the TN6, the captain from Malloy, and that was great to get. And I think who's their chamber on their team?
I mean, the in game 2 is Visor, right? I think.
Yeah. Dude, like great. He's a great chamber too. I mean, but you know that was funny. That was always funny to watch them go for their knife kills.
Yeah, I mean, and to that same degree, because Mango was kind of falling behind, at least in the early set, and you were able to kind of get them back in order, and they were doing so great, and later Ascent, and then especially onto Fracture. But, I mean, is there a true IGL with this squad? We're thinking it was Fireblaze. Is it?
Oh, no.
Oh,
It's actually big shout outs to Vin. He's a new addition to the roster. I gotta say, he's a fantastic player. He's easily one of the best players I think I've ever seen play this game. He's like an Immortal 3. He's just fantastic. He just knows what he's doing when he looks at the map. He just reads that map so well. So
that's awesome, man.
Yeah, he's great.
You know, heading forward today, you're 2-1 in conference play. You're definitely over 500 after a dominating victory tonight, and you guys have proven that you can snap undefeated streaks. What is your plan going forward for the rest of the season? What are you going to have the team hold on to going forward?
I don't know about holding on. I mean, I let them rock, like here's the thing, right? You don't want to like micromanage your guys, right? You want to let them flow. You want to let them vibe. I think just as long as we keep consistent with our practice and we just keep playing, we keep watching, understanding our own gameplay, understanding each other. I think we're just gonna keep going and winning games. So I think it's just about that, really.
I mean, you did a great job of it, able to flex around. We got to see Kuso really come in and
Yeah,
come
he's
alive
awesome.
as they traded away from being Chamber. And then Isaac, it's just showcased they can be whatever. I think they went from being a duelist on that jet over to the Brimstone. So,
Yeah.
they go from sly, thin, and quick to, thick stone with those hams and able to just get in there and make the fight happen. So, great job overall tonight. And for yourself, any big shout outs for everyone out there as well for the school, maybe just fans, maybe your own friends and fan club?
Hmm. I guess shout out like the Farmingdale Esports like management, like the e-board. They're really cool. They're great. Shout out my captains, Fireblaze and Mango. They're honestly, without them, team wouldn't have any structure. But yeah, no, I guess that's really it. Oh, and shout out NYIT, of course. Like they're great opponents. And yeah, no. Yeah, thanks for having me.
Of course.
Thanks
I
for
mean,
being here, man. Pleasure's
yeah.
ours.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, have a great night. But to all of you guys in the chat and at home, thank you so much for tuning in here to this production of Esports U. I'd also like to give a quick shout out to Cool Scoots and Cooltoon. Cooltoon's been the one who's been making the stream possible, and Cool Scoots has been doing a bunch of other stuff on the side in terms of spectating and being a really good team player for us here in the broadcasting booth. But I'd also like to give a quick shout out to my boy, Hail Monkey Man. It has been a genuine pleasure working with you for the first time tonight.
You know what? Sometimes we don't always get to be able to cast with everyone for the first time or a long time. And so being able to be with you, Laird, in the booth, Chamber Bros, Chamber Mains unite. We were able to make it a great fight, great night. And of course, you guys can be able to enjoy even more Esports U action. Make sure to join us all over again as we'll be seeing some Overwatch 2 for the NJCAAE. That stands for something I don't know, not my brain, but also some League of Legends for the ECAC. That's 5 p.m. and 8 p.m. respectively, here on this exact same channel. Laird, it was an honor to be able to cast with you, and I hope that you get to enjoy a good evening as well as the rest of you out there. You were awesome, but for right now, this is the end of Esports U for the night. We'll see you next time.
All right, great. College. I really like Georgia College's color scheme. It's just red, white, and blue, I think, but I think they did it in a really clever way. Mineral area wearing hoodies, even though it is 75 degrees outside here in Atlanta, Georgia. Absolute legends.
If only Nick could hear you. Nick, come back.
If he's over 100 feet away, he can't.
You were whispering something, and he started smiling. I'm like, are you whispering?
Oh yeah, because he's got his headphone in if we're close enough. But
Bless you.
Gesundheit. Gesundheit again. You're welcome. I'm gonna go find him. Oh, there he is. Oh my. Oh, okay. Real stuff is starting. Real stuff. Competitive integrity needs to be upheld. We gotta get out of here. Yeah, I don't want to get in trouble. I get really embarrassed when I get yelled at.
30 is
Okay. Wow, it's not 10:30 yet.
It's only like barely 10.
Woo! All right, it's gonna be a long. Hey, what's up? Surprise interview. Join me over here though, so we have a cool backdrop. What are we here for?
Rocket League.
Awesome. I'm not going to ask what school you go to because unless you swapped hoodies, that seems pretty clear.
No, I got my jersey on with my name on it.
Oh, you do? Show us your jersey. Look at John T. Turbo here.
Yeah,
that's not his name. I just keep calling him that.
Yeah.
His name is John, but
my name is John Turbesi.
Yeah,
that's
not John T. Turbo.
Yeah, I get the message that I'm going to Nebraska where I met you.
Oh, that's so crazy. So context, if we're probably not going to use this, but we're going to talk about it. Turbo and I met at a LAN like over a year ago. That's so crazy. What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup. I am Sebdolence, joined by a man I have interviewed probably well over 10 times. It's going to be my good friend Neb, here from Bay State Overwatch team. Neb looked at me before he started his last series, and he said, "We are not dropping a map for the rest of the day." And so far, he has lived up to that title. But Neb, is there anybody you're thinking, we've got to get them out of the way, we've got to take them down?
No.
No? Just looking at it, each fight's its own, every game, going into it, just taking it as it comes?
I have the confidence right now that we're not going to drop a single map.
I love Neb because not only is he confident, but he's correct. Bay State is one of the best Overwatch teams I've ever seen. So it's always good to hear. I love the confidence, and I love Bay State, so I hope they do a great job this weekend. So what qualifier, did you win a qualifier to get here?
At-large bid.
We're looking at Rocket League, we're thinking high odds, low odds, where do we think we're walking away?
I think pretty high. I think we're doing pretty good.
Is there anybody that you're looking at, you're like, please do not let us go up against them unless we absolutely have to?
I mean, really, everybody's good competition, so.
And sorry, what was your name?
Ethan.
Ethan from Mineral area.
Yep.
Very exciting. Well, Ethan, good luck.
Thank you.
We'll see you soon. What kind of pass? A player pass?
Let me get you lanyard.
No, you actually have to like tape it to your chest, like really awkwardly with masking tape. Okay. And it's gonna fall off. Yeah. It's gonna be uncomfortable, I promise. That's a guarantee. Okay, cut that, I'm gonna sneeze. Okay, great. I'm great, everything's good.
Who do we interview? Who should we interview?
I don't know, I'm just here. I need caffeine.
Hey guys, K-Tad here. Now, I've been told I need to step in to create like a buffer zone between some of the other hosts so that the Valorant v Overwatch conflict may finally come to an end. But between you and me guys, I don't think they both realize that League's kind of already won that war. So don't tell them anything. But anyways, you guys already know why we're here, and if not, well, then you're in luck because we've got some of the best collegiate esports moments right here. Don't believe me? Well, that's okay, but you know, here's your proof. Let's get into it. To start us off, we have the combo of Matt and Festive as they execute a brilliant mid-air handoff to close out Game 2 and tie up the series.
Here in regulation, can Festive and Matt do it? Matt's there, puts it in, and we do get the go-ahead goal. Is it going to be enough to end it here in reg?
25 seconds left right here. About 2 minutes since our last goal. 5th total in this one. Is this looking like moderately?
Feeling thirsty? Well, if you are, then Crollo's got what you need with these sick plays on Pac-Man.
Not always guaranteed to stock, goes for the side special into that. That would have been an insane way to end it.
And now Crollo looking for the fire hydrant edge guard. Slam dunk right there. Is there able to finish them off?
At number 6, see if you can count the ultimates here, because when the dust settles, there can be only one survivor.
For Thomas College, but I don't know what Keene University are thinking. Well, okay, they're thinking it. What is going on in this fight? My days! 2 to the bomb, 3 to the tile, 1 to the self-destruct, and
it's
we
just
get the
a
team.
lone
It's
diva. It's a lone
What
baby
is
diva.
happening?
No, okay. Hip is back there.
You know what number play this is, right? Because J-Rod knows. And let me tell you, he's definitely keeping count.
It's gonna be J-Rod who strikes first again with a nice headshot onto Boss. Gonna start moving down into garage, and J-Rod is just roached now through garage. Fireproof wall has been committed. Lance tries to take a peek, but J-Rod's there, finds Pigeon Mac. We're looking at potentially an ace. Austin gonna do their...
Trying to scrape together some sort of consolation prize. He's blinded, and they're... Oh my god, draw. What a teammate. He's giving a... Oh no, J-Rod around the corner looking for the ace. One shot on Austin, he finds the ace.
Oh,
good guy
beautiful.
draw, gives it over. Love the team.
A man down, the overtime clock counting, and the ball on their half of the pitch. Yet somehow, Stonehill manages to make it work in this crazy match against Buena Vista.
Out and push right back out again. This is a game of inches. Who can aggress hers? And that's gonna be it. Joker from the long shot along the field. Look at this from the back of board, straight to Joker's feet. The touch is so delicate.
In what was surely a game-changing play here, Nichols State's Law pulls out a tire that can only be described as illegal